Good morning, everybody. How are you? It's so good to see you. Starting a little bit later today, but it's because it's a special occasion. Today is going to be when we reach 100,000 followers on YouTube. Wow. I never thought that I would be here. This is kind of crazy. So we're going to have a little bit of a different stream, a little bit of a longer stream today. I'm committed to broadcasting now and just basically being online until we hit 100,000. I feel terrible that I screwed this up for the 50K celebration. So I'm going to be here for however long it takes. It should happen sometime today. And that's what my basic analytics show me. But I'm just so grateful to be hitting 100,000. Really grateful to be sharing it with all of you and just kind of seeing what the day brings. Just seeing what the day brings. So I'm going to finish sending out all of my promos and all of that good stuff. And as people come in, we'll see their chats pop up. I have the count up in front of me. I'm at 99,735. So that's like what, 265 away? Yeah, so we'll see what happens. Casual Economist already checking in. Look at you being all first today. How are you, my friend? Hope you're doing well. You're the first one here. You know, hopefully you'll be the last one out too. Really appreciate you. So if you are joining us, feel free to introduce yourself. Let us know. I think we're gonna be here a while. My gut tells me we're gonna be here for the next at least 2-3 hours, probably longer. I've got my water next to me. I got my coffee next to me. I had some coffee today because in case it goes late, we could be here till midnight. Who knows, right? But yeah, you know, you're welcome to come and go. You're welcome to talk about anything you'd like. I have no set agenda for today. It's just going to be a hangout stream. Just sit and watch the numbers go by and just kind of see where we end up. Rex, my good friend Rex, how are you? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. George, my brother-in-law is saying hello from North Carolina. How are you, George? So nice to see you. Or it could be my sister too. I think they share an account. But I'm going to just be hanging out until you guys, you know, for whatever you guys want to talk about. You know, we can talk about data science. We can talk about life. We can talk about current events. Whatever you guys want to do. Like I said, I think we're going to be here for a couple hours, you know, I think at least 3 hours, maybe more. You know, my analytics say that I get about 55 new followers every hour, you know, on average, right? You know, it goes up and down as the day goes by. But we'll just see what happens. Rex says, first one in, last one out. That sounds like a data structure. That's hilarious, Rex. It does sound like a data structure, doesn't it? I want to send out a couple more promos. Let's see if that went out okay. I think it. There it is. Michael says, hello, Sir Dennis. How are you doing today? Nice haircut. Yeah, wow, you noticed. I didn't think you guys noticed that, but yeah, I was overdue for a haircut. I went out and got one yesterday. Yeah, I think she did a pretty good job. You know, right now I don't have like a regular hairstylist I go to. I just go to whoever's available. But yeah, thank you for that, Michael. I think it looks pretty good too. But yeah, you know, I wanted to look good for the stream and also for next week and the Thanksgiving and all that, all the holidays here in the U.S. But yeah, thank you for that. I think it does look good. She did a good job. Carla and George say good morning, Dennis. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Really appreciate that. Yeah, for those of you guys that don't know, Carla is my sister and George is her husband, my brother-in-law. So I appreciate their support. I'm glad they're here. You guys are very early. It might be a while. Actually, let me bring that up. Let me bring that up on this screen. Yeah, so we are at oh, come on, Dennis. We are at 99,735. So 265 is about 4 or 5 hours worth of people signing up. So we'll see. I'm prepared to be here the whole day. Like I said, I got my water, I got my coffee. But really appreciate all of you that are here, and thank you to Carla and George for supporting me. Really appreciate that. Thank you to all of you for supporting me. I know some of you are very early watchers. Michael, I think you're a pretty early watcher of mine, so I appreciate that. Crazy ride, and it's amazing to think that it's 100K. You know, in the time that it's been, would have never imagined this. So whatever you guys want to talk about. Anybody have questions? You guys want to ask the community other questions? Whatever you guys like to do. We're just going to be hanging out. We're just going to be hanging out and seeing what the day brings. So let me just keep on looking at some of the other items that I want to send out. Oh, I didn't do my Instagram chat. You know, guys, I've done so much live streaming. You would think that I kind of have my act together on how to get everything up and running, but I'm telling you, this is hard stuff. You know, I'm having a lot of fun with the content creation, but this is work. I haven't worked this hard for a long time. Let's see. I got those promos out, and then there was one more promo I wanted to get. Give me just a second. I have a group me that I also wanted to get out. Rex says, that article you posted in Discord the other day, can we go over it, please? Yeah, absolutely, Rex. Which one are you referring to? Are you referring to the one about the future of data scientists? I think that's the one you were most interested in. Let me know, Rex. I'm getting a message out very quickly here, guys, to one of my group me's. All right. Rex says, oh yeah, the article you posted in Discord the other day. Yep. Title, what will AI do to data science from Hacker Noon? Yeah, we can definitely do that, Rex. Absolutely. Pata Polar Bear, how are you, my friend? So if you guys don't recognize the name, Pata Polar Bear is my friend Laura Sell from well, I know you're not in London anymore, but you know, in the greater UK area. You are the data science go. Oh, thanks so much. I appreciate that, Laura Sell. Really appreciate you having you here. Appreciate your support. Laura Sell was one of my interview guests during August when I had the interview series. So she's a wealth of information, lots of corporate experience. So who knows, Laura Sell, maybe some of the people in the chat want to throw some questions your way. But please check out her socials. I'm pretty sure she's Pata Polar Bear across all socials. So, you know, and I know that she's doing some work in AI, some stuff with her paintings and wealth management, certainly. So if you want to check her out, you know, please do that. But really appreciate you being here, Laura Sell. Anise, how are you? So good to see you. Hello, Dennis. Let's go for 100K. Happy to see the channel grow. Well deserved. I appreciate that. Thank you, Anise. Also, I think you were one of my early supporters also. So really glad to see you here. Really appreciate you. Yeah, 100K should happen sometime today. Like I said, it's going to be at least 2-3 hours, maybe more, maybe less. I don't know. But I'm here for the long haul. You know, I feel so bad, guys. I totally screwed up the 50K because it happened so fast. I didn't start the stream early enough. So I promised myself I'm not going to do that. I'm going to start it early. We're just going to sit and talk and we're going to see what happens, right? But yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on the numbers here. We're at 99,740. So what is that? That's 260 away. So we'll see what happens. But really appreciate everyone's support. Feel free to come and go as you'd like, or if you any conversation you guys want to have or things that come up, let us know. We're just hanging out. We're just going to hang out. We're going to just, have some fellowship with each other and see what the day brings. Still don't know how I'm going to feel when it actually goes to 100,000. I don't know. That's going to be different. All right. So Rex is all business. Rex wants to actually start talking about articles, and that's okay. For those of you that are already members of the Discord, I had posted an article on the Discord that I had found, and I love this article. This article describes a lot of the things that I try to get across in my content to all of you. I think this guy is somebody who gets it, right? And I think he has a lot of really interesting findings that should be vital for anyone in data science to learn. If anything, you might even say that some of their findings are a little alarming if you're a data scientist. So basically, he's putting forth the question of, let me make that bigger, of what happens when data science does data science, right? What happens when AI is able to do data science? And or even just what role does AI play in the actual production of data science? And this is something I think about because, as I always say, the data scientist of the future will be highly, highly influenced or aided by AI tools. That's inevitable. That's not even a debate. And I've also shared that it's completely possible. In my mind, it's completely possible that tomorrow all of us will wake up and in the news, there is a mention of some startup that's been in stealth mode that now says we have solved data science. We have an LLM that solves data science. There is a very non-zero probability that can happen in my mind, right? And if you don't think so, I want to know why. But definitely do not think that your job is safe from AI just because we're data scientists. So, essentially, he starts out about talking about a presentation where that he was going to give to a bunch of executives, a course, and he created an entire course in 48 hours for his session that he needed to do. He went from 0 to a complete session and course in 48 hours. His audience was a bunch of CISOs, which is Corporate Information Security Officer, in case you don't know that. So these are the folks that put in the policies across an enterprise about how to handle data and data security, right? They're the ones that you call up to get their sign off about some data that you want to do and basically kind of get their policy and regulatory outlook on what you need to do with some of the data. So, for example, I've had to do this with, working in banking. There's all kinds of banking and financial privacy laws around the world. So you kind of have to have the sign off of the different CISOs from the different regions of the world. Europe has its own laws. The US has its own laws. Asia has its own laws. Specifically, Switzerland has its own laws. Switzerland has some very weird laws around financial privacy. So that's his audience. And essentially, he taught them And by the way, these are technically not coding people, right? They're much more policy people than they are coders or even technical people. And he taught them how to make their own model within a single workshop. That's pretty powerful, right? He took 48 hours to write an entire course that taught an entire room of CISOs on how to do their own modeling. Like, non-technical people to do their own modeling. That's pretty impressive. Starry Vibes says, hello, sir. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, Starry Vibes. Thanks for being here. Appreciate your support. Hope you're doing well. I know it's a little bit later for people around the world, so thank you to all of you for joining me a little bit later. Hopefully you guys will be able to stay with me the whole time, or, just come and go as you can. But nice to see you, Starry Vibes. So, data science, as we know it, will eventually be replaced by AI. This is one of the few points of disagreement that I have with him. He says the view might seem premature or perhaps ahead of its time. I don't think so. I think it's just about the right time. And I've been telling you guys this, right? I've been telling you about this since we were doing the Introduction to Statistical Learning book. When I wanted to teach that class, I knew that it would be a massive mistake to sit here and teach you guys Python, because you won't be doing that, right? Or I just got off a client call where, I was stressing to them that there are no more impossible coding tasks, right? Every piece of code that you can possibly imagine, whether you know how to do it or not, whether you even know what library to use, is possible, period. You will no longer bother yourself with the menial coding tasks. You don't need to. You got an employee for that. That employee is Claude or ChatGPT or whatever, right? So there are no impossible coding tasks. You have to know what to ask. You have to know how to prompt, right? Prompting is a skill. But yeah, I do not think that this is premature. I think it's about the right time. I think the smart data scientists are getting ready right now. And that's kind of like the goal of what I do. If you come to any of my Sunday classes, we have never started from a blank screen in my Sunday classes. We always rely on ChatGPT, and that should be the goal. Leo, our good friend Leo says, hey, who's ready for the 12 hours? Gosh, I hope it's not 12 hours, but maybe. Speaking of which, let's do a quick check on that. So let me bring this tab into my other tabs, and then we can. 7:42. So that means we are, 2:58 away. So I don't know, Leo, hopefully not 12 hours. We'll see. People will come and go. People will join. People might unsubscribe. But we'll see. And by the way, guys, down below, I put my chart of me starting from May 1st, 2024. On that first day, I managed to get 28 people to subscribe. And by the way, I know it was May 1st because prior to that, I was under a very heavy social media policy, so I didn't want to break policy, so I never really had social media. But yeah, May 1st, I am positive was my start date. And your first day, you always get like friends and family, right? But I started with 28 people at the end of the first day, and then just been a ridiculous ride since then. Okay, sorry, going back to the article. So here, I love the way this guy talks about the sexiest job of the 21st century, right? Because you guys know that I always bring that up as far as people being motivated into data science for that, right? And that's a mistake, right? Don't chase that. But he also talks about, kind of in the cracks, right? He talks about how a lot of these data scientists maybe are a little bit too full of themselves, right? Because you got the big salary package, you got the benefits, everybody thinks that you're in a cool job, but a lot of your job is also just data cleanup, right? It's kind of hard for a company to stomach holding on to you, paying your salary when like 80% of your job is just kind of chasing down data and prepping it, right? So it talks about how, we have too many manual processes, too many of the um, expectations are a little bit unrealistic by the data scientists, right? So, yeah, it's just one of those things that, he's proposing like, hey, you guys are kind of overpaid, kind of sitting on somebody's payroll, and AI is going to be really attractive to those people, right? To remove you from the payroll and have the AI side do some of the more manual parts of data science, and certainly the more modeling sides of data science, right? So this article really spoke to me because I think it addresses people who are already in the field, right? This isn't aimed at beginners. He's saying, hey, some of you that are already bona fide data scientists are also in trouble, right? Those salaries come with a double-edged sword, and they really do, right? A company isn't paying you $150,000 because they're losing money on you. They want more production than $150,000 from you, right? So that's part of it, right? We have to kind of take an accurate view of ourselves and what we do for the data, right? This next paragraph, pretty standard, talking about how AI helps with automation and the different tasks, the speed, and so forth. And, pretty standard paragraph for me. But I like to stress these types of points because this is where people, when I say people, I'm talking about data scientists, they tend to get a little bit indignant about this, where they say, well, no, I can't be replaced, so on and so forth. Or, AI still makes mistakes and all that. But what I've always replied to that is that if the algorithms makes mistakes, that's okay if they can make the mistakes faster than you can. The time benefits are always going to be attractive to any company at any level of management, right? The time win is still a big win. So your boss doesn't expect perfection from you either. But if it takes you a week to write failing code versus the algorithm taking 10 minutes to write failing code, your boss is still ahead, right? The company is still in a better place. Or Rex, yesterday you posted the Coca-Cola commercial that was done fully with AI. Well, if that commercial cost a lot less to produce, then the ROI to call it a success is also a lot lower, right? If it only cost you, 10% of what another previous advertisement cost you, and like using a real actor, but the ROI is 20% above other commercials, then that's a massive win, right? So, it's one of those things that it's undeniable. The speed is there. Pata Polar Bear, I like the way you put this. People who use AI will replace those who do not use AI. Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree. And that's why I stress to you guys, let's start getting ready now. We see this coming. It's undoubted. There's no question that it's coming, right? As I tell the people on X or on Twitter who, just don't seem to get it, what I tell people is, the dinosaurs didn't die because of the asteroid impact, right? That didn't kill the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs died because they didn't react to the asteroid impact. They just kept on eating the same plants. Oh, the plants will be here next year. I don't know why it's dark out, and I don't know what effect that has on the plants, but the plants will still be here next year, right? That's why the dinosaurs died. They didn't pay attention to, hey, wait a minute, this is not good, right? Or something else is coming. So yeah, I like the way Pata Polar Bear is putting it, right? If you see the asteroid impact, then great, get ready for next year's effects and 2 years' effects, right? Pata Polar Bear, we'll stick with this thread. As she says, that AI Coke commercial I felt was successful. They leverage attention on AI. While it's hated, it's still got the eyeballs. We are now an attention economy, good or bad. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Patapolar. I mean, they got a free spot on the Today Show, right? And I'm sure it's got other news outlets, right? But I'm referring to the article that Rex posted. But yeah, they got attention for it on the Today Show. And yeah, you're right. I mean, it's all about the eyeballs business, right? How you, what's that old saying, right? There's no such thing as bad publicity, right? So I'm sure Coca-Cola, somebody at Coca-Cola is going to have a nice bonus this year for doing that, right? I mean, it's a win either way, right? And plus, I grew up in LA, I know a little bit about production, it's expensive to film stuff, guys. I mean, have you guys ever seen a movie set or a commercial set? It takes all day. There's like 20 times more people than you think that it takes to do those things. All kinds of permits and unions, and you got to feed people, right? And it's expensive to film a commercial. And now they can do it with AI. They are like, the marketing team over there, and their budget is like they couldn't be happier, right? I'll tell you guys a funny story. I hate to deviate, but this is a good time to tell that story. How I just told you, I grew up in LA, so in LA it's inevitable you're going to come across shoots and people who work in the industry. So you see a little bit of that background. I remember one time we were, you guys know that Bear Grylls show, what is his show? The one about survival or whatever, Bear Grylls, right? On the Discovery Channel. He's out there surviving in the woods, doing whatever, right? Finding his own food. I was on a company trip one time. It was a company trip in Colorado. And I remember that I got into an argument with one of the guys, one of my coworkers, who he had grown up in Colorado his whole life. People from Colorado ain't that smart, right? And he said, he kept on talking about how much he liked the Bear Grylls show because it was just him out there. Like he's out there all alone, and it's amazing that he can do that and film that and all that. And I told him, well, you realize that there's probably a production crew of at least 20 people around him. There's a bunch of support trucks. There's probably an insurance guy on site. There's 4 cameras, 2 sound guys, a producer, a director. He's at least out there with a massive group of 20 people at minimum, plus all the support around him, right? And he kept on insisting like, oh, no, that's not possible. He's out there by himself, running through the woods, jumping over things. And for some reason, people think that, these actors are out there by themselves, having no idea that, all those names in the credit that you see at the end are people that are also on site, right? So he got very offended that I wouldn't take his worldview. When I told him that, it's not just Bear Grylls. There's at least 20 people like within 3 feet of him. You just can't see them outside of the camera. All right, but anyway, sorry, I'm getting off track here. So coming back to the article, right? And coming back to Polar Bear's comment, we need to be the data scientists that are prepared with AI. We know how to use it. We've developed our prompting skills. We know what it's good at, what it's not so good at. We know how to edit the code or how to play the architect of the code, right? All of those are very important facets that we need to prepare ourselves for. Okay? All right. So here he kind of sums things up, right? He says, look, not only are you guys expensive, but there haven't been any major advancements in the field, right? There's been very few like legitimate massive wins that data scientists can claim. And to a large degree, he's right. I've seen this, and the way I've seen it the most is around complacency, right? It's super easy as a data scientist to get complacent in what you're doing, to use the same models over and over again, to reuse snippets of code, right? Or after a while, you stop reading white papers. After a while, you just don't keep up with the industry anymore, right? In many ways, the job can become a little bit boring, but that also means that you're probably not doing the best data science you can. You're not producing the best models you can, right? It's kind of like that. I'm sure some of you have heard, if you're a window washer or somebody who works like in a highly dangerous job, right? Your most dangerous day on the job is not your first job. It's not your first day. It's your last day, right? Because on your last day is when you're more careless and you don't check every single safety strap. You don't check your ropes. On your first day, you're like all about safety and double checking, and right? Like that's kind of like the data science arc, right? Your first model, you're like focused and checking everything and running extra tests. But after a while, it's like, that model will work. It'll be fine, right? So is an LLM going to do that? No, an LLM is going to give you the best answer it can as soon as it can, right? RC Sim, let me come back to your question, but thanks for being here. Tej says, hi, Dennis. Congratulations on 100K followers. Thank you so much, Tej. Really appreciate it. Your forecasting was spot on. Yeah, I thought it was going to be like the 19th to the 21st, and sure enough, it came on the 20th. For a while there, I was worried it was going to be the 25th, which would stink because I'm going to be in LA for my father's birthday. And obviously I wasn't going to miss that trip. So I'm just glad it happened before that. Joseph, our good friend Joseph, how are you? Good to see you. Joseph, remind me, I think you're in Paris. So yeah, I think that's right. So glad to see you here. Hope you're doing well. Okay. So now he's saying that AI isn't the end of analytics, insights, or decision making. It represents their evolution. By the way, I believe this is the last paragraph. Yeah, it is. So I agree with this statement. I wish that he would present a little bit more of his rationale. But really what it's saying is, okay, so if we're agreeing that AI is the future, it's going to take over, what are some of the things that we can add? Where do the humans still play a role, right? So let me know. Let's get some comments going on that. What role do you see for data science? Or the human in data science? Because we just agreed AI is coming. I'm proposing that there are no more difficult coding tasks. You won't need to write code, right? So there's no excuse saying, oh, I don't know how to do that. That's really hard. I don't know the libraries, right? All of that is gone, right? So I'd love to hear your thoughts. But to start us off, I'm a big proponent of creativity in data science. Highly underrated. The level of creativity needed for data science, how you see data, how you shape it, how you, kind of massage the data, right? The transformations, the data wrangling, right? Super important. Okay, RC Sim is proposing an interesting answer. They say you'll have to fix mistakes in the AI generated code. All right. Tej says problem definition and contextual understanding. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Tej, I think you're on the right track there, right? What is it that you're trying to solve? How do you help the LLM understand what it is that you're trying to solve, right? The context of it all, right? Rex says intermediary interpreter between stakeholders and AI. Yep, absolutely, right? You're still going to have to design the project, and when I say that, I mean from the business side, right? Not tech speak, but business speak, right? Yeah, I think you're on the right track there, Rex. Anybody else? What role can we as humans play if we've already agreed that AI is coming for data science? So I'm proposing the creativity. Anybody else? Tej proposes the problem definition. and context. And Rex is seeing the go between between stakeholders in AI. So here's the thing, RC Sim. Here's another thing that I help clients understand. I work a lot on this with my business clients. So RC Sim says you'd have to review the code and understand it. Even if AI made it, you'd have to monitor it. Okay, but here's the thing, RC Sim. It's a mistake to ignore how quickly LLMs can evolve, right? LLMs are constantly learning. New models are being constantly pushed out. We are still very much on the arc where improvements are going to come. We haven't reached that like that point of diminishing returns, right? It hasn't the curve hasn't flattened out, right? So when I'm thinking in these terms, and I think this author would agree with this, you can't just think about today. You have to think about what these LLMs are going to look like in a few months, in a year, in 2 years, right? So RC Sim, I would agree with you, but only for the short term. These LLMs are going to advance so quickly. Like the versions are very, very fast and very much improved. There is the argument to be made that a lot of the LLM development is artificially capped, and it's capped by processing power, right? By availability of GPUs and data centers, right? So I'm excited about where they're going to be. And when I say where they're going to be, I'm talking like next year. I'm not talking like 10 years into the future. You know, that's another pet peeve of mine that I see on X when they say, oh my gosh, can you imagine when this is going to be in 10 years? I'm like, 10 years? You kidding me? 10 months. It's going to be fast, guys. It's going to be really fast. So RC Sim, I agree with you, but only in the short term. I see us getting to a point where, even you as a slight skeptic would say, oh yeah, I trust that code completely. It's never wrong. Like we're going to reach that point, guys. Now, I'm assuming that you're prompting it correctly, that you're being specific in your prompts, right? That's still important. But there will be a time where you won't even bother to check because it hasn't made a mistake in a long time. And you're just like, yep, I accept the code wholesale and it works. Like that's going to happen, guys. Like 2 years max. A year would not surprise me. Now, I know you could argue, well, there's always new code coming out, new libraries coming out. Yeah, okay, I get that, right? So maybe it'll be slower than I think. But for most of your just like everyday tasks, it's going to be really fast. So, I commend you, RC Sim, for being a little skeptical. Wholesale trust shouldn't come easily. But I see it happening. I see it happening for LLMs. They advance really, really quickly. And you kind of see this, right? I mean, you've seen some of these Sam Altman interviews where, he's kind of being a little coy about it, but they're basically, giving the impression that they have more advanced models than what they've released, right? Because they're working on it constantly. And I think they see where it's headed, right? They see that, whoa, wait a minute. If we did this just a couple more iterations, this is like amazing stuff, right? And it's not that it's bad now, it's pretty good now, right? So I hear you, RC Sim, but I'm willing to bet that your opinion is going to change in the near future. So what do you guys think about that? Because I know some of you are, RC Sim is not alone, right? Some of you are also skeptical of that code, right? But it's going to change, guys. Pata Polar Bear says, I think the trend will be how to manage your AI workers, agents, whether they are you, data science, AI, or other jobs. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, so Pata Polar Bear, you're reminding me of that theory, right? Where you're going to have billion-dollar companies that have like 2 employees, like 2 human employees, and the rest is done via AI. 100% possible. 100% possible, right? So yeah, if I misinterpreted, let me know, Pata Polar Bear. But yeah, it will be about how to manage your AI to do what you'd like. You know, prompted correctly, pursuing the right project, the right end goal, and all that. But totally agree. That's definitely going to be the role you have to play. And that's agnostic of any industry, just as Polar Bear says, right? Like imagine running a law firm that does 50 million in client billings every year, and there's only like 2 lawyers and 1 paralegal. But they're doing 50 million in billings because they have highly advanced law-oriented LLMs that handle a lot of their work. Like, I'd say that's possible within the next handful of years, right? Like, somebody's working on that, right? Like, some stealth mode VC-backed company out there is probably working on that. You know, I think that's a safe bet, right? So yeah, it's crazy times. Matt, a good friend Matt from South Africa. How are you? Hi Dennis, congrats on the 100K followers. Thanks for the chat earlier. Chat earlier is really useful. Yes, thank you so much, Matt. Matt's referring to a client consultation, which I do offer as a service for anybody that's interested. But we did have a very good conversation this morning. I do a lot of prep work, and then I kind of let the conversation sit in my mind, and then I'll be sending him some follow-ups. So Matt, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here. Yeah, great conversation, and hopefully, it provided some guidance, maybe some guardrails, and we'll go from there. But thanks for being here. Tej says, what if we don't want to share our data? Is AI still able to write perfect code without the data? Well, Tej, I think you're highlighting a couple of points there. So first of all, what you're describing is happening in the art space, right? If you guys want to Google a tool called Glaze, Glaze is becoming a very popular tool for artists, for graphic design artists. So apparently you produce your work, your graphic design, and then you run it through the Glaze tool. And I'm not an expert on it, but somehow the Glaze tool modifies the pixels and or the metadata so that LLMs can't read it properly, right? And that way these artists are preventing their work from being used, right? So I suppose that there could be some sort of, similar things for code, because you can write obfuscated code, right? Like that is a thing out there. There are tools to help you obfuscate your code. For example, you might find that a lot for like JavaScript code, right? Because JavaScript is exposed in the browser, and some companies don't want all of their code out there, so there are tools that help you obfuscate it. I work for a company that did that. So yeah, you could do something like that. But here's the challenge though, Tej. Show me a library or some other tool that doesn't have public documentation available, like a public API documentation available. Like they all do that. You kind of have to, right? So I think that an LLM can learn sufficiently just from the documents alone, right? Like it doesn't matter if anybody's even using that library or if there's public code available. Like the documents might be enough, right? The LLMs might be sophisticated enough to just work off that. I mean, all the API documentations out there have the endpoints, have the sample inputs, the sample outputs. They'll show you the snippets of code of how to use the calls and all that, right? So that alone might be enough, right? Having said that, I will say that one of the more interesting hallucinations I came up with was using a library like that or an API like that. I don't know if you guys have ever looked at the YouTube API, because I wanted to build some tools to help myself with the way I manage my channel. And it was funny because I was using ChatGPT, and ChatGPT was having hallucinations about variable settings in the YouTube API that weren't actually there. Like, it was asking me to set variable values that didn't exist as a variable. So I thought that was funny because it's a classic case of you don't know what you don't know. The LLM, ChatGPT, was not smart enough to tell me that there was no variable. It assumed that that variable existed, right? That it hallucinated that the variable existed, but it wasn't smart enough to say what you want can't be done. So, take what I said with a grain of salt, because that's probably been one of the biggest mistakes I've run into working with ChatGPT, because I'm sitting there like running the code and I didn't understand the failure until it hit me. Wait a minute, that must not exist. Let me go look it up in the documentation. And sure enough, it had hallucinated some variables. So let me know what you think about that, Tej, but I think that the documentation alone may be enough. Tej says, I'm referring to corporations not wanting to share their data with an LLM, such as ChatGPT, due to privacy concerns. Okay, but you're referring to code within the corporation though, right? Because you mentioned code specifically. So Tej says sometimes the LLM needs to have an idea of the underlying in order to write SQL code. Yes. But Tej, here's the thing, right? You're putting aside the generative side of AI. The power of generative AI is that there is no underlying specific information, right? It's creating it, generating it from other things it knows. So I don't have to know every little bit about your corporate code to know how to write something similar, right? So the example I always use, and I've used this with clients because everybody can relate to Taylor Swift, right? Is tell me how to buy a car. And then tell me how to buy a car, but in the style of Taylor Swift. Well, there is no underlying examples for that, right? Like in a traditional chatbot, you'd have to program something. You'd have to give it data like that, right? But in LLMs, you don't do that because otherwise you'd have to give it information about Taylor Swift, about Adele, about whoever else, right? But LLMs can generate the answer, right? So Tej, I think it requires a lot less data than you think to recreate any other number of things. So even if a couple of companies held out for whatever reason, or I have a special data structure or anything like that, it'll find a way. That's the generative side of it, right? So let me know what you think. It's possible I still misunderstood you. If I did, I apologize. But let me know what you think. Yassine, our good friend Yassine says, hello, sir. Yassine from Tangier, Morocco. Thank you so much, Yassine. Such a great supporter. Really glad to see you here. We got a couple of Moroccan people in my chat again. So welcome. I hope it's not too late for you out there, Yassine. Hopefully you'll be able to stay with us for the whole time. Let me check the count. 45. All right, guys. We are within almost 250. So 255 away. Crazy. So Yassine says, Pata Polar Bear says, you're exactly right. Yeah, Pata Polar Bear, I think we see this the same way. I know that you've been also producing a lot of AI content from like that management view, and that's fantastic. So guys, again, if you want to help support my friend Laura Sell, please go check out her accounts. I'm pretty sure she's Pata Polar Bear across most, if not all of the socials. So Yassine says, I came across a quote today that I think relates to this subject. Today is the least efficient LLMs are going to be. I think it's a very good description of the evolution of LLMs. Ooh, that's a good one. That is a good one, Yassine. Today is the least efficient LLMs are going to be. 100% agree. 100% agree. And the next evolutions will come a lot faster. right? They're going to come, it's like, how quickly can NVIDIA get me the chips, right? Like that's the upper limit, right? Like that's the deciding factor. Yeah. But I like that one. Today is the least efficient LLMs are going to be. That's definitely a good understanding to carry forward, because in many ways that should motivate you, right? That should say, hey, I got to get my act together. I gotta keep up here, right? So yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. So Rex says, I usually include instructions in my prompts not to make things up. I don't know if it helps though. Ah, that's interesting. But Rex, how would an LLM know that it's making things up? That's the irony of the hallucinations, right? That's kind of why we call them that, because the LLM doesn't think that they're right. The LLM proposed it because it thought it was the right answer, right? So how does an inanimate object or an inanimate math formula, right, know that it's wrong? Is that even possible? Rex, you're kind of reminding me of something else you kind of see on X. Do you guys remember a couple months ago there was like that big like LLM hack that was going around on X or on other things, where it said that you should always, when you finish your prompt, you should always finish it with, please let me know if you didn't understand something or if something's not clear, right? That was the big hack, right? That if you added that, you're going to get better answers, right? So Rex, you're kind of reminding me of that, where it's like, I was never convinced that helps, because in a way it's kind of adorable that people think that they're talking to another person, right? Because it's kind of what you're doing when you say, is everything clear? Do you need clarification on it? Like that's what you're saying, right? But ChatGPT at core, right? At core doesn't know if it needs more information. It's a math formula. It's a very nice, very complex neural network, right? But I don't know if that helps, Rex. Let me know what you guys think. All right. So the question in front of the chat is that Rex says that in your instructions you can include prompts that say, "Hey, do not make things up," or "Do not hallucinate." Do you guys think that helps? I'm gonna have to say no, Rex. But let me know what you guys think. Do you think that helps when you say that, or when you tell ChatGPT, don't proceed unless you have questions, or if something's not clear, or whatever it is, right? But that was like the big hack going around a couple weeks ago. It's not a sentient being, right? I've told that to clients hundreds of times in my life. Algorithms are not sentient beings. They are math formulas. They do not know what you're talking about. They don't even know what the data is. It's just numbers, right? So yeah, I appreciate the effort there, Rex. A for effort there, Rex. But I'm not sure if that really helps. What do you guys think? Let me know if you think that prompt would help. Or maybe you have other little prompts that you use also, right? My only hack is that I try to be as clear as possible in my prompts, right? Like, it's not a directory. Give it the name of the directory. Give it the name of the output of the file that you want. Name the library that you want to use, right? RC Sim says, I think Microsoft Copilot doesn't use your prompts or code for training, so it's kept fairly private. I don't know. Look, I freely admit that I'm cynical. I can be a very cynical and very pessimistic person. I freely admit that. I'm hard to impress. I'm a hard guy to impress. I've had people tell me that. I take it as a compliment, but I've had people tell me that. Come on. Microsoft, the biggest software company in the world, is not using your data? Come on. Come on. Let's live in reality, okay? I'm not trying to offend you, RC Sim, but come on. Data is a very valuable resource. I think it's a pretty good bet that they are using it. They may not tell you that they're using it. They may tell you it's for research purposes only, but data is very powerful, right? So I think there's some sales going on. I think there is. Or some usage, I should say. Tej says, I think you're right, but there are times when the LLM needs to have an understanding of the underlying data to be able to write complex queries, but it usually works fine. Understanding of the underlying data. We're talking specifically SQL, right? Because I think you mentioned SQL. I don't know. I don't know, Tej. I hate to sound like I'm nitpicking, but if I'm thinking about the different queries that I've written in my life, I'd want to make a small change to your statement. You need to know the underlying data types, right? Data types is important. And I'm specifically thinking about what you can join on and things like that, or maybe lookup tables you need. But what the data is, I don't care, right? I should be able to write you any query that you want. If I'm an SQL master, if I'm putting myself out there as an SQL master, I should be able to write anything you need just based on a database diagram that shows me the data types and the foreign keys and primary keys. And maybe your indexes for speed, right? But otherwise, like, I don't care what's in there, right? Just tell me what relates to what. That's all you should really care about for SQL queries. Yeah. Yeah, right? I mean, I think that's a fair statement. So underlying data? No, I don't need to know what the data is. It could be anything. It could be any industry, any company. As long as you show me where my primary keys are and you know, the connections and, you know, maybe the one to many to many, you know, relationships, many to one relationships. But, you know, if I can think that, then an LLM can also think that, right? So let me know what you think. But the data itself, Yassine says, I'm with you. I think it won't. I believe they can't think about their own answers. That's one of their limits. Okay, so Yassine is referring to the question in front of the chat. So guys, right now the question in front of the chat is, do you think prompts like don't give me a bad answer, don't hallucinate, or ask me questions before you proceed further, do those prompts help? So I propose that they don't. Yassine is agreeing here. They can't think about their own answers. Yeah, I hear you on that. And and again, they certainly don't know what they don't know, right? I mean, nobody does, right? That's one of those like paradoxes of life, right? You never know what you don't know. But yeah, Yassine, I think you're on the right track there. I mean, the answers are generated, and I believe that you know, that's one of the things that OpenAI says, right? That their answers are generated letter by letter. Early LLMs did it word by word, right? But that's all it is, right? It's just a big formula to guess the next character. But they don't think about the answer itself, right? Rex says, yeah, I know LLMs don't like being anthropomorphized. Oh my gosh. Rex pulling out the big vocabulary there. Jeez, Rex. Take it easy. It's still early in the morning, Rex. Well, not for you it isn't. For me it's early, but geez, look at Rex. That might be the longest word we've ever had in our chat. All right, guys, that's the next challenge in the chat. Can you come up with a word and properly use it in a sentence that's longer than anthropomorphized? All right, that's the challenge, guys. Can you come up with a longer word? So Anise is saying, I think good prompt engineering limits hallucinations, maybe asking the model to provide sources or citations. Yeah. You know, and I'm seeing this a lot more on ChatGPT. I believe that I think, what is it? Their 4.0 model does this. I see more references in their 4.0 models, you know, over the last 2 weeks or so. I think they rolled it out recently. But yeah, sure. Yeah, asking it to give you specific citations. That's a good one. I'm on board with that. You know, that's kind of like an artificial constraint, right? Because you're basically saying, you know, I need to see why you're giving me that answer. But yeah, that could work. That might be a little bit better than the other approaches. So I like that, Anise. Matt says, I thought RAG is used specifically because they couldn't solve the hallucination problem with LLMs on their own. I think that is part of it. Yes, I think you're right there, Matt. That there is like that relationship there. But the underlying LLM should also improve over time. I think, right? Not that RAG's going to go away. But yes, I think that overall your thinking's on the right track there. So Rex says, I think they've done studies where they've tested LLMs to take time before answering and improving on their answers before providing them. I believe the results were positive, as in there were improvements on the answer. Really? I'd love to see that study, Rex. I don't know if I'm buying that one. Because you're basically saying double check yourself before you send me an answer, right? But it's the same problem. They wouldn't know what to check for. They wouldn't know that the hallucination exists in there, right? Yeah, so like, yeah, I don't know, Rex. I'd love to see the numbers. I mean, because if there was some sort of, you know, tangible change, I'd love to hear about it. But I don't know. So Tej says SQL. Yeah, I assumed you were referring to the SQL language. Yassine says, I have seen some techniques to make the LLM go through a loop where it continually reviews its answer until it thinks it's good to go. But again, if it's the same one making the error, it won't help. Okay, so Yassine, so it sounds like you were listening, you saw some studies similar to Rex. So Yassine, are you implying that you should have one LLM check another LLM's answers? That could be good. I could see that. Matt, who I believe is still in the chat, I believe you've done a little bit of that, Matt. So maybe you could talk about your experience with that. But sure, yeah, getting an answer from ChatGPT and then putting it into Claude, I could see that. Let me know if that's what you meant, Yassine. RC Sim says, I mentioned the privacy thing in relation to Tej's questions about keeping his corporate data private. Okay, RC Sim, let me go back to see your... Okay, I see the Microsoft answer. But they probably still use it, RC Sim. They still use it. They might tell you that they don't use it, but they probably don't use it. Because remember, guys, when it comes to data privacy, there is a massive difference between data and personally identifiable data, right? So a company might tell you, oh, we protect your data. But what they really mean is that they don't put personal identifiers in your data. They quote unquote anonymize your data, but they still use it, right? When it comes to coding, you can do that, right? Basically, you can use somebody's code, just don't use any individual directory or file names, right? But code itself is not likely to give away the company's name or business, right? I mean, maybe in some of the method names and class names, okay, fine. But They have to be using it on some level, RCSim. They have to. You almost nowadays, you almost can't afford to run any company and not have some sort of data collection program, right? Like all those free apps on your phone, they're not free. They're just making money from the data brokers, right? So they got to be using it. They got to be using it at some level. Edgar, welcome. Edgar, I think you've joined us before, but welcome. Glad to have you here. Feel free to join us on YouTube if you'd like. A data glossary maybe as well for understanding business-specific needs. Sure. I mean, a data glossary or data dictionary never hurts, but I think you can do a lot of pretty good stuff without having to know like what the data actually means. But yeah, sure. I mean, a data glossary helps. I'm just trying to abstract it to kind of like the minimum that you would need, because because if you can define the minimum, then an LLM can probably, use it or, come up with an answer for it. RC Sim says we should be able to test that prompt question. Use an image generator and see if the generator does something different with and without the extra text. That's the prompt question. Use an image generator and see if the generator does something different with and without the extra text. Okay. Yeah. Now, question, RC Sim, is there a reason why you mentioned image generator specifically? Because to me, the greater errors kind of come from the text side of things, right? Like if you were to ask it to help you write a report or help you like research some like historical event, both the LLM and you wouldn't know that it was wrong, right? Like that's almost kind of like the gravest error, right? Where if you said, tell me about World War II, write me 4 paragraphs about World War II, both the LLM and you aren't going to know that it's incorrect, right? And an image, you can kind of tell like, okay, that's a terrible image. Like I've had terrible luck with ChatGPT and image generation. I don't use it for that anymore. But the text I think is a little bit more dangerous, no? Because that's like, if it tells you something about World War II and you don't know anything about it, then you're just going to be like, well, I guess that's what happened, right? Let me know what you think. Rex says, LOL. Rex, you got to tell me why. The jokes come fast in this thread, right? I can't tell which one you were laughing at. Leo says, I don't agree with the linear relationship growth for LLMs. I also don't see the reasoning ability as a huge sign of progress if we don't fix the timing when that happens. Okay, well, maybe it's not a linear relationship, but do you think they're not, like, do you see any slowing in their growth, Leo? Because I see us still having as a long ways to go before we start seeing diminishing returns, no matter how, what path you see for the growth, right? I think that, it's early days, right? It's early days. So Leo adds, about prompting, I avoid asking things I don't know. I take advantage of the speed and automation and insight, but I don't usually ask to create or work something I don't know about. Okay, cool. That's probably a good way to do it, right? That's the safer alternative. Yeah, I like the approach, Leo. And I guess that's a little bit of like a risk appetite thing, and also I guess it depends on what you're asking it, right? Like super critical things or just like everyday things. But yeah, I'm on board with that. If you just want to say, I'm not going to ask it to generate too much, just to kind of help me with retrieval and like have it be my external hard drive, right? I like that. I like that. Oh my gosh. Did you get this from an LLM? All right, I'm going to try this. Don't make fun of me, guys. Pneumono ultra microscopic silicovolcanoconiosis? Hey, that wasn't that bad. Pneumono ultra microscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. Coniosis. Yep. A lung disease caused by inhaling very fine silica particles, usually from a volcano. It's the longest word. Nice. Nice. Now, so Matt, you got to tell us if you use an LLM for that or not. And then we'll decide if it was cheating or not. Because I suppose anybody could have used an LLM, right? Lalman, our good friend from Nepal, right? I think you're from Nepal, Lalman, so welcome. My history while working on literature review assignment is that ChatGPT even generates a dummy reference which links to no actual paper. Oh my gosh, when I asked her, oh wow. Wow. Lalman, I've never heard of that before. So it hallucinated a whole reference? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Okay, Lalman, you got to give us more information here. Which LLM was it? And like, would you mind telling us more about the assignment? Like, what's the assignment? Because I'm gonna assume that you probably asked it about like some esoteric topic, right? Something that wouldn't have a lot of references, and that's why it hallucinated, right? So again, it could be one of those things where it wasn't smart enough to tell you, hey, there are no references, right? It just made one up, right? So I love that. But yeah, I mean, who suggested that? Somebody suggested that, right? Who was it? Was it RC Sim? No, it was Anise. Anise said, ask the model to provide sources or citations. So Anise, what do you think about that? Lalman is producing an example where the reference itself was hallucinated. That's kind of crazy, right? Oh, you know what? Speaking of which, guys, I forgot to mention this earlier. So there's a flip side to what we're talking about with references, right? So if you remember, in the past, we've talked a little bit about web scraping. I'm not a fan of web scraping. OpenAI obviously did that. All the LLMs did. There's been lawsuits and all that. And all of those lawsuits have basically resulted in these licensing deals, right? Where they will come to an agreement to pay the newspaper, pay the website, whatever, and use their data. But what happens when, like Anise says, you ask for references? But what happens when all the references now come from this one source or these limited sources, because those are the licensing deals that OpenAI has in place? Are you still getting an unbiased answer? Maybe, maybe not. Are you still getting the best possible answer? Maybe, maybe not. Right? So I love that we're asking for references, but what if it becomes like a double-edged sword? Where now your universe of answers has significantly narrowed because you're only getting references from those signed deals, right? Or what if one of the people who are licensing their content comes back to OpenAI and says, hey, we didn't like the answer that this LLM gave about us, about our company, about whatever, change it, right? Like maybe they could be introducing bias into the answers because you ask for references and I can only give you references from the people that I have licensing deals with, that are basically my business partners, right? So what do you guys think about that? That's also kind of more of like an external factor, right? That could affect things. So I'm kind of concerned about that, right? So what do you guys think about that? Tej says, are LLMs such as ChatGPT better at writing SQL code or Python code? I don't know. That's a good question. That is a really good question. I don't know, Tej. If somebody wants to contribute in the chat. I've only used it for like actual code. I don't think I've ever used it for SQL. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not experienced enough to answer on this, and maybe somebody else in the chat can. To me, SQL is like the easiest language to write. Some people say it's not a language, or whatever. I kind of see that agreement. I kind of see that argument. But I would think it can handle it okay. I don't know. Let me know if somebody else in the chat has experience with that. Let us know. Okay, so previously I asked Matt if he wanted to volunteer his information about using multiple LLMs for the same answer. And he says, yes, I've used 2 chats with ChatGPT to cross-check its own work. I basically copied the answer, then asked the other LLM to interrogate the code and approach for blind spots or some conceptual approaches that it might have a different opinion on. Didn't use it to fact check itself though. Okay. But that was both within ChatGPT, right? So I would love to see somebody do it on ChatGPT and then take it over to Claude and then see what happens. That would be kind of cool, right? But thank you for that, Matt. Appreciate that background. RC Sim says, no specific reason for image generator specifically, just any LLM. My guess is any LLM software could act differently and be programmed differently. Yeah, sure. A big function of that is what data it was also trained on, right? Like the size of the data set and all that stuff, right? But yeah, I hear you on the RC Sim. I just thought you were maybe suggesting that because you've had some experience with it, or because it'd just be easier to verify, right? Like it makes for a quick verification to be able to do that, right? So that's why I thought you had mentioned that specifically. Matt says, just use good old-fashioned Google for the longest word. Google still knows all. Yeah, it's funny, Matt, because I've been thinking about that a lot. About like, what are some of the lines that I draw in my head as far as when I use LLMs versus when I use Google? Because to your point, Google is still a thing, right? And I find myself using Google more and more for just simple, like everyday questions, right? Like, if you get like a weird call on your phone, like from a area code that you don't know, everybody looks up the area code, right? Says, where is that area code from? So for things like that, I still find myself using Google, like just really quickly, like, 213 area code. What is that, right? But my use of Google has definitely reduced, right? So if you guys want to tell me like where you guys are drawing that line, let me know. But it's interesting, right? Like, is there like what is the place of Google in the future, right? I don't know what that looks like. Yassine says, thank you, sir, for the insight about the data and the identified data. I have never seen that anywhere. Data and identified data. Sorry, Yassine, I'm not sure I know what you're referring to there. I've been giving a lot of answers today, so maybe I just forgot. But sorry, I don't know what you're referring to. Let me know, please. Either way, I'm happy to help. Rex says, yeah, I believe lawyers have gotten into trouble because they submitted AI made up references into court. Oh, really? Rex, you've heard about that. That's crazy. That's interesting because it seems like in the legal world, there's definitely more more opportunity for hallucination, right? Because you could almost like make it up, right? Like, oh yeah, that's Johnson versus the state of Ohio from 1972. Don't you know that case? Everybody knows that case, right? Like, how do you know if that exists or not, right? Like, it sounds legitimate, right? But yeah, I could see that. I could see how like those I was gonna say hallucinations. Oh my gosh, how those hallucinations can be kind of easier in the legal world, right? Like I could see that. I could see that. Matt says consensus, specifically for academic papers, and Perplexity for web search, provides summaries and proper references. Okay, cool. I'm assuming when you say that, Matt, that you haven't come across any problems like some of the other folks, right? Because I mean, I think it was Lallman that mentioned how it was just a plain made up reference. So I'm assuming you mean that it was like they've been all legitimate so far for you. And you know what, guys? I hate to say this because, you know, I always like trying new tools and all that. But I gave Perplexity a shot, you know, like I said, okay, for the next few days, I'm just using Perplexity. Does anybody think that the answers are almost too verbose? Like it felt like it was trying like extra hard to throw information at me when I'm just asking like basic questions, right? Like, you know, I'm cooking for myself more, right? So I think I just asked, I wanted to make a meatloaf, you know, because I'm on the keto diet and all that, you know, so I've been cooking at home a lot, and I've never made a meatloaf before, and I didn't know what temperature to use on my oven, right? Like I knew you cooked it for like an hour, but I didn't know what temperature. So I asked it that, just like, how, you know, please give me the baking instructions for a meatloaf. And it gave me like all these different answers, like, and then you want to spice it like this, and then you want to put it in this type of dish, and just like, just tell me the time and temperature. That's all I'm looking for. So let me know what you guys think. But for me, Perplexity, I don't know if I'm gonna come back to it. It's trying too hard, right? Perplexity is the kid in the front row who's always waving his hand. Oh, I know the answer. I know the answer. Call him, teacher. I know the answer. So you guys let me know what you think, but I tried to like Perplexity. I really did. Leo says, yes, it needs to grow, but the relationship between energy supply, hardware, equals smart LLM, it is valid, but not enough. Okay, I can see that. But Leo, the question back to you, how enough does it need to be? Like, I mean, is there anybody right now in the chat that's not impressed by LLMs? Like we're impressed, all of us, right? We see different holes and different room for improvement, as you know, they say in the corporate world, right? But like, it's not doing bad, right? Like, it is valid but not enough. Well, I mean, I think it might be, right? Like, how much more enough do we need it to be? Either way, I think there's more coming, right? Like, I'm really excited about where it's all headed. But how enough do we need to be, Leo? Like, are you not entertained, Leo? I mean, that's really what I'm asking, right? Like, you know, insert gladiator meme here, right? Are you not entertained? Let me know, Leo. RC Sim says, related to the bogus reference, a law office named Levito and Oberman got caught after they used an LLM to help write legal documents that reference a non-existent law. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. So Brex, maybe, you know, you had read a similar article, or, you know, there could have been multiple instances of this going wrong. That's wild. That's wild. Yeah, somebody's not going to get their Christmas bonus in a couple weeks here. Okay, Lallman's providing more background. So Lallman told us about the hallucinated reference. It was ChatGPT 4.0 about 2 weeks ago while I was looking for research on churn predictions on e-commerce. Okay. I'm guessing there's enough materials on that, right? I mean, churn and e-commerce, that's not such an esoteric topic. So I'm a little surprised that it made up those references. Like, there has to be plenty of information out there, right? But interesting. Thanks for that background, Loman. Anise says, if the citation is hallucinated, I assume it doesn't exist in the first place. The bias part for citations is interesting. I haven't thought of that. If the citation is hallucinated, I assume it doesn't exist in the first place. Yeah, but I hear you, and I agree with that. But to me, the greater sin or the greater problem is not being smart enough to tell you I don't know. Right? Like coming back to my example with the YouTube API, the correct answer is what you're looking for is not possible. So it's not smart enough to tell you, oh, there is no reference. Or this is the answer I think, but you need to verify it yourself because there's no verifiable source. Right? Like that's the hallucination they need to fix. Because it is simple to say, oh, well, they just need more data. They just need more information on laws that actually do exist. Well, no, the responsible thing is to tell you, hey, what you're asking for is not possible. Right? And also, I mean, Anise, how would you know that the citation is hallucinated? You'd have to go and verify every single thing that the LLM told you, right? That strikes me as a little inefficient, yeah? Well, let me know. Let me know. Joseph said, Joseph, welcome. Hey, Dennis, glad I didn't miss this. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Yeah, Joseph, so good to see you. Really appreciate you being here. I love that all the moderators are here because, guys, by the way, you know, I really appreciate Joseph, Rex, and Leo. They're my moderators in here. You know, please follow their channels. Please give them a thank you. You know, they've been a big part of me getting to 100K. So they're volunteers, you know. So please make sure you give them a thanks and a follow. But really appreciate that you're here, Joseph, and everybody else. But hope you're doing well. Yassine says that they were talking about regarding the data privacy from companies. Yeah, Yassine. Yeah, so if you guys, so you know what, let's revisit that topic because it loops back to something else I told you guys. So, as I said, there is a difference between your data and then there is a difference between personally identifiable data. So when they tell you that they don't sell your data, they're half lying because they sell your data, but they sell it in an anonymized way, right? So they're still using your data. It's just not personally identifiable because usually the personally identifiable is where they're breaking a law, right? If they name you and your data, that's illegal. But if they scrub your name and all that, then it's illegal. Then it's legal, right? So that's what Yassine was referring to and what I was explaining. So reference back to what I told you guys about financial privacy because I've done some work with some CISOs around this. I think that there's others in the world, but specifically Switzerland. Switzerland has very weird laws around privacy and financial privacy. So Switzerland has basically said, well, what is personally identifiable? Right? And most people define that, well, you know, that person's name, age, date of birth, and social security number, some sort of national ID number. If you can scrub those, then it's no longer personally identifiable, right? And by the way, Pata Polar Bear, if you're still in the chat, I know that you're also well-versed on this, so feel free to correct me. But Switzerland has gone a step further, and they said, no. With financial data, the transactions themselves could lead to personally identifiable information. That could be also construed as personally identifiable, right? Because of the amounts, because of locations, because of the vendors or whatever, or the transactions, all that. So yeah, Yassine, so there's the data, personally identifiable data, and then you have people who come up with their own definitions of what personally identifiable is, right? So when you're a data scientist in an organization like that, you know, like a multinational financial institution or whatever, from a data science perspective, it becomes a little problematic because now you kind of have to almost treat certain regions or whatever kind of differently. Like, working with data from Switzerland is a nightmare, right? And then in some cases, you also have data that can't move across borders. So you can't work in one country and ask them to ship you data from another country because that country may not allow it. So now you have data science problems that can only be worked on by data scientists in that region because that's the only way to ensure that the data never leaves that region or that country, right? So yeah, talking about data privacy and how you handle all that, it's a deep rabbit hole. Seems simple, right? Don't let people steal national ID numbers, right? But it's very complex, very complex. A lot of you kind of asked me about, how to move up into data science leadership and my experience with all that. Those are the lesser fun parts of working more in data leadership because that's the type of stuff you have to handle, right? You won't be handling that your first year as a data scientist. But as you work up into management, that's the stuff that gives you the headaches. Joseph says, go keto diet. I might be a little biased. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, I'm a big fan of the keto diet. My coach, I chose my coach. He's a professional athlete, and I chose him because he's also an advocate of the keto diet. But yeah, it's not always easy. Sometimes you just want to face plant yourself into a pizza, but it's done wonders for me. I'm down about. People were commenting about my picture and how I look different from my picture now. That picture was only a year ago. That picture was like in October or November of 2023. And I'm down more than 100 pounds since that picture. So yeah, keto diet and a lot of walking. So Matt says, yep, consensus directly into different academic libraries, then summarizes and describes only the relevant articles, so there's no room for it to hallucinate. Okay, you're talking about Perplexity here, I assume. Yeah, that's definitely a unique way to go about it, right? Is that enough of a differentiator for them to really, become dominant? I don't know. In many ways, guys, I feel like some of these companies are so far behind in adoption to OpenAI that it's going to be hard to catch up no matter how good you are, right? Being first counts for a lot, right? So yeah, I appreciate that background, Matt, and perhaps maybe that's why it's so verbose. But I can see why that approach would have its I don't want to say niche, but there's a place for a tool like that, right? There will always be an audience for a tool like that. Assuming, that they're not hallucinating, right? Leo says, that's also my point. Reasoning is different from being prolix. And for some people like us, most of the time, we don't need reasoning. Okay, so Leo, I think you're talking about the verbosity I mentioned in Perplexity, I think. Reasoning is different from being prolix, and from some people like us, most of the time we don't need reasoning. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't need the reasoning, but we do need the accuracy, right? The accuracy is still king. Perplexity is now adding one-click shopping to its answer, so you can ask for ideas for a party. It'll give you ideas with click to buy. Potentially a massive play in e-commerce. You gotta love them, right? You gotta make money at some point, right? That's the hard part about anything you do online, right? At the end of the day, you gotta generate some revenue, right? Yeah, I had proposed this to some of my colleagues very early on when ChatGPT came out, and if you remember, Microsoft made a massive investment in them very shortly after that, right? And I always assumed that we'd reach a point where every time you would ask it something, at the bottom of every answer, it would tell you, this answer is brought to you by your friends at Microsoft. Microsoft, the best company out there, right? Like, you'd figure that they're going to be doing that at some point. They haven't yet. I made that prediction about, more than a year ago now. 2 years ago now. Something like that. But yeah, I mean, e-commerce with those little affiliate links, that makes sense too, right? You gotta keep the lights on somehow. Rex says, Matt, oh yeah, I saw an interview with the founder about this news. Okay, cool. Thanks, Rex. Leo says, the enough part is not about where it is. In my opinion, we could set with what we have for 2 years or more. Sure. I meant the relationship is not enough to make it even better. Bringing up the human factor. Okay. Thank you for that, Leo. Appreciate that. Posted the article in the Discord. Okay, you're talking about the one we just talked about? Oh, okay. The lawyer. Nice. Oh, another New York lawyer. Okay, so this is happening in multiple times or multiple people. Okay. Interesting to know. Yeah, but thanks for that, Rex. Appreciate you posting it. So Matt says, it's super interesting, makes Perplexity much more appealing as a product and potentially accelerate a new industry of generative engine optimization versus traditional search engine optimization. Ah, interesting. I haven't heard of this, Matt. Generative engine optimization. Have you guys heard about this? Let me know what you think. Again, I fully admit I'm a cynical guy. I can be very pessimistic. So Matt, my first reaction is that couldn't this lead to more terrible content though? Because I mean, look guys, let's be honest. You can tell when a page is SEO optimized, right? You can tell, right? You can tell what search terms they're going after, right? They use them a little bit too much. They think they're getting creative with the different titles and the variations on the words that they use. But you can tell when somebody's going for SEO, right? So what does GEO look like? I'd have to be presenting facts, right? Like facts over and over again, right? Or at least pretending like I do facts, right? Like there'd be a big fudge factor. Like you'd be incentivized to kind of fudge your facts, wouldn't you? I don't know. Like I think there's danger ahead with that road. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know in the chat. Yeah, I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. Because, I can understand SEO, gaming, and algorithm to get more eyeballs. But if you're gaming an algorithm to be a reference, that doesn't mean somebody's going to be visiting your page, right? And you could be giving bad facts. Or I could just be too cynical, right? So you guys let me know. Well, Leo says, well, by the way, humans saying I don't know can be considered a virtue. I think so. Yeah, I agree with that, Leo. I agree with that. I mean, what's that old saying? A man is wise because of a man is wise not because of what he knows, but about how much he realizes he doesn't know, right? And I believe in that saying, right? And I think it's healthy for a scientist to think like that, right? Like, hey, this is what the evidence shows me, but there could be other possibilities out there, right? I mean, that's a good scientist. So, yeah, I think it could be considered a virtue, Leo. I agree with that. Yeah. Rex says, yep, he was even asked if Bezos invested and he gave a vague answer. Yeah, I'm sure they all give vague answers to each other all the time, right? Satyam, you're back. How are you, my friend? Hope you're well. Hey, Dennis, live with you to celebrate your 100K. Thank you so much. Yeah. Satyam, I hope you brought snacks because we're gonna be here a while. Okay, we've been at 7:50 for a little while now, guys. But I'm telling you, I'm ready to be here for the next few hours. I got my drinks, or this is my electrolyte drink. I got my water. I got my backup electrolyte drink here in my little Nalgene. So yeah, we're gonna be here a while. Settle in, everybody. Everybody, calm down. Oh, I also got my coffee. Starbucks has their Christmas cups out. And I got a venti. I usually never get a venti, right? Because this is like a lot of coffee for me, right? I'll be up for 4 days after drinking this. But yeah, I got my coffee, got my water. So I'm here for as long as it takes, guys. I did not want anybody to miss the 100K. I really screwed up the 50K. I still feel bad about that. Leo says, that's the point of federated learning within a company or ultra protective countries. Yeah, I think you're right, Leo. I think you're right. That is where some of those very strict laws are rooted. So yeah, I think you're right about that, Leo. Mustafa, oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in a while, my friend. Where you been? Thanks so much for being here. Mustafa is one of my very, very early supporters, so really appreciate you seeing you here, Mustafa. Hope you're doing well. Let us know how you've been, or whatever you're comfortable sharing. Really good to see you, my friend. Leo says, keto diet. What's the warranty we have? You're not using ultra advanced AI virtual influencer launched by the real dentist as a social experiment. The real one could be in the beach with some drinks. Oh, geez, I wish. I wish I could be. But you know what, Leo? You're reminding me of a conversation I had. Joseph says, may never know, Leo. But you know what, Leo? Here's the thing. And you guys can tell me how you feel about this, because this is one of my working theories. And RC Sim, I haven't forgotten your question, because I want to go back to my analytics for this whole channel and all that. I haven't forgotten. So here's the thing, guys. I am a little bit fearful about the near future for social media, because we're having an improvement in the image. We're going to have video. There's already plenty of these faceless AI videos of made up content that's basically trash, right? But they still get a lot of views. Some of them are generating a lot of money. But my working theory is that that's going to have a backlash, right? There's only so much tolerance for that type of content. Like they may be having a moment right now, but I think it's going to swing back to people just like you, wanting more authentic content and authentic relationships with humans that are producing that content. So I'm going to keep at it, and I use very little AI to help me produce content, because I really think that it's going to be like it's going to circle back to, hey, I only want human providers from now on, right? I don't want any AI video. I don't want any AI avatars or generated audio. I want to know who I'm getting information from. And I want to have like that connection with that person. It's really hard to connect with an algorithm, right? Unless you just need like those feel good motivational posts or, junk like that, right? So I think that it's going to swing back where, to Leo's point here, I would have to get off the beach and actually come back and work again, right? Because I really think that there's going to be a backlash to, I'm tired of the faceless stuff. I'm tired of the generated audio. I'm tired of all that nonsense. I want real people in my feed, in my sphere of influence, as the marketing people say, right? So that's my bet, Leo. My bet is that I'm just going to keep on being me. I'm going to keep on producing authentic content. Coming back to, RC Sim's earlier question that I haven't quite answered yet, but as I've told you guys before, there's a method to my madness, right? There's a reason why I do live streams, because the other people can't, right? Like you can expose a fake influencer pretty darn quickly if you ask them to do a live stream. They can't, right? They can't take on all comers. They can't take on all questions. They're morons. They're the idiot influencers, right? So like this type of connection that we all have, I think that it's going to swing around to this. To, I want to know I'm watching a human on screen. So, going to take a couple years, right? Like I said, AI is still having its moment, but I wish I could be ultra advanced AI, but you guys wouldn't love me as much. At least that's my theory. At least that's my theory. You guys let me know what you think. All right? Manoj, our good friend from Bangalore, India, says, greetings from Bangalore. How are you, Manoj? So good to see you. I think it's pretty late for you, so thank you so much for staying up with us. Thank you. Joseph says, nice work, Dennis. Thank you, Joseph. I also appreciate you. Osama, our good friend from Satat, says, hello, sir. I hope everything is going well. Osama, everything is going very well. Today is 100K day, so it's hard to complain. It's hard to complain. But then again, ask me again in a couple hours, right? Because in a couple hours, I might be just like, oh my God, why can't we get to 100K yet? Who knows? Who knows? Rex says, yeah, that's what an AI would say. Oh, that's hilarious, Rex. That's hilarious. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I trained my AI to deflect questions about being AI. You're right, Rex. You caught me. Matt says, GEO aims to optimize content for these engines by prioritizing content quality and the ability to answer queries conversationally. In theory, it shouldn't copy the SEO spam we see in Google nowadays. The reason it's an issue for marketers is that if customers just use LLMs, they stop visiting their platforms. We then lose the ability to present the brand in a controlled way. Yeah, okay. I see that argument, Matt. Prioritizing content quality. How do you do that? I mean, I may be wrong, but the first answer that comes to that is human validation, right? There is a lot of human validation behind these LLMs already. And all generative AI, right? Including video and image. But it's very expensive, right? So how do you measure that? How do you measure quality, content quality? So let me know if you have some ideas on that, Matt, but I think that would be the biggest stumbling block. Like, it sounds great on paper, but a room full of, valid human validators, right? That like know the domain, right? Is not something that comes cheap or easy. And it's not cheap, it's not easy, super difficult to do it at scale too, right? When you're talking about, heck, it's not even tens of thousands, it's probably hundreds of thousands of documents, right? So maybe there's other ways to do it. Maybe I'm just not being creative enough, but who decides that or who prioritizes the content quality, right? I don't know. But I appreciate that insight, Matt. You obviously know more about this than I do. But yeah, I appreciate that. Satyam says, where is that 20-year-old one? You know what? I spent a lot of back and forth on this because, Satyam is referring to a Glenfiddich that I have. It's a 20-year-old bottle. It was a collaboration done by Mr. Porter and Glenfiddich about 7-8 years ago, something like that. It's a beautiful bottle. Anything that's 20 years old, right, is pretty rare. But I did read a lot on the YouTube restrictions, and I think that it would affect my channel if I was to drink on stream. That's something that they don't really allow. So I'm not going to be doing that. I might do that in private later. I think this is a big enough event to open that. It's completely unopened. But yeah, it'd be nice to be able to share that with you guys on stream, but I think it goes against the YouTube policies or whatever. But yeah, it's a really nice bottle. I think there were only like 200 of them made or 250 of them made or something like that. It was one of those bottles that you had to enter the lottery, and then, and if you won the lottery, they would send it to you, right? But you still got to pay for it, right? So it's a beautiful bottle, but I don't think I'll be opening it here on stream, unfortunately. I love Glenfiddich. I remember one time I went to a whiskey dinner where I got to try a Glenfiddich 30, which I don't even think you can find anymore. Glenfiddich 30 is very, very rare. Very, very expensive. And I got to try a pouring of that, and it was... It'll change your life. Change your life. Anything above 20 years old is just like a whole other world. Whole other world. Satyam says, yeah, I would feel used up if I know that the page I see some content is all artificially generated. It happened to me 2-3 months back. Well, it's happening all the time, right? I don't know if you mean just specifically with AI or like data science type of content, but like if you go to any of those like inspirational quotes or, you know, recipe sites or so, there's a ton that are 100% AI generated, right? A lot of the pet sites are also, you know, just AI junk, right? But yeah, it is tiring, Satyam, right? Like you can tell that it's fake, right? You can tell that it's not genuine, right? So I'm just going to keep on doing my thing. And I think that there is a market for just providing genuine content, right? So when I started this, I was really influenced by the videos of Alex Hormozi. And he stresses one thing and then kind of like uses a side door to talk about another thing. He says his basic formula is do things in your life and then talk about the things you did, right? That's the success to social media, right? Be somebody who's lived a life and done things and then talk about the things you did. And then he uses that as a side door to basically say there's a lot of influencers out there that shouldn't be influencers because they haven't done anything, right? So that's another reason why I believe that about those fake accounts and those AI accounts, because they haven't done anything, right? They're not speaking from experience. That's why they have to do those fake accounts, the faceless accounts, right? They're never going to show you their LinkedIn, right? So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of value in just being genuine and being a real person. So that's what I'm trying here, guys. You know, I've done some stuff and now I'm talking about the stuff I've done. So I really appreciate all of you because it's resonated with all of you. So I really appreciate that. And appreciate that you're here. And I'm just going to keep on doing it, right? Because sometimes I get frustrated by the AI accounts too. You know, you see these faceless AI focused accounts and they have like 10 times the followers that I do, like on Instagram or whatever. And it's like, really? You guys are liking that stuff? Anise says, I saw a video this week where a woman AI influencer had a huge following on Instagram. I found it quite disturbing. I 100% agree that for social media, we need real people interactions. Was it AI generated or you know, give me whatever details you'd like. But yeah, I agree that for social media people, we need real people interactions. Yeah, I think so too, right? I think so too. But that's the question you'd have to ask, right? And that's why those interactions aren't possible. Are they speaking from a place of experience, right? Because again, going back to the Alex Hormozi thing, he says that, right? That when I, the influencer, am talking to an audience like you, the consumer, you're in your mind, in the back of your mind, your question is always, does this person know what they're talking about? Am I getting value from listening to this person because this person is talking from a position of knowledge, right? So maybe that's what you were picking up on, Anis, right? Or Satyam, who was, you know, felt used up, right? That your time was used up from somebody not speaking from a position of knowledge, right? It's like wasted time, right? Well, let me know how you guys feel about that. I'm making a lot of suppositions here, right? Because I myself don't watch a lot of influencers. So I'm kind of making some suppositions there, but you guys can tell me what you think. Leo says, you might not even know that you are one of Elon's bots. Come back to us, Dennis. Oh, that's hilarious. That's funny, Leo. I appreciate the flashback humor. Because Leo and I had some back and forth on chat about You know, the bot demo that happened, I guess it was about a month ago now. You know, you guys saw the big media event that Tesla had. You know, Tesla is great at these big announcements, right? But they stink on delivery, right? But Elon loves his cameras, right? He loves the bright lights. But yeah, right? I mean, who knows, Leo? Maybe we're all living in a simulation, right? If I think too much about that whole simulation theory, it also kind of freaks me out a little bit, right? Elon also believes in that. But who knows? Who knows? It's a crazy world. But I guarantee you that I am neither AI nor an android. I wish my knees were Android so they wouldn't hurt so much when I go walking. It'd be nice to have Android knees. Satyam says, but isn't it more easy to corrupt GEO with fake data and fake sites? You know what, Satyam? That's the same question I have. Yeah. Now, Matt, in his previous statement, asserted about, well, there's ways to measure the content quality. And I agree, there are ways to do it if you're talking about human validation, but very hard to do. But yeah, Satyam, that's basically my concern also. You could, I mean, look, anytime you put a system out there like that, people are going to find a way to game it, right? I mean, what's SEO? SEO is gaming the search algorithm, right? So yeah, Satyam, I share your concern too. Like, I am now incentivized to provide like quasi okay, sorta, kinda, maybe good data, right? Like stuff that at least sounds good, but maybe not great, right? So yeah, I hear you, Satyam. A niece that leads us to really question the role of social media. For me, it's an update version of the yellow pages. Oh, that's funny. Help me understand the yellow pages, Leo. Like you use it just to go search for different pieces you need? Let me know. But hey, Leo, you're part of the machine too. You know, you're a moderator on a channel, so you're kind of part of that social media machine, right? Matt says Facebook is basically just AI users commenting on AI generated content. It's the closest actual example of the dead internet. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're right about that, right? I mean, you could have both content and comments with no humans behind it, right? That's hilarious. Actual example of the dead internet theory. You know, Matt, you're reminding me of a short I saw just this morning, actually. Have you guys heard about this? I think in the short, it was that guy. Who is that guy? The astrophysicist, Tyson? You guys know what I'm talking about. The astrophysicist, right? He's on everything. Have you guys heard about this asteroid that's going to be the closest an asteroid has ever come? It's even going to be below communication satellites we use. Like, what did he say? The communication satellites are at, I can't remember the numbers. I don't want to get, but it's going to be the closest, largest object that's ever come near Earth. And there's some non-zero probability that it's going to come so close to Earth that Earth's gravity is going to pull it in. I want to say like the satellites are 23,000 miles and it's going to be like at 16,000 miles or something like that above the planet. But he was talking about how, you know, there's some non-zero probability that this could become a massive issue, right? So yeah, Matt, to your point, and by the way, I think he said it was 2039 or something like that. Like it's not tomorrow, but it's in the coming future. Yeah, that's it, Leo. Thank you. Apophis. Yeah, that was it. Thank you so much. Wait, you guys know about this? I just heard about it this morning. I've been thinking about him since 2004. What? How did I just learn about this today? That shows how busy I am. I don't even have time for the news. But thank you, Leo and Satyam. Yeah, that was it, Apophis. But, you know, to Matt's point, right? Apophis is going to come in. It's going to wipe us all out. But Facebook will still be there chatting back and forth until who knows when, right? Because it's just all made up users replying to made up posts, right? So you're right, Matt. Maybe they're gonna live beyond Apophis, right? Apophis is gonna take us all out, and the AI people will keep going. Oh gosh. RC Sim says, I made a Yahoo Messenger chatbot about 20 years ago. I logged the conversation, and one guy always thought the bot was a real woman for over 2 hours of chatting. Wow, that's crazy. My chatbot did nothing fancy to look up like a real person. I didn't use any AI techniques. Ooh, RC Sim. So this will be fun. It'll be fun. So RC Sim, 20 years ago, and you did a chatbot. All right, so let's play a quick round of guess the algorithm. 20 years ago for a chatbot, Bayesian? Was it Bayesian based? That seems about right for that time period. Let me know. That's my guess. You were probably using sort of Bayesian approach. I mean, you're talking about early 2000s. You know, Bayesians had their moment. So okay. RC Sim says no. Okay. Well, that was my guess. So feel free to share if you want. Satyam says 2020. Was it 2029? I thought it was like 2039. Is it really that soon? 2029? Jeez. Oh, that's right. He said 2029 is when it's coming in. And then if Earth does grab it, it would be like another 5 years after that or something, where it would just like, you know, wind down and hit us. Right? I think that's what it was. But you guys are obviously more educated about this than I am. I just learned about this today. But okay, was it 2029? That feels very close all of a sudden. Jeez. Satyam says there are also many short video creators that train the model so good, even with face videos and with good editing. It looks real, like a channel. Oh, really? But it's a complete avatar, like it's not an actual person. Is that what you're saying? You know, guys, for as much content as I produce, I really don't keep track of other channels. I just don't find value in that. But yeah, is that what you're saying, Satyam? That they're producing like a human-like avatar that doesn't actually exist? Shortcut to train their model so good, even with face videos and with good editing, it looks real, like a channel with her. Okay, maybe I'll check that person out later. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know enough about other channels. Leo says it's because you just got updated today by Elon. Maybe, yeah. The what is it? The over the air update went well today. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna ever get a Tesla, guys. I don't know if I trust those cars. You guys know how bad I am about those cars. But yeah, I'm trying to limit myself. I'm trying to limit myself from Tesla products. Yeah, so Satyam says 2029. Geez, that doesn't sound so far away. RC7 says, do you mean Bayesian network? I reverse engineered the Yahoo Messenger communication protocol and made the chatbot from scratch using Java. I also made a Yahoo compatible chat client. Okay, cool. There were a couple of those back then, right? I mean, I remember there were a couple of chat clients that you could use across multiple providers, right? Like you could have Yahoo, IRC, and a couple of other chat engines all within the same window. What was one of them called? I think it was called, wasn't Iridium, was it? Illinium? Or something like that? But good for you. That sounds like an interesting project. All right, Rex looked like he's going to take a little break. So RC Sim, I know that we were doing introductions and we got caught up in a bunch of different things. I told you I would come back to your question, so let me do that. Oh. I did not realize that my chat actually cuts off the history. I did not know that. Okay. So RCSIM, you had asked about some of the analytics behind starting the channel at this time. So what I did was nothing complex. I've just been tracking the last 7 days worth of my subscriptions. It has fluctuated greatly. But I did kind of want to point out a couple of things. So I have my overall chart here up on the screen. So this shows one of my theories kind of proving out, because I figured that I would get a bump around back to school time. Because, some countries differ, but most schools go back in September, in August or September. So I figured the fact that I started growing in September doesn't really surprise me, because I figured that, back to school would help. And for a while, I was pretty consistent in getting about 1,000 followers every day, roughly. For some reason, in the past 3 weeks, that number has jumped up to like 1,500 new followers a day, which is mind-boggling. It's dropped in the last week or two, and but it's still been where it comes out to about 55 new followers every hour, roughly. But it's also very skewed. I get a lot of followers in the mornings and in the evenings, at least Pacific time. And there's kind of a dead zone in the middle of the day where I still get activity, but not nearly as much as at night. But like US nighttime is a very active time for my channel. So that's why I was prepared to go for a long time today, because, we're still 250 away. But right now it's kind of like the dead zone. So who knows? Who knows when it'll pick up again? That's part of the gamble of doing these streams. But my analytics show that I get about 55 new users every hour. So this is when it felt about right to start the stream. And, just kind of go from there. But thank you for that. But yeah, I do keep close track of my analytics. I keep track of my market segments. Like, for example, when I first started, I basically had no female viewers. It was like 2% female. Now I'm approaching almost 20% female. That's my largest growing segment. My largest segment is males under 34 years old. I get viewers from all over the world. What's the other one? There's another stat that I keep in my head, right? Because when you're a data scientist, you should always keep a couple of stats in your head, right? And that's kind of like your job, right? So those are the stats that I keep in my mind about just my channel and my analytics. And then the one that I really like to share to encourage any of you that might want your own channel, or you want to do content creation. I put this on my threads yesterday because I think it's fascinating. When I first started, it's a slow start to social media, right? Nobody knows who you are your first couple of posts, right? And I was no different on YouTube. I was doing okay, but it took me 4 months to get to 1,000 followers. And that's posting every day, following some, formulas that I use and things like that, some approaches I like. It took me 4 months to get to 1,000 users, but it only took me one more additional month to get to 10,000 users. So that's how like social media works, right? Like followers bring more followers, and you grow that way. But that's the biggest analytics that I like to share with people. Like you can work at it for months, and then it comes quickly back to you. You just got to keep at it. So let me know if you guys have any more questions on my analytics, because it's been an interesting journey, right? In many ways, it's taught me a lot about data science too. But it's been a journey, guys, and I really appreciate all of your support. You guys are obviously part of that journey, and I appreciate that you guys, that my content resonates with you. And just like I've told you guys in the beginning, I'm just here to provide real world data science. I'm tired of the trash. I'm tired of people cheapening my profession because I've dedicated my life to this. But just glad you guys are here. RC Sim says there is Jabber that started around that time. Yeah, I remember Jabber, but there's a couple that did that, right? There's a couple that did the different multi-client IRCs or chats, right? Leo says, all right, Dennis, Chipotle time. Can I get you? I wish, Leo. I haven't had Chipotle in ages. You know what, guys? Just this past week, I went to In-N-Out as a treat. That was the first time I've eaten like at a restaurant or a meal outside the home in like 3 months, like 4 months, 4 months. I've been trying to not eat out. Appreciate it, Leo. Have a good time at Chipotle. I wish I could have Chipotle. It's so calorie dense, Leo also says, Apophis or Putin, y'all can choose. Are those the only two choices, Leo? Why are those my only two choices? Did you guys hear about something? Did you guys hear, sometimes you see the dumbest things on shorts. I don't even want to think about which podcast it was. It was just one of those shorts, like a clip from a podcast that came up in my feed. It was one of those like bro-y podcasts. I don't even know who the idiots on it were. But, it was just like these bro guys talking back and forth, right? Probably have 1 million followers. Have you guys heard about this one? There's a conspiracy theory going around that there is an event that has been predicted. And 39 days after that event, there will be World War III that involves UFO versus UFO. So an event will happen, and 39 days later, all pandemonium breaks out, and it will be UFO versus UFO battles. Apparently, this is a prediction somebody made. And do you know what the prediction was that was made? The prediction was that Donald Trump would be elected president. So supposedly, if you believe this crazy conspiracy theory, 39 days. Yeah, Leo, you're right. It's called, you're right. Yeah, because that's what they said. They said that at 39 days after Donald Trump being elected president, all hell breaks loose. So we're basically in that period, right? The election was November 5th. So that was 15 days ago. So if you believe these bro-y podcasts and there's stupid predictions, somewhere out there, somebody has made that prediction that 39 days after that, it's complete pandemonium in the streets. So if you like crazy conspiracy theories, Apophis, Putin, UFO versus UFO in the skies, take that for what you will, or take that for what you will. That's nice. Thank you for letting us know, Dennis. Hey, just keeping the chat positive, Leo. I'm just here to bring you guys positive information and news. Oh, but who knows? Who knows? But coming back to this Apophis, have you guys noticed something? Because I think that, if there is a danger to us, it's probably going to be something like that. Or like if you read about solar flares, right? Solar flares can be scary, right? If you read about those, I went down the rabbit hole on solar flares one time. That can be kind of crazy, right? Have you guys ever noticed sometimes where like you'll read an article about these near Earth asteroids, I think is what they're called, or near Earth objects, right? Here's the part that gets me. They always tell you about how big it was and what speed it was traveling, and it came between the Earth and the moon, right? That's how close it was and all that, right? But here's the part that gets me. Have you ever noticed how that article always inevitably says, and it was spotted for the first time 3 days ago? Like, that scares me. Have you guys seen these articles? I'm sure you guys have, right? Like, the part is not how big it was, it's that it was only discovered 3 days ago. Like hello, like, are we not doing something about, like, how did it come out of nowhere that we only had 3 days notice, right? Like, if you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Like, you see these articles. Oh, it came between us and the moon, right? It was the size of a school bus, and we just detected it 3 days ago. Like, that's the scary part, right? Like, is that all the notice we're gonna have? So, Putin can be Putin, whatever. Elon can be Elon. I don't care. But like a near-Earth asteroid or like a solar storm, like that's the stuff that like worries me, right? Leo says, but that's a fact. It's no secret we can't detect anything in advance unless it's huge like a puff. Yeah, Leo, for sure. It definitely seems like some stuff's getting through, right? Like I don't know what sensors or observations or whatever we have in place, but clearly there's things that are getting through, right? And we just knew about it yesterday. Like, what? Like, that's scary. Leo says that scares me too. Yeah, absolutely, Leo. Joseph says, yeah, that's scary. Yeah, for sure, right? Satyam says, no tension from solar flares. I have a generator and a big farm. But a big solar flare would blow out your generator, right? Like any electrical components in your generator would be gone, right? Like at the very least, your generator has like an electric starter, right? So that would be gone according to most of the solar flare stuff I know. You know, I'm not putting myself out there as an expert. I like to stay in my lane. But anything that has any electronic components would be in danger, right? So unless you have one of those wind-up generators or something, right? But you'd have a spark plug, right? The spark plug would be blown out, right? Because you have to have the spark to, to run the piston, right? So yeah. Let me get rid of this. Satyam says, nope, old hand-style propelled generator. Okay. You'll have to send us a picture, Satyam, because are there any like hand generators that are still big enough to power a house? Like, is that a thing? Because I've seen the house generators. The house generators are usually huge, right? But then again, I guess it depends on your own individual power needs, right? Maybe you have very modest power needs, right? But I've never seen like a big like house capable generator that is still, using a handle. Right? I mean, that's kind of a neat trick to be able to do that, right? Yeah, but let me know, Satyam. Maybe you just have different needs than the rest of us. But yeah, that's the stuff that scares me, right? Like one day we could wake up and be like, hey, we have an asteroid on its way and it's going to be here in 48 hours. Good luck. That's crazy, right? I hope we never have to be in that position, but you never know. Never know. Yeah. If you've never heard, thank you for this, RC Sim. If you've never heard of the Tunguska event, you should look that up. It was a 15 megaton explosion in 1908 caused by an asteroid impact. Yeah, I've seen some of the pictures, right, where they show the blown out trees and all that. And then similar to that, there is the, the Carrington event, right? The one in Canada that happened where it was a solar flare that hit in Canada. I think that was in the 50s or the 60s. That's 1,000 times the energy of the Hiroshima bomb. Yeah, absolutely, RC Sim, I agree. There's also that one that happened not too long ago, right? The one that hit in, what was it? I think it was in Ukraine? Yeah, or one of the former Russian states, right? That was what, like 8-10 years ago? That one definitely also caused some damage. Nowhere near as this one, right? The 1,000 times. RC Sim says Ukraine. Yeah. That one was scary, right? Like if you see some of the videos that people took from their balcony and stuff, I mean, that was a rocking explosion for sure, right? Yeah. So these are the real problems in life, guys. Whenever you feel beat down or having a bad day, just be glad there isn't an asteroid on its way, right? That's that's what we got to be grateful for. We're still here. You're still alive. We're still able to share in fellowship of data science, right? We got to enjoy all of that. We got to enjoy all of that because you just never know when things are going to happen. There was also some really good discussion this week on X about fertility rates. The fertility rates across the world, I think, are also a concern. This is one of the very, very rare things where I do support Elon Musk. Generally I think he's an idiot. But he's right on the fertility rates. That is very scary. And, if you sit there and you do the numbers on it, it kind of freaks you out, really. But that is something that I think is also very, very dangerous for all of us, right? And that one we're doing to ourselves, unfortunately. Leo says, Chelyabinsk, there's also Tunguska in 1900. Okay, yeah, Chelyabinsk I think is the more recent one I'm referring to, and then Tunguska in early 1900. Okay, thank you for that, Leo. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen the Tunguska picture. I remember they showed the one like near the impact site, and all the trees, these big trees, are like flattened out, right? Because it was such reverberating power. Yeah, it's crazy. RC Sim says you won't know if an asteroid is on the way, though. Yeah, you're right. That's the scary part, right? That you just don't know. Yeah. You know what you guys are also reminding me of? I read this completely fascinating article. And it's been a while, maybe like 15 years ago. Really fascinating article. I believe it was the Washington Post. Before they were owned by Bezos, before they were a real newspaper, right? And it was a reporter who went around talking to some of the smartest people in the US. These big time college professors, Nobel Prize winners, senators, just like really like top people in the US. And he asked them, he said, what is the number one thing that you think people are wrong about? Like if there was one thing that you could educate every person about to correct them, that you could correct, what is the one thing that you would do or teach, right? Correct. And one of them, I can't remember. I think he was just like a top college professor, not like a Nobel Prize winner, but just a really well-known college professor. He gave an amazing answer. He said that the number one thing that people believe that they don't understand is that everyone believes that in the case of an emergency or some very serious national event, he says that everybody just assumes that there is a greater plan, right? That there is some greater rescue plan out there, right? If we hear about an asteroid, somehow out of nowhere, Arnold Schwarzenegger is going to appear with a spaceship, and that spaceship is going to save us all and take us to another planet, right? And he said the reality is that there is no greater plan, right? He said, we think about our senators and our representatives, but they're just people too, right? They don't have some greater plan also. And that stuck with me, right? Because I think that when we're talking about this, if you were to talk, I consider all of you guys, to be smarter than the average person, right? But if you were to talk to the average person, that's probably what the average person thinks, right? That somehow out of nowhere, these airplanes will arrive and they will take you to safety, right? That's not going to happen, right? I mean, it's probably going to be a whole different level of nonsense than anybody can even imagine, right? So I kind of like that view. I kind of like that view to think about, like, there is no greater plan. Like, you'll probably die in that scenario, right? Like, no one's coming to save you in that scenario. And it could probably be like that just a couple of days, right? So that's kind of stuck with me, right? Like, not that you kind of have to just fend for yourself type of thing, but like there's no help coming, right? In a real like tough scenario, there's no help coming. Kind of scary to think about that, right? What do you guys think about that? But that's really stuck with me throughout the years. Satyam says it's 15 kilovolts, one enough for lighting the fans and bulbs. Okay. All right. So, well, hold on a second, Satyam. You got to have enough for the light fans, the bulbs, and to watch your good friend Dennis. Come on, we're not going to spend our last 3 days together? Guys, if we hear about an asteroid in 3 days, I'm streaming all 3 days. 72 hours of this guy. Oh gosh, that's funny. Leo says, again, that's something his droids would say. I don't agree with him, but oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, you're right. I don't agree with him, but let me tell you how he's a genius. That's hilarious. Yeah, you're right, Leo. The old one too, right? Yeah, RC Sim says Tunguska is the one I mentioned. Yeah, thanks for that, RC Sim. Leo says, well, let's befriend the aliens and ask them to handle Apophis for us. Well, apparently all the aliens are dead, right? According to that, well, I guess no, they're under the sea, actually. The living ones are under the sea. According to this new world we live in, right? The living ones are under the sea, and the ones that we have are all dead. So I don't know if we can befriend them, Leo. Like, they're just not alive, right? But yeah, I mean, who knows what's going to happen in that scenario, right? Leo says, it's okay. We're going to see each other next time. I sure hope so, Leo. You're a good guy. You've been a great supporter. So I hope to always see you. Satyam says, yes, there's a movie on this on Netflix called Don't Look Up. Really a must watch. Yeah, I've seen that movie. I saw that as a recommendation from my sister, actually. My sister and her husband told me about this. I did not know about it until they told me about it. Yeah, I'm trying to think about my biggest takeaways from that. I love the scene with the Teslas, right? Where the Teslas went crazy and started crashing into each other, right? But yeah, it's... yeah, I mean, the other part I liked about that movie is that you also maybe you will, maybe you won't know what's going on, right? It's a time for a lot of misinformation, right? So if you guys have ever watched like the old Twilight Zone series, like the black and white ones, there's a famous one called what was it called? The Nightmare on Maple Street, I think is what it was called. Yeah, I think it was called the Nightmare on Maple Street, or the Terror on Maple Street, where it was basically a street that all of a sudden lost power. And the whole purpose of the story was that if you just do that, right? Just the power goes out. The people basically end up killing themselves just because of all the conspiracy theories, right? Oh, I heard this, I heard that. This is what's happening. Why do you still have power? Because that was one of the things that all of a sudden one of the houses would get power. And it's like, well, why do you have power? That means you're one of them. You're not with us, you know? And it can just become like so much of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Where you end up like battling with each other just because the lights went out, right? Like you create your own problems when that happens, right? But if you guys want to see that, I think that was also kind of like one of the underlying themes in Don't Look Up, right? Where you not knowing is like the worst thing possible, right? That leads to more misinformation, more violence, more this and that, right? Yeah, but thank you, Satyam. If you haven't seen that movie, it's a good one. It's a good one. Oh my gosh. Satyam, I just realized I mixed up the movies. No. Leo, I mixed up the movies. No. I was wrong. Don't Look Up is the Leo DiCaprio's in that one, right? That one's hilarious. I'm talking about Leave the World Behind. Leo, that's the one with the Teslas. Tesla is Leave the World Behind. That's the one I was just referring to. I'm sorry, Satyam. I got ahead of myself. But yes, you're right. And Don't Look Up. I don't want to spoil it. But yeah, Don't Look Up is definitely a good one. I don't want to spoil how that one ends because, you know, that could be a spoiler if you haven't seen it. But yeah, that's a good example of that, right? That's a good example. RC Sim says, if it was discovered the size of Tunguska asteroid, they could likely predict where on Earth it would hit enough to start evacuating in a couple days. You think so? You think it'd be accurate? Right? Because, you know, on a probability basis, right, it's going to hit ocean, right? I mean, what is it, 70%, 80% ocean, right, across the world? But I don't know how accurate they can get. You know, again, I'm not trying to put myself out there as an astrophysicist, you know? Maybe you guys know how accurate they would be. You know, you guys are pretty smart. But I hope they could, right? They could at least say, you know, let's clear out these 100 square miles or whatever. But then again, RC Sim, I'm sure you've seen this where there's hurricanes or floods that come and they issue warnings and evacuation orders, but there's always those yucks that stay behind, right? Who was that guy? Captain Dan? Or Lieutenant Dan, right? There's always going to be a Lieutenant Dan's, I ain't moving, right? So not everybody's going to want to go. What do you do with those people, right? Like their live feeds would blow up, right? You want to go viral, start a live feed, right? Some people would do that, right? But yeah, you know, they probably could evacuate people, but there's always going to be people that refuse to go, right? So who knows? Satyam says, with no internet and electric equipment. Satyam, I thought you loved me, man. I'm not feeling the love, Satyam. I'm not hearing a lot of enthusiastic replies from you, Satyam. You got to watch me, man. You got to have your fans, your light bulbs, and your good buddy Dennis. Albright Little Mermaid, here's the deal. I would like to know if I only had a couple days to live. Well, if the movies are right, it's always New York, guys. Don't worry. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I would like to know if I'd only have a couple days to live. Okay, guys. In the chat, give me a 1. You only have a couple days to live. Give me a 1 if you want to know. Give me a 0 if you don't want to know. Right? Give me a 1 if you're with Leo, you want to know. Give me a 0 if you don't want to know. Here's the thing. For me, and Leo, maybe you want to clarify because maybe you have this in mind already. It's not about whether I know. It's about whether the world knows. Because if you're telling everybody, then I think you're going to have like pandemonium in the streets, right? And that's unappealing. I think I'd rather not know. So is that what you mean, Leo? Like everybody would know? Like there'd be like some general announcement by the UN or whatever? Because I would, like if I had cancer and somebody said you're going to die in 3 days, okay, cool. But if you're saying that the entire world would know, do you know how much nonsense would happen in those 3 days? Like, I don't know. Well, so what? The world is about to end. Yeah, but some people would probably kill you before that, right? Like there would be some non-zero amount of people that would go out killing just because they want to know what that's like, right? Like you're removing all consequences for anything, right? Who cares about things being stolen from several? But I think it would get a lot worse than that. Like you'd probably have a ton of killing. You'd probably have a ton of drug use, right? People who'd want to know what drugs are like. All kinds of other things, right? There would probably be a call to release all people from prisons, right? It'd be people would argue that it's inhumane to keep them. You'd have people driving crazy, right? Crashing into things. You'd have people killing themselves intentionally, right? I only want to die by my own hand. You'd have people killing their families. I don't want my kids to suffer. I don't want my wife to suffer. Like, there'd be all kinds of nonsense, right? Like, I think it'd be pandemonium. Leo says, think so. I'm fine with that. Okay. Yeah, I guess some people would be fine with that, right? There is some pride in just killing yourself and taking yourself out in the way you want to go, I guess. That sounds like an amazing movie idea. Well, but I mean, but these are just my suppositions, right? This is what I think would happen. Maybe you'd have an increase in religion, right? Aldous Huxley said that, right? Aldous Huxley in his book said, as we approach death, we get closer with God because we know that time's up, right? We know that we're about to meet our maker, right? That's another quote that stuck with me, right? But people tend to find religion later in life because they know that clock's ticking, right? Leo says, I mean, nothing we could do. Yeah, but what if that affects you in some way, Leo? Like, Leo, you live in New York City. I assume you live in a high rise. What if some yuck in your building decides to set their apartment on fire because that's the way they want to go out? Well, now they could be taking you out too, right? So I don't know if I want that, right? Like in other words, the pandemonium could like spill over on me, and then like I wouldn't want that. Like maybe I'm being selfish in that scenario, but like couldn't that happen too, right? So nothing to worry. On the other side, you have someone that left work and won't come back to see his family before the world's end. Yeah, that's true. There would definitely be a lot of scenarios of that. So that's an interesting theory there, Leo. What would you pay to get on an airplane if it was the last opportunity to see your family, right? Like you're on a business trip in New York. That announcement is made. Every single airline, I mean, they would either raise their prices or make the flights free, right? But think about the demand, like for those flights, like all the business people wanting to get out of New York to go back to their families. Like you'd have people like offering anything to get on that flight, right? So that would kind of be like a pandemonium upon itself, like the transportation, right? Like people would be crawling over themselves to get on those trains out of New York to go back home to the East Coast somewhere, right? Like there's nothing you wouldn't do to get back home. So that in itself is a little bit of craziness, right? So yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's a tough scenario. Leo, earlier you said the last time I really felt scared of these things was on 2012. Remind me, what was that, Leo? 2012? What happened in 2012? Let me know, Leo. I know 2011 was a recession, but 2012, let me know, Leo. My mind is blank right now. Satyam says, we now have plans like USA, the DART project, China, and somewhat in a category to deflect asteroids. Satyam, thank you for that. I'm not too educated on these. I mean, I know they exist, but here's the thing, and maybe you guys know this. Have there been any proven like tests that show we can actually do that? Because I know the theory, right? They would land a bomb on the asteroid, the bomb goes off, and it should be enough to throw it off course, right? But like, has that been tested? Like, I haven't heard of any successful tests. To me, it's all been theoretical so far. So let me know, Satyam, or whoever else knows. I don't know about these things, but that's my understanding of how far we are along. That in theory it should work, but I haven't heard of any successful tests. So let me know. RC Sim says, there is no saving the yucks, but a lot of people could be saved if they observed the asteroid at least a few days ahead, and it wasn't much worse than Tunguska. Chances are it hits the ocean. Yeah, on a probability basis, you're going to hit the ocean. But sure. So RC Sim, maybe you know, how big of an area would you have to clear? Like, what was the impact area or affected area of Tunguska? Like, do you know that? Like, how big of an area are we talking here? Because then you'd have to take like population density into account, right? Like, to Leo's point, it'd be different if it was going to hit like New York or, you know, Ames, Iowa, right? Like, different population density. But like, how big of an area are you talking here, RC Sim? I'm curious. RC Sim says, why would the pilots care about their job so much to get compensated any amount shortly before die? Because they have families too, right? The pilots want to go home too, right? Like, they're just because they're flying into New York doesn't mean they're based there, right? They would want to go home too. Leo says it's impossible, a matter of sitting and crying. Maybe there'd be a lot of that, right? I mean, there'd be a lot of hopelessness, right? Like, for 3 days, for a lot of people, those 3 days would be filled with despair, right? Like, totally lost, totally not knowing what to do. Uber Eats doesn't work, grocery delivery doesn't work, so you better have some food in your house or else you're going to die hungry, right? Restaurants aren't going to be open. So yeah, there is going to be a lot of sitting and crying. There's a movie about the end of the world in 2012. Oh, yeah. The Mayan calendar. That's right. Yeah, Leo says the Mayan. That's right. So, hate to state the obvious, but I'm pretty sure that became a big nothing burger, right? I mean, I think I've heard some things about where there's competing theories about the calculations, and some of the calculations, some of the other calculations show a different date or something like that. I remember something like that, but yeah, you're right. That was the Mayan calendar. Leo says, "Don't you remember?" You're really convinced I'm an android. That's hilarious. I love how you're sticking with that bit, Leo. A good artist is always committed to the bit. Nice, nice job, Leo. See, guys, Leo is setting the example in the chat. Okay, Satyam says it's already tested. Like what happened when U.S. troops left Afghanistan and people sat on plane engine wheels. And, oh, right. Yeah, you're right, Satyam. Yeah, so Satyam's referring to the big movement from U.S. troops out of Afghanistan. And when the local people figured out what was going on, there's pictures and video about people who were desperate to do anything to get on that plane, right? And Satyam's right. There were people who were like grabbing onto the exterior doors, or just doing anything to leave with that plane, even if it was on the outside, right? Probably not the best long-term plan, but yeah. I mean, you'd have something similar, right, Satyam? Like the airports would be just craziness. Like, people would be killing themselves to get on the plane, right? You'd have people who would be willing to travel on the plane without a seatbelt. Like, they would be willing to stand in the aisle, right? There's nothing you wouldn't do to get on that plane, right? So yeah, that would absolutely happen, Satyam. Nobody would go to work, right? I mean, you couldn't have the what was it called? The essential employees, right? There is no more essential employees in that scenario, right? They have families too, right? So yeah, that'd be crazy. It'd be complete pandemonium, guys. Leo says, but I'm not that pessimistic. I believe humanity is going to survive till the point we can make time travel and come back to 2024 to make sure they're going to survive. Well, Leo, but I mean, Leo, obviously you're a numbers guy. You're in a data science channel. But if you look at fertility rates, right? Fertility rates say, hey, humanity may not survive, right? Excuse me. Like, that's a real threat. And I actually had this debate a little bit with one of my mentors. And my excuse me, my mentor, gave the argument that a lot of people give about, well, maybe we need less people in the world, right? Maybe we have too many. And the problem is that even if you were to do that, even if you were to accept that there's some depopulation that could take place, I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm not saying I don't agree with that. But you'd have a completely different makeup of people. Like the distribution of people would not be the same, right? Like there's some cultures and countries that would no longer exist. So that also provides like a weird twist. So not only would we be smaller, the distribution would be completely different. Completely different. So I don't know. I think that, we could die before the time travelers have a chance to get back to us. Or maybe, what about this, guys? What about this? There are no time travelers because there is no future. Oh, what about that one? They can't travel back if they're not born in the future, right? We can't get visitors from the year 3000 if we've all just, not given birth and eliminated ourselves, right? So what do you guys think about that? Right? Because I honestly, guys, I am concerned about birth rates or fertility rates. Excuse me. Well, they're correlated, but fertility rates is the better term. But I am concerned about that. I am genuinely concerned about that. Like there could be a future where we have some cultures and countries that literally no longer exist. Like that's crazy. We should all be concerned about that. Leo says, I really think about that, no joke. But Leo, they can't travel if they're not there, right? They can't travel if they're not there. In 50,000 years of evolution, we're creating AI. Imagine what we could do in 100K from now. But we got to make it to 100K, Leo. If there's no humanity, then there's nobody to run the NVIDIA chips, right? You got to be able to buy the NVIDIA chips. Satyam says, nobody will go back to work. Japan says, hello, Dennis. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, you got to admire that culture of working in Japan, right? They have a very strong culture there, right? But, speaking of the birth rates, when I say that there will be some countries, some cultures that will no longer exist, Japan is one of them, right? Like, Japan will basically not, if they don't turn things around in a very, very significant way, Japan will not exist in a few generations, right? So, I don't know. Japan says hello. Well, they only got a couple more years to wave hello. And obviously, I got nothing but love for Japan. I've been there a couple times. Fun fact, have I ever said this? You know what, guys? I think I might be telling you something new here. I can't think of when I've shared this. But I went to Japan last year, or whatever, 2022, for Christmas. I went to Australia for Christmas. I passed through Japan twice, had a great time, but that was not my first time in Japan. That was my second time in Japan. I don't think I've ever told you guys this, but I was actually an exchange student in Japan when I was in high school. I spent a summer in Japan as an exchange student. So I got nothing but love for Japan. Cool country. I got to have some homestay experiences, staying with actual Japanese families. I love that. Good food. I got nothing but love for Japanese people. The great country. I had a great time this last time I went because I went more as an adult, right? I was still a student when I went earlier. But I've been all over Japan. I've been on the bullet train, Been to Tokyo, been to Osaka. But their birth rates, their fertility rates, not so positive, right? Like there's like Japan needs to get its act together on those fertility rates. Leo says, but counting, we're going to make that time. Leo, I hope you're right. But I sat down and I did a basic algorithm for some of these birth rates. Some countries are not going to exist in like 4 or 5 generations, or maybe not to zero, but very, very decimated populations, right? And by the way, 5 generations is only about 100 years, right? So when you're talking about 50,000, Leo, I don't know. That sounds really far off when your fertility rate is like 1.1, right? That's going to be hard to make. Okay. So let me stick with Leo here. Even China, I read somewhere that in 50 years things can get tough. Oh, for sure. For sure. Yeah, for sure, Leo. They have, I think, like the third or fourth lowest birth rate. Right. So I think in order, it's Japan, Korea. Both Japan and Korea have very serious problems. And then I believe it's Italy, Spain, and China, I believe, is fifth. Now, keep in mind that it almost doesn't matter because any country below 2.1 is in trouble, right? So it really doesn't matter whether you're first or fifth, you're still in trouble at 2.1. But yes, you're right, Leo, because of their one child policy that they had for a very long time, right? That's only changed in the last, 10, 15 years, I think. Yeah, they are definitely in trouble for sure. For sure. Yeah, 50 years sounds about right because they had this entire generation or I think a couple generations of of one child, right? So yeah, you're absolutely right, Leo. Not to mention that they also have an aging population. They also have a very rural population, right? A lot of people don't realize how much of China lives in rural conditions, right? Not everybody lives in beautiful central Shanghai, right? Lots of rural population in China. Bum, 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 bum. So RC Sim says the Tunguska event Wikipedia article says 2,150 square kilometers of trees were flattened. That is roughly a circle with 29-kilometer radius. I imagine the evacuation shown to be more the size of a hurricane, though. More the size of a hurricane, though. Okay. A circle with a 29-kilometer radius. 29 kilometers is like what, 18 miles? 18-mile radius. Okay. Okay, so that's like a small metropolitan area. Like my metropolitan area in Las Vegas is about 18-mile radius. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, so you'd have to evacuate something like that. Okay, that's achievable. That's achievable. You're gonna have your yucks, right? But yeah, that's achievable. Well, thanks for looking up those numbers, RC Sim. Appreciate it. Satyam says, "Sorry for saying this, but now I trust AI to leap fast forward our progress." Yeah, but they're not going to help us create more babies, though, right? AI can't answer everything. Satvik, our good friend Satvik says, "How are you? Hope you're doing well, my friend." RC Sim says, "Not a single person is confirmed to have died in the Tunguska event. It was a very isolated place." Yeah. Definitely helped by that. There were also a lot less people then, right? There were also a lot less... Well, I was going to say there were a lot less electronics then, but it doesn't matter because you're going to have problems no matter what. I was thinking more towards the solar flares. But yeah, we've definitely gotten lucky over the years, right? For sure. Leo says, "That sounds like a good way to hit someone. Hey, humanity is dying. Would you like to join me tonight and contribute to stuff?" Maybe, Leo. Maybe. Some people would argue that there are fundamental issues like that, right, that are affecting birth rates, right? But that probably goes beyond the scope of our discussion. But yeah, right. I mean, Satyam is saying control the work hours and get open for good border policies, plus some inclusive policies and incentives for families. Yeah, Satyam. So that kind of relates to Leo's statement. At least I think so. Because, you hear about that, right? China is incentivizing babies. Japan is incentivizing babies. I think they're offering houses too, right? But here's the thing. To me, that's not the root cause. Like, when's the last time you guys went out and you saw a lot of young couples out on dates? Or just dating, or just going out for dinner, or just having fun together, doing activities that lead to serious relationships, to engagements, to marriage, right? It feels like we have a lot less of that, right? So if you're just incentivizing babies or houses or things like that, that's a temporal fix. What you really need is you need people coming together as couples and leading to families, right? Leading to positive relationships that lead to families and kids and multiple kids, right? So to me, that's kind of like the root cause. Like I was reading this article about Korea. Korea recently released their housing numbers, and they are saying that, what was it? 40% of households in Korea are single person households. In other words, 40% of the Korean population lives by themselves, right? That's not conducive to relationships, right? And that's not a babies are too expensive to have problem. That's a people aren't going out problem. People aren't headed in a way of marriage and children and kids, right? So that's kind of like what I think, right? And I'm just sharing my bias here, and maybe I shouldn't. But to me, I think it goes beyond just like incentivizing current couples. You got to incentivize young people to go out, meet, have dates, be in a positive environment that leads to more families. That's what I think kind of gets lost in this. Because if you're going to have 40% of your population living by themselves, then whatever you do today is just going to be a bigger problem tomorrow, right? Like the next generation, right? So yeah, you guys can let me know what you think about that. But I think that you got to look at the root causes. But like for me, I don't see people going out. I don't see dates. I don't see like people like meeting in a positive way, right? So you let me know what you guys think. Satyam says there are some states in India where the government's giving incentive for extra. Yeah, I've heard about that, right? That's not unique, but that's just trying to fix today, right? I'm thinking about like 2 generations, 3 generations, 4 generations from now, right? Leo says, actually, first of all, sorry, let me welcome Alberto. Alberto, thank you so much for coming to the chat. Really appreciate having you here. Thank you for joining us for the 100K. It looks like I've been streaming for 3 hours now. Jeez. So Alberto, we're here for the long run until we reach 100K. So thanks for being here. Leo says, it's all right. Elon is going to make it possible to purchase babies at the nearest store. Just put some water and watch them grow. Yeah, that's hilarious. He probably is working on that, right? And they're born with the Neuralink in their head, right? He wouldn't sell it to you unless there was a Neuralink inside, right? Satyam says, and they got success. But Satyam, what's success in that? How do you measure it? Because you're only successful if you can keep it going 3-4 generations from now, right? And you're only successful if you can go above 2.1. Right? I mean, increased births is great, yes, but you're only really helping yourself if you're above 2.1. And basically a lot of countries are not, right? So let me know how they're defining that. Leo says, I'm a biologist, talking serious now. I see as a huge signal of generalized stress, like we see in zoos sometimes. Yeah, sure. I agree with that, Leo. Yeah, definitely one of the side effects. I am not a sociologist, but I would love to know what a sociologist would think about it, right? I think that there's some fundamental issues there too, right? Some people say, well, look at the birth rates. All the low ones are in westernized countries. Maybe that has an effect. I don't know. But yeah, Leo, you're right. Generalized stress could definitely be it. I know that a lot of people say, well, of course no one's dating because we're all stressed out from the pandemic and things like that. But the reality is that birth rates have been not so great since like the 70s and 80s, right? Like the US has been okay. I think we first dipped below 2.1 like a couple years before the pandemic. So we can't put all of the blame in the pandemic. But you're right, Leo. There is definitely some generalized stress effects there. Yeah. But I'd love to hear what a sociologist has to say on it. RC Sim says, with several billion people in the world, I doubt we're likely to run out. It'll just help the climate and some demographics like white and East Asians will shrink. Muslims have lots of kids. But see, I think we are likely to run out though, RC Sim. And also, if you look at some of the data that's out there, it's not just running out, it's that it also has economic effects on the way down, right? Because what is GDP? GDP is output per person times the number of people you have, right? So you're going to see economic effects come down as populations come down. So the loss is not at zero, the loss is on the way down. And to Leo's point, that's only going to add more to the generalized stress, right? Because your country's GDP is going to sink, right? Less factories, less jobs, less money. Your overall economy is going to shrink, right? So those are, from what I read, from the White House and the United Nations and people who are doing research on this, that's kind of like another concern. Like your overall well-being of your country, of your region, is also going to sink, and that's going to happen in like 2 generations, right? You'll approach 0 in 5 generations, but the effects will be like in 2 generations, right? I mean, if you're only averaging like 1.1 children per year, or 1.1 fertility rate, per woman, that means that your population, or the generation sizes rather, are halving every generation, right? And you can argue that a generation is like 20 years, right? Globally, it's about 20 years. So every 20 years, your new births are like halving, right? 1.1, 1.1. It gets dark quick, right? Satyam says they are too focused to go to work. Okay, I'm sorry, Satyam, you lost me there. Leo says animals under stress don't matter. Yeah, I hear you, Leo. Yeah, I know what you meant by that. Yeah, I could see that. There's definitely an effect of that, for sure. Satyam says after the war, they just got fixated to make their country great, and while doing that, they forgot they have to have a social life. Well, that's one of the views, right? That's one of the views, Satyam. I think there's a couple others, right? I mean, somebody could take what you just wrote and said, well, Japan became westernized in the post-war era, right? Because who helped rebuild Japan? The US did, right? That was part of the pact that brought World War II together, that we promised to rebuild them, and we did, right? It was Japan's westernization. Because a lot of people forget that prior to World War II, Japan was an extremely closed country, right? Like, they couldn't care less about the rest of the world. They were extremely closed off to the entire world. So yeah, I hear you, but Satyam, but you could also just say it was the westernization of Japan, the opening of Japan, right? So let me know, Satyam. Japan has a complex history. Leo says, just press the nose and you can have access to Spotify. Great deal. I don't get it, Leo. Sorry, Leo, don't get that message. Ski-Yui, welcome. How are you? Nice to see you on Instagram. Always good to see new people on Instagram. I'm pretty sure you're new. So I hope you're doing well. If there's anything we can help you with, please let us know. Let's see. Satyam says artificial uterus. Yeah, maybe. So one of the things that I've heard, kind of like those arguments for reason, and I'm not saying that I agree with this or not. You guys are doing great. Keeping the conversation civil. So one of the arguments that I've heard for the birth rates is that, because of the reproductive technology that we have, single women can choose to have their own child, right? You can be a single mother, single woman, and have a child, right? We've been doing that for a while. But again, you're only helped if you're above 2.1. And from what I've seen out there, women who do that, or, family situations like that, the majority have one child and that's it, right? It's going to be very rare when you find somebody who has done that 3 times, right? You'd have to have 3 children, right, to be above the 2.1, right? On average. So, artificial uterus, I'm on board with that, but you almost like you'd have to build it into the contract that they have to use it more than one time, right? Because if you're doing a one and out, then your population hasn't grown, right? It's decreased, right? It's actually decreased. So I hear you on that. I like the general concept, but there's no it's not an automatic net win, right? Like you'd still have to do more than that, right? What do you guys think about that? Casual Economist says, "What's the time limit for this stream?" Are you bored? What are you talking about, my friend? We're here until the end. Nobody can leave until we reach 100K, okay? As far as I know, there's no time limit. X can be weird about stopping some of these streams. LinkedIn, I believe, is 4 hours. Yeah, I'm here until we reach 100K, my friend. I'm committed to the cause, and Casual Economist, I'm disappointed that you're not. Not mad, just disappointed. Leo says a good movie subject would be about The Last Human. Yeah, absolutely. So Leo, I don't know if you're a fan of the old Twilight Zones. But there's one called, I think it's called The Last Man on Earth. Oh my gosh, I'll have to look it up. But I remember that the star was Burgess Meredith, the guy who played Mickey in the Rocky movies. A lot of people don't realize he had a long acting career and he was much younger in it, but he was in one of the Twilight Zones. And I believe it's called The Last Man on Earth. But it's about that. I don't want to spoil it for anyone because it's a really good one. It has a really good twist. So I don't want to spoil it for someone. But, if you want to look up the Twilight Zone, it's out there on the streaming services. I believe Amazon has it. But yeah, look up the Burgess Meredith episodes. And 'cause I think he's in a couple. But he is the last man in New York during a nuclear bomb that wipes out everybody. But he was safe because he was in a bank or something like that. But yeah, if you want to see a good one about that has a really, really good plot twist at the end. So I don't want to spoil it. That's all I'm going to say. But you should check that one out, Leo. I think you'd enjoy it. Imagine the last human living around ready to die. Yeah. You know what you're reminding me of, Leo? When I was working in New York, my coworkers and I were kind of having a little bit of a reminiscing about 2020 and the pandemic and how different people reacted to it. And one of my coworkers was talking about how she's a very outgoing person, loves talking to people. So for her, the pandemic was you'll drive yourself nuts, right? You can't leave the house and all that, and nobody to talk to. So for her, it was crazy. And I was thinking about, for me, if you guys remember, I was a software developer for a long time, and I've had remote jobs a lot. So for me to be indoors and not go out, that's nothing. I can do 5 days, 6 days, nothing. Like, I love being indoors just by myself, just my monitors. I got quiet. You know, I always live in quiet neighborhoods. Just just me sitting alone, quiet. And then the pandemic with like Uber Eats and like a lot of grocery deliveries popping up, I never had to leave the house, right? So I think it just depends on your personality, Leo. So for me to be like the last person on earth, shoot, like with nobody else around, sign me up. I'm all about that. I'd be all about that. Like I told my friend, I told my coworkers, like, you guys know how sicko I can get about this? Like during the pandemic, I can go 5-6 days indoors easy. Like at the end of the 6th day, I might start feeling it. But like I would make things up for myself. Like I would say like, oh, you know what? I'm running low on gas. You know, the last time I checked the car, it was low on gas. Let me go to the gas station and fill up the car. And I would do that. You know, there's a gas station near me. And, you know, fill up the gas. Takes what, 15 minutes to get gas? I could, at the end of 6 days, I could go out and do that. And then come back home. And I'd be ready for another 6 days. Like I can go 12 days and all I've done is gone outside for 15 minutes to get gas. Like that was basically my pandemic. I did that during all of the pandemic. Right? Like that's how sick I can be about it. Like, and that's part of the reason why I got a dog, just to get me out of that house twice a day, right? Because you can't not go out with the dog, right? But yeah, but like everything's quiet and there's nobody around to bother me and I can just do my own thing. Tell me when, Leo. Just tell me where to be and I'm there for it. I'm totally okay with that. Leo says 1800 they even forced the monks to marry. No one was allowed to go in or out. Yeah, that's right. You're talking about Japan, right? Yeah. Leo's right. If you guys ever want to read something interesting, you should also read about the black ships of Japan, where Japan would actively put out these black ships to sea, like a fortress of ships to extend their borders. Like they weren't just like a closed off society. They would like actively push their borders out to keep people from approaching. So you could say that, right? You could say that the post-war era was also the westernization of Japan. So maybe it's not just Japan working a lot of hours. It's the westernization of Japan, right? So lots of complex issues. But Leo, I'm pretty sure you're referring to Japan in there. The nose of Elon's babies purchased in stores. Okay, push the button for Spotify. Yeah, you're right. He probably would work out a licensing deal with Spotify, right? Or something to make more money. That little rascal. Leo says, I want to have 2 more kids. I'm fine with it. That's cool, Leo. Good for you. Not many men would share your view, right? We have a lot of men who aren't interested in having children, right? So I hear you on that, Leo. So good for you. I commend you for that. I think that having kids is one of the most difficult, but one of the most important jobs that you can have, right? So good for you, Leo. I commend you for that. RC Sim says, I think the single mom with a kid might also bring up the kid into an adult who is less inclined to have kids than those with 2 parents. Sure, RC Sim. I mean, again, I'm not putting myself out there as a sociologist or whatever, but yeah. If you told me that there was a study out there that supported that, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. You're right about that. Yeah, I mean, who knows, right? It's a complex topic. Joseph, our good friend Joseph says, hello, sir. Hey, Joseph, how are you? Glad you're here. Joseph, I'm sorry. I don't know if your chat is recent or not, because I'm not sure if I'm picking up all the chats. But thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate you, my friend. I know you just started watching recently, but, I appreciate your support nonetheless. RC Sim says, kids with single parents likely learn less about healthy relationships for parents to have. Yeah, I've heard about this, RC Sim. You're right. I heard about how there's a correlated study to people who divorce usually come from divorced homes themselves, and people who stay together tend to come from households of parents that also stayed together, right? Like there's a correlation there, right? Like if you came from a divorced household, your probability of also being divorced in your life significantly increases. So you're right about that. You're right about that. Yeah, if that's how you're tying it back, I'm completely on board with that. Casual Economist says, I just haven't blinked since you started. I didn't want to miss the 100K takeover. Hey, I don't want to miss it either, Casual Economist, and I don't want you to miss it either. Like I said, I feel so bad that I screwed up the 50K. So I want to make sure that nobody misses the 100K. So Casual Economist, we will see it turn over. When I say we, I mean us, the rest of the chat. For you in Minneapolis, I know there's a 3-day delay in signals, in Minneapolis. So you'll see it 3 days from now, but we'll see it today. All right, Casual Economist, glad you're here, my friend. Leo says, lol, sign me up. Yeah, about the last man on Earth? Absolutely, Leo. Just tell me where and when. Just tell me where and when. Okay, so here's something. If you knew you were the last human on Earth, like, what would you do? Like I don't mean like that as like a general thing. I mean like would you still leash your dog? Would you still wear clothes? Would you still follow the speed limit on the streets? Like, what would you do? Like, let me know in the chat. Like, are you just gonna be like walking around? Or are you just gonna be like what would you eat, right? Like, would you stop yourself from becoming too fat? Like, there's nobody around to judge you, right? Like, you could be as fat as you want. You could be as skinny as you want, right? You could live anywhere. Would you live like in a little cottage, or would you find like the biggest house and go live there? I don't know. Lot of things you could do, right? Let me know. Well, I'm single again, so if there's a nice data scientist out there that wants to save humanity, just message me, all in the name of science and the big cause. Leo, you're such a giving guy. You're such a giving guy. It's really good that you would sacrifice yourself for the greater good. I got to commend you for that, Leo. And Leo, I'm free. I'm free, baby. We don't have to hide anymore. It's legal now, Leo. So, come on over. Ben, I'm sorry. Is it Benjamin? Benjamin over on X. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, my friend. I'm pretty sure it's your first time here. Let us know where you're from if you'd like. Just let us know your city, state, country, whatever you'd like to know. Whatever you'd like for us to know about you. I just started listening to. Thank you so much. Yeah, you picked a good time. Maybe you'll be my 100,000 follower. We're sitting here. We're waiting for this to go to 100,000, and we're gonna be here as long as it takes. As long as it takes. RC Sim says, if it doesn't happen before you need to sleep, can you keep the stream open showing the live subscriber count? RC Sim, I'm sorry, but did you not see the coffee that I drank? This is a venti. It's a venti dark roast. And I still have about a fourth of it left. I can't finish this whole thing in one sitting, right? So I'm going to be sipping on this. Like, I am somebody who's super sensitive to caffeine. I'm going to be up for the next 3 days, okay? So don't you worry. Don't you worry. I'm gonna be awake. You think I'd miss my own 100K? Come on. Yeah, but this is a big coffee for me, guys. I know for some of you guys, this is like, you probably have multiple of these a day. But for me, this is a big coffee. Very sensitive to caffeine, so don't you worry. I'm gonna be up a while. I'm referring to the time to 100,000. It's gonna happen today. We're just gonna hang out. We're just gonna hang out. Everybody calm down. I'm a trained professional. It's gonna happen. I feel it in my bones, guys. Everybody calm down. How long the food supply of non-perishables would last? You're talking about in the last person scenario? Okay, how long would the food supply of non-perishables would last? Um, well, I mean, I think we can agree that they go longer than what the package says, right? Do you guys ever watch a channel called I think it's called like Steve 1987 MRE? You guys ever watch this guy? So he's a guy. I don't think he's ex-military, but he just likes the meals ready to eat that the military uses. So people send them to him, or he finds them on his own, and he basically tests old food or food that's not designed to be non-perishable. And like I remember that well, I only found it recently, but maybe it's old. But he tested Twinkies from like the 1960s or something like that, or like the 70s. And the Twinkies were still good from the 1970s. Maybe they didn't taste like authentic as they would have back then. But like there's plenty of foods out there, maybe not so great for you, but they're filled with preservatives and stuff that they're going to last a very long time, probably outlive you, right? So Leo, I have a feeling you wouldn't run out of food. You'd probably have to know how to find it, go into a store, grab what you need, right? But like pasta or rice or beans, I mean, those will last forever, right? So Leo says, if you're by yourself on Earth, you'd have to work at some point. Like why? Like you mean to like keep the lights on? Like, it's like to go run the power plant? Or like, what do you mean, Leo? Help me understand. Like, give me an example. Leo says, but yeah, would you eat canned food the rest of you? Yeah, you're right. You'd have to mix it up, but you could probably like cook rice and beans and pastas. Lots of things that are they're going to outlive you, right? Not perishable forever, but perishable in your non-perishable in your lifetime. You'd have to work, have a routine. You wouldn't see any fun living a luxurious life because there's no more value. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. You're right about that. But here's the thing, Leo. When you're talking about working, having a routine, I think about things like that keep like add to your self-value or your self-esteem or things like that, right? But would you be less motivated to do that if there was nobody else? Like, why do you stay skinny? Well, because you want to stay attractive to other people, right? There'd be no motivation to do that. So would you work out? Like people say they work out for the routine, the benefits, but the motivation to work out would drop, right? Or, part of our routine is we get our haircuts, right? I got my haircut yesterday. That was part of my routine. People do that once a month, once every 2 months. Would you be motivated to cut your hair? Maybe, maybe not. Or change clothes, right? Why do we change clothes? Well, because it's not socially acceptable to wear dirty clothes continuously, right? Maybe you wouldn't do that. I don't know. Because there'd be nobody around, right? There'd be no social influence on you, right? I think a lot of things would go out the door. Leo says, yeah, farming especially. I don't know. Would you do that? See, I would do the farming, Leo, just out of like the empathy for the animals, right? Because in this scenario, I'm assuming there's no humans, but there's still like farms with animals. So I would want to do as much as I can out of like empathy for the animals, right? Because, a lot of animals require a lot of attention, right? So maybe I would do that, but I don't know. I'd probably just find like a small house that had solar installed. If you can find that and manage your usage, you wouldn't need the power company, right? You'd need the water company. But I don't know if I'd work. Like, yeah, I'd help keep some of the animals alive, sure. I mean, I don't want the animals to suffer. But like, yeah. Leo says exactly what would be the motivation to still be alive if there's nothing to live for. Yeah, that would come into play too, right? Like at some point you probably would think about that. Like who are you doing it for, right? Like there'd be a lot of things that you'd question and say, well, what am I doing this for? All right, so Ben says from Nigeria, an aspiring data analyst here in Port Harcourt, Nigeria. Welcome. Welcome. I appreciate the introduction. You're welcome to just stay as long as you want. If there's something we can help you with, let us know. But I love having you here. Thank you for the engagement on X. We got a couple of viewers on X. I don't know if Joseph is still around. But guys, let us know what you would do. What would you do if you were the last person on Earth? A lot of the social influences, responsibility, you know, whatever you want to call it, kind of go out the door, right? Like, what do you do when there's no more social pressures on you, right? Okay, Leo, have a good break. Leo then says, I wouldn't do that. I would rather join humanity to its fate. Okay. I hear you, Leo. I hear you on that. There's definitely something to be said for that, right? To just, you know, kind of doing it on your terms, right? Because coming back to the yucks, you know, that wouldn't leave the evacuation area, like RC Sim said, there's always people that are going to want to do it on their terms, right? I mean, that's part of the reason why they stay or refuse to go or whatever, right? Because I'm gonna do me, right? So I see that, Leo. I see that. So if you're just joining us, you're not alone. A couple of new people that are introducing themselves, I really appreciate. So today we are watching the stream. We are waiting for 100,000 to happen. It's going to happen sometime today. You can see the counter up on the screen. And I'm just going to keep on running this stream until we hit 100,000. This has been my longest stream to date. I'm showing that I've been streaming for about 3.5 hours. That's a long time for me. But I'm here as long as it takes, and I appreciate your support. If you want to ask more questions, we've had a great discussion. Great discussion, guys. Really appreciate all of you. We've talked about birth rates, about the end of the world, about UFOs, about whatever, right? But really appreciate you guys. Thanks for being here for the long haul. Snoop Danny Dog. Nice to see you, my friend. I think this is your first time attending my live streams. I know you're one of my followers, but I think it's your first time with the live stream. So thank you so much. Really appreciate you introducing yourself. You live life like you intended to. Okay, Danny, I hear you. So what are you doing if you're the last person on Earth? Like, how would you know what you're intended to if there's no one else telling you, oh, you gotta go to school, you gotta get a job, you gotta pay for this, you gotta have a wife, you gotta do this, right? What do you think? Danny says, what social media are you most active on so I can follow you there? So Danny, you can join us over on YouTube if you'd like, Data Science with Dennis. That's probably my most active. And then my second most, you're already on. You're on Instagram. But yeah, those are the two options there. And speaking of which, I just realized that I should have put that up on my Instagram. So let me do that really quickly. I should have put that on my Instagram from the beginning. Yeah, but Danny, let us know what you would do if you were the last person, and if you're living your life as intended. I think it gets really weird when you don't have those societal pressures, right? When you don't have those things, people, places telling you what to do. Some people would do well, others would do not so well, right? What do you guys think? Or if you guys want to take the conversation a whole other direction, you guys want to bring up another topic, welcome to do that too. But I am just doing a quick check of all my accounts and my email. We are still at, what is that, 238 people ago? It's going to happen today, guys. I can feel it in my bones. Also going to use this time to address some of my messages. You know, one of the things I told my friend was that social media seems to have like a big cycle to it. And what I found was that all of my messages are were manageable up until about 10,000 followers. After 10,000 followers, especially on Instagram, the messages kind of tend to get out of control. Very hard to stay on top of it. All right, so Danny says, that's a great question. I don't know how I would proceed, really. I think it'll turn to one of those things where I do as I please. But then if society just isn't around, I don't know what would drive us. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I like that, Danny. Like I said earlier, I would do as I please, which I like, but that's still kind of a weird place, right? Like would you change your clothes, or would you just wear the same clothes every day? Right? Because some people are totally comfortable doing that, wearing the same clothes. You don't do it because it's not socially acceptable, right? It's not socially acceptable to walk into a restaurant with a dirty shirt, right? So you'd probably do that, right? Would you drive the speed limit? Right? I mean, people get speeding tickets all the time. Nobody follows the speed limit, right? If there's nobody else around, you can't hurt anybody else. You can really only hurt yourself. Would you drive the speed limit? Maybe, maybe not. Right? So lots of things, right? I am really stumped on this question. It goes to show how incapable we can be to think for ourselves. Maybe, yeah. But you know what? It's also just what makes it a good question, right? A good question is supposed to make you think, right? Like the best questions in the world don't have an answer. They just lead to good, open conversation, right? So yeah, I hear you. It's definitely one of those things that makes you say, well, why can't I come up with an answer? But at the same time, it's also what makes it good, right? If it had a good, quick answer with no possibility of debate, then it wouldn't be a good question for like a group chat, right? Like it would just be like, it would just die out quickly. But you know, that's what makes it a good question, right? So I think it was Leo that suggested it, and I'm glad he did. Yeah, he did suggest it. But yeah, I mean, what would you do? Like, would you work? Would you go and release all of the animals from dog shelters, right? Like there would still be like dogs in shelters. Like what would you do with them, right? You can't just keep them. You can't just keep them caged up. You got to feed them or something at some point, right? So who knows? Who knows? It's a tough question, but that's what makes it good. But you know, this is also part of the reason I like those old Twilight Zone episodes that I keep on referring to for you guys, because some of those Twilight Zone episodes had those really good like things that you're still thinking about 2 days later, right? That's what made it good TV, right? You're supposed to think about it away from it. If you watch a TV show and you stop thinking about it as soon as you turn it off, then was it a good show? Maybe, maybe not, right? So, lots of things to think about there, guys. So again, if you're just joining us, feel free to introduce yourself. Let us know what you're up to. We are going to be here until this number on the screen says 100,000. Pretty sure it's going to happen today. I could be wrong, but we'll see. We'll see. But let us know what you're up to. Let us know where you're from. Anything we can help you with. Anything data science related, philosophy, AI, whatever you'd like to do. We're here for it. Danny says, true. I also feel like it depends on how we go about being the last person alive. Would we be conscious of the society we had experienced, or would we be born into this solar world? Ooh. Oh, that's a good one. That is a good one. We'd have to ask Leo. Because, it was Leo's question. But you're right. There could be scenarios where you would be the last person, but not have any knowledge of what happened previously. Yeah. Yeah, Danny says, like, if I had been conscious of society beforehand, I'd probably be cautious about my decisions. I probably wouldn't drive outside the speed limit because I'd have no one to go to if I injured me. Yeah, you're right about that. You'd have to think about that, right? But yeah, maybe you wouldn't choose a car because a car would have so many ways that you don't die. But do you think that some people would seek that out, right? Like they would seek out ways to kind of end it all, but in a happy way, right? Like you could have people who say, well, I'm going to end it all, but it's going to be in a beautiful Ferrari, right? Like you'd probably be able to do that if you were the last person on Earth, right? So yeah, but I hear you though, right? You wouldn't want to like have a broken arm and nobody help you fix it, right? Like that would be terrible. Like, gosh, can you imagine that if you like broke your arm and you have no hospital to go to? Oof, that's bad, right? So yeah, I hear you, Danny. There'd be some things there to think about. Like even when I was telling you about releasing like the dogs or taking care of the animals, like I was imagining how I've been to some countries where like even in the cities they have wild dogs, right? And over time that doesn't go well, right? You're either going to have, dogs that die in the street, or you're going to have dogs that catch diseases, or you're going to have dogs that end up not liking humans, like roving packs of dogs, that happens, right? So yeah, I mean, you'd have to kind of think ahead to some of these things, right? Because otherwise you could put yourself in these self-made situations that aren't going to be positive for the long term. I definitely still do things outside of the norm, but with a more cautious lens. Okay, see, but like what though? Like what? Like everything would have a lot of danger to it, right? Like I like going hiking and I like doing that in the woods and all that, but like what happens when I don't have somebody to tell me the weather report, or I don't have someone to rescue me in an emergency, right? Or hiking itself also has like an injury risk to it, right? So like what tolerance would you have for that? Like you'd have to be careful, but how careful? right? Like, what's your measure of risk or success there? What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat there. Like, what's your measure of, I'm okay with this, but I'm not okay with that? Dennis, does anyone know how the pyramid was built? I know that there's a lot of competing theories. I don't know if I'm smart enough to talk about them. But hey, if anybody in the chat wants to contribute to that, let me know. I was reading, I think I saw a short this morning that was talking about how the pyramids are perfectly aligned with some stars. I think they were talking about the Orion, the belt of Orion, right? The 3 stars, they match up to the pyramids in Giza, I believe. So I think that speaks more to the location, if it's true. But that's all I know. That's all that. But if you want to put up your theory, put it up, and we'll talk back and forth about it. Or if anybody else wants to talk about that. But I'm just not smart enough to know about it. But let me know, Danny, if you want to talk about like your risk tolerance for that, right? Because I hear you have to be cautious, but how cautious? Right? Star Ice Penguin, good to see you again. How are you, my friend? Glad to see you here. Says hello, Dennis. Hello to you too. Hope you're doing well. Let us know how you're doing. Welcome to the chat. We are going to be here until we reach 100K. So you're joining at a good time. We are about, 236 away. It's going to happen sometime today. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours now, which is a record for me. I think before this, my longest stream was 3 hours and 15 minutes, something like that. So welcome. If there's anything we can help you with, or if you want to join the conversation, the latest question is by our new friend Ben from Nigeria, who is asking how the pyramids were built. Does anyone know how the pyramids were built? Or we were also talking about being the very last human on Earth. What would you do? How would you conduct yourself, right? Would you still drive the speed limit? Would you wear clothes? Would you change your clothes? Would you be surrounded by animals? All kinds of things for us to talk about. So feel free to let us know. I'm good, but got a cold right now. Oh, sorry to hear that. How about you? Yeah, sorry to hear that. Definitely seems to be cold and flu season in the fall, right? Basically here through February, I think, is when it's a lot about colds and stuff, right? I'm doing well, thank you. Today's a big day. Crossing over to 100K definitely feels like a big day. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. But yeah, I'm doing really well. Gonna have this stream today. Gonna get a silver play button at some point, so looking forward to that. And gonna take a little bit of a stream break next week for the holidays here in the US. I'm gonna have a visit with my parents, so I'm really looking forward to that. And yeah, just gonna keep on doing what I'm doing. You know what? Yesterday I was actually inspired, and I got an idea for a series I'm going to do in February, in December. So in December I have a new series I'm going to do, and then in January I'm going to be bringing you guys a lot more content around CES. CES is the largest trade show. Plenty of AI companies are going to be there. So I'm going to go ahead and go there and be bringing you some pretty good content the way I have it mapped out in my mind. So we'll see. But that's what's going on with me. So Hope your cold is not keeping you too down. And hope you get better soon. Let us know if there's a way we can support you. Yeah, but Star Eyes Penguin, if you want to take your mind off your cold, the questions in front of the chat are: does anyone know how the pyramids were built? Or what would you do if you were the last human on Earth? Right? What would you do if there were no more social pressures on you? Right? There'd be no more social pressures on you. You could do whatever you'd like. The world is yours, but you're alone. What would you do? Personally, I would love it, right? But it's not for everybody, right? Some people would decide that it's not for them. I could see that happening, right? Or if you just want to change the chat up, feel free to put a question out there. Leo says, I'm back. Welcome back, Leo. How was Chipotle, Leo? What did I miss? Well, you missed a couple of people thinking about your question. Danny over on Instagram said that he would still go out, would still live his life, but with more of a cautious lens, right? Because what happens when you don't have a hospital to go to? That's kind of scary. And he's right about that, right? Jassim, our good friend Jassim, says, congrats, Dennis. Thank you so much, Jassim. Really appreciate you. Thank you for supporting me over on X. Really appreciate that. Good to see the X engagement growing. Sometimes I doubt if I should continue on X because it's so hard to get the stream going on there. They don't really seem to promote streams. My guess is that they really don't want a lot of streaming there, right? But who knows? And plus, it's become a weird platform with Elon and all the political talk on there. I'm starting to enjoy Threads more and more. So, who knows? Who knows what'll happen on X there? Leo says, good, like the last meal on Earth. Oh my gosh, you're making me hungry, Leo. The thing about keto is that you do have to be strict about it, right? And part of me says, well, but you're crossing 100K. You should reward yourself. It's okay to have a cheat meal. So I have considered having Chipotle as a cheat meal. I would either do that or a good pizza because I haven't had pizza in a while and I love pizza. But I gotta keep losing weight. Too fat. I gotta keep going. But I'm glad you got your Chipotle there, Leo. Somebody's gotta keep them in business. Down in lower Manhattan. Manoj says, congratulations, Sir Dennis. Thank you so much, Manoj. You know what, Manoj? I owe it to good people like you and Leo and everybody else in the chat. If I had no watchers, this wouldn't exist, right? So really appreciate you saying that. But, likewise, thanks to you and I appreciate you. Leo says, come on, Dennis, a pie won't kill you. It's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope, Leo. Once you get like, what was that the Frank the Tank scene, right? Once it hits your lips, it's like you can't control yourself, right? It's just so good once it hits your lips. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm making such good progress right now that I kind of don't want to mess it up, But yeah, I mean, it is a special day, right? It's not every day you get to cross 100K. I get that. And here in Vegas, we have some incredible pizza, right? I've been keeping my eye on Pizza Rock. Pizza Rock is, I can't remember what the guy's name is, but he's actually won global awards for his pizza. So, like, it's the pizza place to go to, right? So I might do that. I don't know. Don't tempt me, Leo. You're being a bad influence. Oh, so Leo, I forgot to mention that Ben asked if anybody knows how the pyramids were built. So, Leo says, all right, let's talk about the plans now that you're crossing 100K. Yeah, Leo, so I don't know if you caught that portion, but I have an idea for a series I'm going to be running in December. And then in January, I'm going to be bringing you guys some information, some content from the CES show. That's going to be just as soon as January hits. And then we'll go from there. Manoj says it's 2:16 a.m. in Bangalore, India. Wow. Manoj, what are you still doing awake, my friend? You should be going to bed. Thanks so much for sticking with us, Manoj. Really appreciate you. Yeah, I guess it is kind of the middle of the night for a lot of places around the world, isn't it? Let's see. Right now it's also like 3 a.m. in most of Asia, right? Because Asia is kind of like the reverse of the US. So yeah, it's nighttime for a lot of people, but not in North America. North America, it's like the middle of our day right now. It's like lunchtime, right? But yeah. RC Sim says, I wonder how many more people had heart attacks and got diabetes because of the fat acceptance fad of the last few years. Who knows? Who knows? But you know, RC Sim, it's not just the fat. You know, I've said this in some of my content before, that it's really more about shaming, right? We live in a society where we don't shame anybody for anything, right? So I hear you. Some people do refer to it as fat acceptance, but I think of it as the greater issue of there's no shame. Right? It's not, we have decided that it's not okay to shame anyone for anything. Right? So I hear you on that. You know, it probably has shortened a lot of lives, myself included, right? Because, you know, I'm not saying I'm the world's skinniest guy. I'm working on it though. Feel great. But I think it's just a general shaming thing. We live in a society that doesn't shame people. Not all cultures are like that. I told this story about how I was in an elevator in Japan in my hotel. Beautiful hotel. I was on my way from my room to the spa. And this guy in the elevator, it was just me and him in the elevator. And I'm wearing like my spa clothes, right? Like you know, just like my basketball shorts and like a light, you know, microfiber shirt, you know, like workout clothes, right? And this guy started commenting, and I think he was complimenting me because he was like, "Oh, look at your body shape, you know, you have a good body shape," and you know, and he spoke okay English, you know, I think he knew what he was saying, right? And he was like, "Oh, you know, big body shape, you know, I think he even said I like that, or I wish I had that, or something like that." And he got off like one floor before I was, and then I was like, did he just compliment me? Did he just hit on me? Or did he just insult me? Like I couldn't like decide, right? But, you know, in other cultures, it's okay to do that, but not in the US. Don't you dare shame anybody. So let me know what you think about that, RC Sim. But, you know, it's the greater shame, right? You can't shame anybody for anything. Leo says, which pyramids, the Egyptians or the Mexicans? Ooh, good question. Good question. I assumed that he was referring to the Egyptian pyramids. But yeah, shame on me for assuming. You never know. Maybe he did mean some of the Mayan. Is it the Mayan? Or is it Aztec? No, Mayans. Yeah, I think it was the Mayan pyramids. You're right, Leo. Star Ice Penguin says, only the internet had fat acceptance and maybe the corporations that. I don't know. I can tell you that as a fat person, I only had problems. I've never had problems like in person. So even if it was fat acceptance online, it still leaked over to like in person, right? Like I've never had problems with that. If anything, in person, it's easier, right? Like, like I'll tell you guys something, right? And I hate saying this because I love the airline and I hope they never ever change this. Because I love them, but maybe it's possible it's related to some of their issues. But I most likely don't need it anymore, so I'll share this with you. And it's selfish for me to share it because I don't need it anymore, so I'm sorry. But I love Southwest Airlines. Why? Because when you're my size, airlines, or when I was my old size, or however you want to say it, airlines have this thing, right? Because speaking of shame, they don't call it the fat passenger policy. It's the passenger of size policy. That's what they call it. It's called the passenger of size. Southwest Airlines has 100% guaranteed the most friendly passenger of size policies out there. I would get my ticket. I would buy my ticket. I don't care which one. I don't care my boarding group. I go, I check in at the airport. As soon as I check in my bag, I would also go to the Southwest Airline counter, like this customer service counter, and I would say, "Hi, I know you have a passenger of size policy. Can you please find out if I can have an extra boarding ticket?" And you can get a free second seat on Southwest Airlines. They will give you a second boarding ticket. And on top of that, that boarding ticket would also be a pre-boarding ticket. So you could be the first person on the plane, sit down, pick any seat, and you could have both seats. And you could have this all for free on Southwest Airlines. I did this for years. I even did this going to Hawaii. From Las Vegas to Hawaii, I basically had a second seat for free. Southwest is extremely friendly about that. So God bless them. They enable a lot of people to fly. I don't know if this is part of the financial troubles that they're having now. Maybe this policy has changed since, because they are having a lot of trouble now. But I'm using that as an example to show you that even on a society like face-to-face, in-person basis, there are companies out there that have very friendly policies like that, right? Because other airlines do make you pay, or they only give it to you free if the flight is not sold out. If the flight is sold out, they make you pay. Others will make you buy 2 tickets, and then you can ask for a refund at the airport if the flight is not full. So you have to start off with 2 tickets, and then they'll only refund you later. But yeah, so it's just not allowed. It's just not allowed to shame people, right? No matter what you do. Or I put up the example last time, the guy in New York, right? I can't even remember his name. I don't want to remember his name, right? He basically got elected on nothing but lies, right? And then he misused campaign funds. But, they tried for 2 years to shame him out of office, and that was never going to work because we don't allow shame, right? So yeah. But yeah, even in face-to-face, we just don't allow the shaming, right? If Leo says, but let's agree that 100 pounds is almost like you're carrying someone else with you. It is, Leo. How do you feel now? I feel fine. I feel great about it. You're right, Leo. I guess I just don't think of it that way, like as far as I've lost another person. Because if anything, I've lost a big person. Because by the way, when I say I lost 100 pounds, that wasn't where I started. I'm talking about 100 pounds just in the last year. But technically after the pandemic, I started at 489 and I'm like 330 now. So technically it's been like 160 pounds, approaching 160 pounds. But from a health perspective, I feel good. But I've always felt good. Like I've always been somebody with high self-esteem, you know? And that's kind of like the tough part about being fat. Like you don't always view it as a detriment. At least I didn't, right? I know other people do, right? But that was part of the challenge that I never really felt about it that way, Leo. Like, yeah. But yeah, but I mean, I feel great. But like the cynical person would also say, well, I have reduced my chances of catching some forms of cancer, but I may have caught cancer anyways, right? I mean, 30% of people in Western countries get cancer, right? So like your odds are bad against you no matter what. So, you know, like yeah, I feel better, but I'll never know what would have been, right? Hope that makes sense. Leo says, interesting, you never got bullied in school. Of course I got bullied in school, right? But guess what? That gives you tough skin, right? Like there's nothing that you can say now to me that makes me feel bad about myself, right? Like nothing. Like I've heard it all, or like it just doesn't matter to me. Which in a way, you know what, Leo? I'm going to go the other way with this. In a way, it kind of gets me into trouble because I don't stand down from people. I don't shut up. I have a mouth on me. Like if I'm out in public and you're acting like a jackass, I will tell you you're acting like a jackass. And if you talk back, I'll talk right back to you. Right? Like I've been like in like talking smack back and forth situations, and I never back down because there's nothing you can say that's going to hurt me. Right? Like I don't know. Like I've been in situations when I've talked people out of like, you know, trying to take a swing at me or whatever, right? Because I will not shut up and I will make them reconsider things, right? Like I remember one time there I was at a casino in Las Vegas, and we were in an area of the casino that was also near like some emergency exit doors. And I knew that those emergency exit doors led to the parking lot. And I can't remember exactly how it started, but some guy like got mouthy with me or whatever, you know, because sometimes I get annoyed by people's habits and I'll say something because again, you can't hurt me, right? And somehow we got into it. And you know what, guys? Something I've learned from this, the cowards always say, oh, let's go outside. We'll fight outside, right? The cowards always do that, right? Because they're not serious. So one of the things I always tell them is, you know what? If you want to fight, I'm right here. I'm not going to move an inch. Go ahead and move in on me. I'm not moving. I'm not running. Right? And then they always respond with, well, let's go outside. Let's go outside. And I pointed to the emergency doors and I said, outside? The cowards always want to go outside. Look, the ambulance is going to have easy access through these emergency exits to pull you out of here. Why don't we just fight here? And then they always back down after that, right? Like I will get mouthy with people. Like there's like, yeah, I got bullied, but it also like gave me tough skin. I won't back down, right? Because there's nothing you can say, right? Like anything you can tell me about my weight or whatever, I've heard like a million times, right? So in a way, it's a positive, right? Like I'm not saying that like, you know, like it was like fun going through it, but like I just don't back down. Like what are you going to say to hurt me? Like nothing, right? But again, that's kind of the double-edged sword, right? That when you don't have your self-worth or self-esteem tied to your appearance, then what's 100 pounds, right? Let's just eat all day, right? Like some people have that, right? Like think about the opposite of an anorexic, right? The anorexics don't eat because they don't like what they see in the mirror, right? But when you like what you see in the mirror and you're cool, like a pizza for lunch, yes, that sounds like a great idea, right? So I don't know. Like there's pluses and minuses to everything in life, right? But yeah, of course I was bullied in school. Of course. I'm probably like the last generation that they even allowed that for, right? Nowadays you can't do that, right? The zero tolerance for bullying or whatever, right? RC Sim says, if they give you big perks for being of size, I wonder if people would fake it somehow. RC Sim says it would be fun seeing a skinny person pull the pillows to get a free seat. That's funny, right? Or they make like latex fat suits, right? So maybe. So I'll tell you what. I'll tell you something. There were people who were kind of gaming it. So what I noticed, this happened to me like 2-3 times, is there are people who like they will watch people like me who get on board first, and they when you have that second boarding pass, they have to scan both boarding passes. So they would watch for people who would scan the boarding passes. And you know it's rows of 3, right? So those people would target sitting next to me. They would want the other seat. Like, you know, like I usually sit in a window seat, and they would immediately come and they would sit in the aisle seat because they know that middle seat will never be taken because I bought it. I own it, right? So it's almost like them getting the seat free too, because nobody's going to sit there. They still have the extra elbow room or whatever, right? So there are people who do that. They'll watch you because they know that you got the extra pass, the extra seat, which becomes their seat if they sit opposite from you, right? Or, you know, in the aisle from you. So there were people who kind of game it that way, where they intentionally would sit next to those people because, you know, one, no one wants to sit next to you, right? Like they shy away from it. But if the smart ones knew that middle seat would never be taken, so they would also kind of like piggyback that way because it kind of becomes their free seat too, right? It's kind of like the way they did it too, right? Or it's as if they had done it too, right? So yeah, so RC Sim, that's the way I've seen it. I guess another way you could do it is you could just go ahead and try it no matter what. Because I don't think that the passenger of size is like an American with Disability Act, an ADA thing. But it is illegal. I don't know if you guys know this, but it's illegal for somebody, if you claim an ADA exemption, it's illegal for somebody to call you out on it and ask you to prove it. So I'm guessing that the passenger of size thing is also true. So I'm guessing that if you were to go up there to the counter, no matter how big you are or small you are, if you could claim that, I bet that they're trained to not ask questions. Right? Like, I bet that they're trained to just say, sure, let me look it up for you. Because they have to make sure that there's space available and all that, right? But I bet you could also game it that way. That you could just say, well, if I know they're not going to ask me questions, then I could just do it. Because, you know, people do that, right? People game the ADA, right? Especially around their dogs, the service dogs, right? Once you claim a service dog, they can't ask you to prove it. Or if you claim that you're handicapped and they can't ask you to prove it, that's illegal. That's an ADA violation. RC Sim says, how would you qualify for the of size category? Do they actually weigh you? No, of course not. And that's what I'm saying, right? They can't ask you to do that. They can't ask you that. I think that would be illegal. But for me, it was obvious. I mean, like I said, at my highest, I was like 489, right? But I think now, you know, I am getting skinnier. But yeah. But no, they can't weigh you. That would be illegal. Leo says, well, you can be skinny and say you identify as an oversized person, though. Yeah. You probably could, right? You probably could say that, right? Of size person, not oversized. Yeah, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. RC Sim says, I asked that previous question before you answered it in a video. I asked that previous question before you answered it. I'm sorry, which question? You're not referring to the of size category, 'cause I don't think I've ever done a video on that, have I? RC Sim, let me know which question you're referring to there. Sorry, I don't know which one you're talking about. Let me know, please. Of size person, not oversized. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that somebody in the marketing department had to come up with that, clear it with legal, right? Legal had to sign off on it. And then, they had to change all their marketing materials or whatever. Yeah. Leo said, let me finish out RC. I asked the question about weighing, then about 30 seconds after I sent it, you answered it in this video. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that, RC Sim. Okay, so Leo wants to change topics here. Dennis, we haven't talked about those. Okay, actually, then you weighed my. Yeah, sorry, RC Sim. I don't know if there is a delay in the messages getting to me or whatnot. But I'm trying to, I'm here for as long as you guys want me. So I'm, bear with me if it is a little slow. I think that on Instagram, I'm also getting my messages on a delay, which is weird. Okay, so Leo wants to change gears. Dennis, we haven't talked about those awarded apps and softwares. What are your thoughts? The AI ones there has nothing to do with AI. Okay, Leo, so let's take a look at that. So Leo is referring to CES. So in case you guys don't know, CES stands for the Consumer Electronics Show. It's an expo that's been happening, it feels like, since the beginning of time. It happens every year in Las Vegas at the beginning of the year. And basically, if it has anything to do with consumer electronics, computers, TVs, robots, AI, whatever, it's at this show. And I'm going to be going to this show to, talk to AI companies. I'm going to talk to AI companies. I'm going to talk to robotics companies. I'm going to talk to self-driving cars, whatever. I'm going to be there for the whole week. I'm going to be sending you guys reports. There's live streams and all that. So it's going to be fun. Part of that is that they also do these innovation awards, which are right here, where they name their winners, or they have winners and they have honorees. And they have different categories, some of which relate to AI, some of which just relate to, like something like this, which is just like, a consumer product. There's some gaming stuff. This is from the AI category. I recognize this one. But it's a variety of things, right? Home electronics. I think there's a couple of, I'm surprised there's no TVs on here, right? But they have a bunch of winners, a bunch of honorees. There you go. There's like an electronic piano, a massage chair. This is another one around AI where they're looking at hand gestures, so on and so forth. So I took a look at the AI category, right? Because they have an award category, and artificial intelligence is one of the categories. So we're gonna look at this, and then we're gonna hit apply. And I think it's only 3 pages, excuse me. They have 3 pages of award winners for artificial intelligence. So I had posted a couple of these to both the general Discord and the moderator chat, which I think is what Leo's referring to. And some of these are interesting. Some of these are not so interesting. Some of these may very well be vaporware, stuff that I don't think is ever going to come to market. I think stuff that maybe is just more concept than it is actual working product. But that's just my take on it. But, we can see. So what do you guys think? Here's one that we can start off with. Gen AI. Synthetic data generated by GenGen Studio. GenGen Studio, synthetic data generation software using domain-specific generative AI, high-quality images and video for AI training. It serves industries like automotive, providing data without manual collection. So in other words, they are generating training data to help you train future FSD or AV algorithms. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. Are you, those of you that know me well know can probably guess where my thoughts are headed, but let me know. Leo says it feels like it's the beginning of time. Yeah, absolutely, Leo. GenGen AI, sticky name. Yeah, it's a creative name, but when it comes to automotive safety, I don't want you to be creative. I want you to be good, right? What do you guys think? Are you on board with this? Are you concerned? Are you scared? What do you think? Let me know if you need me to adjust anything on the screen or move it over or whatever, okay? Meanwhile, I am checking my chats, make sure everything is running as supposed to. Nobody wants to volunteer their thoughts? Leo says, I don't know. They're generating synthetic data for self-driving cars. What could be the negative outcomes of this? Maybe there aren't any negative outcomes, right? Now, I shouldn't have said what I thought because, you know, that does kind of bias the chat, right? But Leo, I see a couple of different outcomes. I mean, here's part of what is my concern, is that once you have the data like this, it would still require a lot of verification, right? Like you would still have to have human validation to know that this sign here says 60 and this sign here says 50. Because you'd have to make sure that they're not mislabeled. Because if they are, that's massive problems, right? And if you have to do that, then you're potentially taking some of the benefits out of it, right? Now you're no longer kind of have a hands-off approach, right? It's not hands-off anymore. It involves human validation, and if you're going to do that, then why not just drive the miles and get the signs or get the real-world data, right? So that's kind of the part that concerns me. Also, it's not just about the imagery, it's about the response to the imagery, right? Like, okay, you synthetically created something that represents, what is this, an elk or something, or a moose in the roadway. But then how are you creating the training data for the response to the moose in the roadway? If it's synthetic data and you're potentially mislabeling it, or not mislabeling it, but misunderstanding what the response should be. What happens when this happens in real life? Like, how are you ensuring that the car, when this moose picture happens, the car isn't going to speed up, right? So those are the things that kind of concern me. Like, there's a reason why you drive the miles, because you want to get the response, not necessarily the imagery, right? Leo says, that's what I was thinking. Would the car be able to separate reality from the training data? Well, yeah, I mean, that's the question, Leo. So to your point, Leo, the cars currently already have trouble with that, right? There's already been plenty of examples where real life situations were misinterpreted, right? So I don't know if you guys remember this, but the first Tesla accident happened in 2017, I believe. 2017, 2016, something around that. Do you guys remember how that accident happened? It was in Florida. Do you guys remember how that happened? So in that first accident, it was the first fatality, not the first accident, first fatality. A car was coming down, a Tesla was coming down the highway, right? In self-driving mode. And it was a driveway, it was a highway that had, kind of like those entry driveways sideways. And it just so happened that far off in the distance, a semi-truck was entering the highway. It was entering the highway and was going to make a left and, go in the same direction as the car. Unfortunately, the truck had the semi-truck had just been washed. It was a completely white truck, and it had just been washed, so it was very shiny. And because of the shininess and the reflection, the Tesla interpreted it as open road. Because if the truck is sideways to you and it was shiny and white, it acts like a big mirror, right? So to the Tesla, it was open road because the truck was reflecting the open highway. And unfortunately, the Tesla T-boned it, went under the truck, the driver died, terrible story. Right? So those cases are going to happen, and Tesla already has trouble with that, with the situations, like you said, Leo, separating reality from the training data, because the training data told that, oh, you're looking at open road, right? But the reality was that it was a reflection of open road, with the bad timing of a freshly washed white semi-truck, right? So is using generative data only going to help it or going to hurt it? I have a hard time saying it's going to help it, right? Like, that doesn't feel right. Leo says, that's crazy. I didn't know about that. No one thought about shape identification, just like let them learn what they... Yeah, Leo. Like, when you say let them learn what they want, that's kind of like what I come back to, where if you really want to pursue this whole FSD thing, it's basically reinforcement learning, right? Like, you're going to have to learn from your mistakes. But wait a minute. Those mistakes usually mean people are hurt, right? Like, that's kind of what it means. So that's why I keep on coming back to that example. Like, oops, sorry, we killed your grandmother because our algorithm didn't know what to do in this situation. Like, that sucks, right? But yeah, Leo, so if you think about that scenario, right, it sounds like this is the first time hearing about this. Do you see generatively produced data as helping or hurting in that situation? I don't think it helps. Yes, but once you identify the parameters, you have to set them up for them all. Yes, that's true, Leo, but that's not a guaranteed fix, right? Remember we talked about that, right? We talked about how just because you fix something or just because you introduce new data doesn't mean you fix it, because it still may not it still may not be enough data to move the thresholds for saying, oh, wait a minute, I need to take a different act than I have in the past for this situation. And also, it's the classic break fix problem in software development, right? Anytime you fix something, make sure you didn't break something else, right? Like a regression testing type of thing, right? So just because you fix one thing doesn't mean you've improved the model as a whole. Okay, RC Sim, sorry, I skipped over your question. Maybe the Gen AI data is only for creating the images and not tagging it for training. But what good is it if it's not tagged though, RC Sim? You have to both tag it and make sure it's 100% accurate. Because because look at these signs, right? These are obviously speed signs in some other country, right? I'm assuming these are kilometer signs in other countries, right? What good is this generated image if it's not accurately tagged as being 50 kilometers per hour? That's not just useless training data, that's dangerous training data. Because what if the labeling is 70 instead of 50? Now you're telling a car that sees this sign to go 70 instead of 50. So let me know, RC Sim, maybe I'm misinterpreting your question or your statement, but I think it's the opposite. It has to be tagged, and it has to be highly accurate, and the car has to know how to reply in a proper way, right? Like I said, look at the moose picture. The tagging is key here, but so is, well, what do you do when you're 50 feet from a moose? Like, what's the appropriate response, right? I mean, that's the real question, right? So let me know what you think about the RC Sim, but I think it's critical, super critical. Leo says, I didn't know about that. For me, Gen is just useless. Yeah, I agree. We need to create an award for this useless projects, Dennis. That would be fun. And unlike any other model, synthetic data might be the only beneficial in lab tests. Yeah, sure. But is Tesla going to tell you that? Is Waymo going to tell you that? They don't, right? I mean, we saw that Waymo safety report. We have 25 million miles of safe driving. Yeah, but 60% came from a single city. A single city with ideal driving conditions. The marketing materials don't tell you that part, right? Or the one that we saw where if you guys remember, in their accidents and injuries report, they don't separate out injuries versus fatalities. So you can't actually tell how many fatalities there are because they're all grouped together. That's kind of sketchy, right? And keep in mind that Tesla just recently was named as one of the most fatal car brands, right? If you look at their fatalities per driven miles, I think they were like in the top 3 or 4, something like that, right? Can Waymo really be that far off from Tesla? Probably not, right? So that's something to think about, right? Leo says, of course they won't. They have robots streaming for more than 5 hours. Cars are going to get there. Oh, that's hilarious. I love that. You know what, Leo? I love your commitment to the bit. You just keep going with that. Good for you, Leo. No one can doubt your commitment, Leo. RC Sim says, even if you have to manually review and tag what is in the images, just tagging can be more efficient than getting all the images captured. You mean label, IRC Sim. Yeah. Yeah, but RC Sim, Look, again, I don't want to play, word games with you. That's not my intent. But are you looking to be more efficient or more safe? Because I'm looking at this from the safety perspective. I don't care if Tesla's efficient or not, right? Like, those morons can do what they want. I want them to be safe, right? Like, if they tell you, hey, sorry, we killed your grandmother, but we did it in an efficient way, right? The key sentence in that it's not an efficient way, it's that they killed your grandmother, right? So I'd rather care more about like the quality and the accuracy of the data than efficiency. Like, I don't care if you're efficient, just don't kill anybody, right? So again, not trying to nitpick, but like what we really care about is the safety, the accuracy. RC Sim says you might be able to get similar images on Bing image search or Google image search, but that could be slow. I'm sorry, but I don't want my automated car to be trained on Google images. Yeah, RC Sim, I'm not on board with this at all, my friend. We really want accuracy and safety, not efficiency and convenience for Tesla, right? Like, yeah, you're right. That would be a great cost-saving measure for Tesla, but I don't care about that. We all care about safe roads, right? So let me know what you think about that. Because, I mean, I know you have some background in this, right? But you don't want to build an efficient model. You want to build a safe model, right? That's really what we all want. Leo says, thought experiment, Dennis. If you're about to architect a project for FSD, how would you do? Imagine I built this model trained on Bing images, ready to run, baby. That's hilarious. Okay, Leo, so Leo, somebody could take my last video and you could make the argument that maybe I would not do it at all, right? I mean, look, I'm not trying to be anti-Tesla or anti-Waymo here, but I'm willing to accept that there are some things that machine learning can't solve, right? I mean, that's basically what I'm proposing in my last video, that Waymo and Tesla are charging forward, but underneath all of that is this, is a theory or whatever you want to call it, that says machine learning can solve everything. There's nothing machine learning can't learn, can't solve, can't help us with, can't predict, whatever. Right? I mean, that's basically like the core of this, right? To them, machine learning can do no wrong. It will solve this. That's kind of like their underlying premise. So I think that there's an argument to say I wouldn't pursue it. Too many edge cases, too many things at risk. Let's stop at EVs, because you can have an EV that you still drive, like there seems to be this requirement that every EV also has to be FSD, right? Well, why can't we just stop at EVs and just accept that machine learning can't solve driving, right? You have to start somewhere if you got to start making self-drive. Yeah, but I'm willing to say that you don't have to do that, right? I mean, along the same lines, I personally think that Musk has kind of painted himself into a corner, right? Because he has said that if we can't solve self-driving, then Tesla loses like 80% of its value, I think is what he said, right? He has said this, right? That's not my words. I might be wrong on the 80%, but he has basically said that the future of Tesla is us solving FSD. Well, how do you back down from that? You can't, right? You start believing your own lie after a while, right? It's like that Lance Armstrong thing, right? Lance Armstrong had to convince himself that using PEDs was okay, right? That's how he lied to the world. How do you lie to the world? Well, because you're lying to yourself too, right? You're unwilling to accept facts, right? I mean, that's how those sociopaths get through it, right? You lie to the world because you're not lying to yourself. You actually believe what you say. But I'm willing to say, well, wait a minute. What if it's unsolvable? Right? So Leo, I would say I would probably try to, talk that person, that company, that whatever out of it. I wouldn't want to lead a project like that. Right? You guys have watched my content. So I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself. But there's Alan Perlis, right? The AI researcher. He said that. He said 1 year of working in artificial intelligence should make you believe in God, because you appreciate the beauty of the human mind, right? There's a million things happening when you're driving a car. You just don't know it, right? So I would back down. Hey guys, I love your idea for a self-driving car, but I don't know. Let's just work on a spam filter instead. That could be fun. Oh, that's hilarious. RC Sim says, I'm not saying that you actually have people. I'm not saying that you actually have people in cars in 5 or 10 years after starting the software project. But Musk loves that, right? That's what Musk lives for. Like, he loves those release parties or whatever, the hype, whatever those things are called, right? The media events. He loves that junk, right? So, I mean, look. What's Elon Musk good at? He's good at having these hype parties, and he's good at getting money from Wall Street, right? Tesla has been a money-losing entity for a long time, but he's really good at talking all of the banks and finance companies into giving him money. Those are the 2 skills that Elon Musk truly has, right? So the parties and the announcements and all that keeps the lie going, right? That keeps the money flowing. I mean, if Wall Street had said no to Tesla, Tesla would have died like 10 years ago. Right? So saying those things is why Tesla is still alive. If he hadn't said those things, Tesla would have died out a long time ago. So tell me what you think about that, RC Sim, because I know you know your stuff on this stuff. But I mean, to me, those are Elon Musk's skills. His skill is at running these media hype parties and raising money from Wall Street. Leo says that's why he's pumping Bitcoin. Yeah, sure. I'll tell you, Leo, and I don't think I've mentioned this on stream. And by the way, if I disappear after this, talk to Elon, right? Start with him. But you know what I think? So I just told you that he's really good at raising money from Wall Street, right? So here's my conspiracy theory. And you guys know I don't like to talk politics, all this stuff, right? But I'm just going to tell you guys this, and we're going to leave it at that. But if I disappear after this, start with Elon. Somebody check in on me later, just in case. I think that this whole Musk thing and Trump and what is it, the Dodge Department or whatever, Doge, whatever, however you pronounce it. Elon Musk has been very good at raising money from Wall Street. And the only person with more money than Wall Street is the Defense Department. And we know that SpaceX is doing some government contracts, obviously, right? So my gut tells me that there's a lot of grift here. And the only other source for money is to have some grift around SpaceX. So I think that the play here is SpaceX. Right? Like the money that's involved in SpaceX and the defense contracts, the NASA contracts, all that stuff is like towers over what he could do from Wall Street, right? Like tons more money. So that's what my gut tells me. This is all just a money play, right? And it's around SpaceX, not Tesla. Like, you know how much fat is written into those like defense contracts, or like, just about any government contract? He's going to have a field day with that stuff. And it's all going to be in private, right? Because Wall Street money, you got to report. You got to report when you raised money. You don't have to report when you built in some fat into a defense contract, right? So I'm going to stop there. But pumping Bitcoin, raising money, yeah, he's good at all that. I think the next thing is SpaceX contracts from the government. Like I said, if I disappear later, do a welfare check on me later, guys. But that's what my gut's telling me. It's a side door. It's a side door into everything that can happen with those SpaceX and defense contracts and all that. All right, Sibia, good, so good to see you again. Hi, Dennis. I'm waking now, seeing you still connected. Yeah, you are powerful. Well, not if Tesla gets to me first. Thank you all for teaching us. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So good to see you again. Excuse me. And of course I'm awake. Look, guys, did you see the size of the coffee that I had? And there's still coffee in here, right? So I am here until we go to this. This number has to say, oh, look. Oh, whoa. What the heck just happened? Whoa. That was a huge jump, guys. Oh, wow. That's awesome. Guys, we're only 135 away. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow, guys. That's nice. Got a nice little bump there. Thank you so much. But yeah, Sibia, to your point, we're here until this is 100,000. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours now. That's my longest stream ever. My throat is dry. Let me get some water. Yeah, in my part of the world, it's 1:40 in the afternoon. I got a big coffee. I'm not going anywhere, Sibia. I'm here as long as you need me. Let's keep the conversation going. RC Sim says, you could start making the software and then test it very thoroughly and increase the amount of assistance it gives to drivers. But what's very thoroughly? See, that's where the challenge comes in, RC Sim. There's too many edge cases in driving to say I tested thoroughly. There's different traffic patterns, there's detours, there's lighted streets, there's dark streets, there's pedestrians, there's scooters, there's people in wheelchairs. It's too many edge cases. There is no tested thoroughly, right? Like I literally believe that's unachievable. Like, it's just not achievable to say, I've tested enough scenarios where we are safe. Like, you literally can never say that with FSD, right? And that's really the part that scares me. There's just too many edge cases. Just too many. There's too many. Leo says, oh no, let me get a bite on politics. A fall wouldn't be that bad. Is that from a movie? Carla and George says, I would rewrite the Constitution. Okay, cool. By the way, if you guys remember, Carla and George is I think it's my sister's account. Or maybe it's George. But let me know what you mean by that. Like, what part? Like, I think you were... Excuse me. I think you said that portion when I was talking about Musk. But let me know what you mean. I'd love to hear more about that, okay? Michael says he's back. Michael, you're welcome back. Michael, you can come and go again if you want. We're going to be here a while. We are going to be here until this number says 100,000. Well, actually, it's only another 130, so who knows? Maybe it won't be that much longer. But yeah. Leo says, but Michael, welcome back. I think you're from Nigeria, so welcome back, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Actually, I'm gonna guess it's actually pretty late in Nigeria, right? It's not your morning already, is it? No, it can't be your morning already. But thank you, Michael. I appreciate you having you here. Leo says, I think it's the combo. Starlink and SpaceX make everything look bigger than they are. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. I didn't mention Starlink, but absolutely, you're right. Starlink has that same grift potential, I guess you could say. You know what's interesting about Starlink too is from what I've been reading is that Starlink also has the potential to basically become a lot of what do they call it? Space debris, I think, right? Because they have a lot of satellites. Well, Leo, it sounds like you might be skeptical of their satellite count, which I don't disagree with, right? But if you do believe their account, they have the potential to create a lot of space debris, right? And also, I think they were saying how because they're so low, they also have the greatest risk of falling out of orbit, right? The higher up you are, the less risk you have of falling out of orbit. So yeah, I mean, Starlink also has a lot of like dangers or things that they might have to sweep under the rug, you know. But yeah, you're right. Starlink and SpaceX could be a combo of that grift. Something to watch. IRC Sim says, I'm no fan of Elon Musk or Tesla. I'm talking about how any company that wanted driver assistance and ultimately self-drive. But do they want it? Do they want it, RC Sim? Because, you know, I wrote an article about this way back in 2017. In 2017, if you go back to those articles, there were a ton of companies like, yeah, we're making EVs and they're going to drive themselves, but we're going to make them 10 years from now. Nobody, I remember specifically GM did that. They signed a pact with a bunch of companies, had a big splash. The CEO was there for a signing, and they were going to do it 10 years from that. To me, that was a red flag. Because what they're really doing is they wanted to wait for the legal landscape to work itself out. Because we still don't know how the insurance and the compensation and all of that happens when two FSD vehicles crash. Or when an FSD vehicle hits a human-driven vehicle. Those things haven't been solved yet. Right? They haven't been solved. They haven't been tested in courts, right? In many ways, they're still kind of unregulated, right? I know California has advanced some of their laws. A couple other states have. But generally speaking, if you pick a random state, they don't have a lot of laws or a lot of clarity or even DMV regulations around this, right? So to me, the car companies are still a little hesitant. They're still a little hesitant to see, well, let's see how this plays out. Let's see what the courts say. Let's let a couple of these things go to trial, right? It's called judicial legislation, right? Where you can count on a law because a previous court ruled on it, right? Or bench legislation, it's also referred to, right? So do they really want it? Where's GM's self-driving vehicle? Where's Toyota's self-driving vehicle? Where's Ford's self-driving vehicle? They're not dumb. They're not dumb. They know that this is headed towards a lot of messy litigation, messy insurance issues. And I absolutely love, and I mentioned this in my video, right? This is how I know the Elon Musk fanboys are insane. Because I've posted this, and I've talked about this. And they always reply with the same stupid comment. But Waymo and Tesla are different. They've already said that they're going to take responsibility for the crashes. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. Absolutely not. They would never agree to that. But these companies are different. They're globally aware. They make EV vehicles to help humanity. No, they don't. It's the same venture capitalists behind them. It's the same legal firms behind all of them, right? There's like 5 or 6 legal firms that dominate Silicon Valley that everybody uses. They all write the same disclaimers to avoid responsibility, right? No, Tesla's going to provide insurance. No, they're not. So I think the other car companies know this, right? The other car companies are like, whoa, wait a minute. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't want to lead the way here. Let's let them take care of it. And then we'll see what the bench says, what the judges say, what the injury amounts are, right? That's not clear. Nobody can tell me that's cleared up. Show me legislation, regulations, or even past cases where that's been made public. So RC Sim, I disagree with your assertion that other companies want them. Show me Toyota's self-driving vehicle. Show me Honda's. They're not dumb, right? So, think about that, right? Again, I always use the example. What happens when your grandmother gets killed? You're telling me Tesla is not going to try to weasel out of responsibility? You bet they are. Right? He might reset you. Reset me, yeah. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, I better watch what I say, right? But really, to this point, I have thought about leaving X because of that, right? You never know what's going to happen on there. Leo says absolutely and nothing to report back plus risk zero. It didn't work out, guys. My bad. Yeah, absolutely, Leo. Right? There could be all these kinds of contracts that you'll never hear about, or at least you'll never see the details on, right? And there's a lot of grift, a lot of fat built into it. And oh, whoops, the satellite didn't launch. We lost it on the launch pad, right? And like I said, the only other person you can raise more money from than Wall Street is the government, right? There are no other big pots of money for him to go after. So yeah, Leo, I'm glad you see it that way because I know you're a smart guy. I know you think about these things. But yeah, right? Like, danger. Leo says, let's go, child support, Dennis, shut up, return. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Leo. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. 5 hours streaming. At least we know Elon did a good job on the robot's battery. How do you know I'm not plugged in? Right? All those robot demos you see always have that big old cable, right, behind them. I could be plugged in. You haven't asked me to stand up and verify. I could have no legs for all you know. That's funny. Michael says it's almost 11 p.m. here. Nice comment. Oh, okay, thank you so much, Michael. Thank you for staying up with us. I know that's late for a lot of people, so thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So RC Sim says, do you think assisted parking are safe enough? I suppose, but there's still a lot of variations on parking, right? Here and in the US and in handicap spots, there's parking that's like nose in. There's parking that's parallel to the curb. How would it handle parking structures? Like multi-tier structures. For example, Tesla is kind of known to have problems in low light conditions. I've been in some very dark parking garages, right? How do you do that? I don't know if you're asking them because the risk of injury is low. I'm guessing that's why you're asking. So yeah, I get that. But you could still have property damage, right? What happens when a self-driving car hits your car and you have significant property damage? Like, who do you go after, right? So I appreciate the spirit of your question, RC Sim, but I still think there's dangers, right? So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm 100% comfortable with that. Yeah, like if the car parks itself. Yeah, I guess there is a difference between assisted parking versus the car that parks itself. Parallel parking is hard. It is nice when you have those sensors and those little alerts that help you. But it's just too many variants, right? Because ultimately that's kind of what I'm trying to express to you guys, right? That the edge cases, the variances that are out there is kind of like what's throwing me off, right? That they can change at any time. So, yeah. Absolutely, even though they can anticipate the satellite's fall, we're still talking about a tons of ocean debris. And there's so many of them, right, Leo? So Leo, you'd have to tell me if you believe the number of satellites they have, because if you believe their numbers, they have a ton of satellites up there, right? Because, they've made them very small. They can launch a bunch at a time, I believe, if I remember right. Right, they're not launching them one at a time, right? They're doing multiples. But But it's not all going to be ocean, right? The majority will be ocean, but at some point you're going to hit somebody's house, right? You're going to send one of those satellites through the roof, right? So I don't know. Leo says that's true. We've only seen pictures up to the head. That's what I'm saying, Leo. Right? That's what I'm saying. How do you know that there isn't like a big old cable coming out of my back and there's somebody standing right over here, you know, with the remote control, right? I've only shown you guys this view, right? I've never moved my camera sideways. So my human controller, or what do they call him? The teleoperator, could be standing right over here with a big old cable. You guys would never know. Leo says right now over 7,000. The goal is up to 42. Oh wow, is that what they want to do? Seriously? Wow. So what? That's 6x over what they have now. Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot, guys. I did not realize that. Oh no, this is maybe. But hey, you could still use this demo to raise a lot of money from the idiot venture capitalists, right? You know, all we have to do is come up with a demo of me dancing, and you could probably raise 100 million in valuation based on that, right? Oh gosh, yeah. Those dancing robot videos. You know how much money has been raised off stupid dancing robot videos? Sometimes I wish I was a lot less honest, guys, because it makes me think, well, why am I not raising that money, right? I'm just too honest for my own good, guys. All right, I might start losing my mind when this number hits 900, right? 99.9. I don't know, guys. That's crazy. That is super crazy. 100,000. RC Sim says, Kraftwerk did a funny robot dance in We Are the Robots. I haven't seen that one. Let's look it up. Oh no, now you guys can see that I watch way too much Yellowstone. Yeah, that's a bad sign, right? When two Yellowstone items are up on your start page, right? Now you guys know all my secret. Oh gosh, this is old school, eh? 13 years ago. RC Sim, exactly how old are you, my friend? It was the slowest robot dance I ever saw. Well, we're all about to see it. Funny as in moving like statues. Okay, well, RC Sim, this is your idea. Michael says, soon Dennis, soon Art 100K is here for you. Yeah, it will be. Kraftwerk, German group, amazing. Are they still around? I mean, I know they've been around for a while, but are they still making new music? You guys let me know. I don't think I can share audio. Sorry, Sim. Yeah, okay, I see it, RC Sim. You're right. Leo says, love them, watch them Radio City Hall 2 years ago. Nice, Leo. Man, that's such a great era in New York. I know people always poo-poo it because it's touristy, but last November, I went skating at Rockefeller Center and all that, around the Radio City area. Man, that was a ton of fun. I love New York that time of year. There's a robot impression, very statue-like. Yeah, you're right. But man, when was this released? This is like classic 80s synth pop, right? Or synth alt pop. These guys look like they're a lot of fun at parties. Oh, this is old, fat old. Oh my gosh, released in 1978. Yeah. I was going to say the synth pop is like easily 80s, if not earlier than that, right? Joseph, you're back. Joseph, you have to tell us what made you laugh. The jokes come quick in this stream. Well, that's creepy. Golden era of techno German. You think so, Leo? Well, but here's the thing that the reason I knew that this was like early 80s synth pop is because this also sounds like Depeche Mode from the same era, right? Like you could have taken that backing track, remove the vocal, just take the track, and that could be like a Depeche Mode song, right? So for me, I don't know. I don't think about it as German. I just think about it like just the music of the time, right? Like early Duran Duran was also a little bit synthy, right? So German era techno German? I don't know. It's just synthesizer, right? Like that's the only thing they used to make music back then, right? So I don't know. I mean, obviously, yes, I know they're German, but Joseph says, can't miss the party, had to wrap up my work for the day. Nice. Wait a minute. Isn't it only like 4 o'clock in Tennessee right now? Oh, you working banker's hours over there? Come on, Joseph. But glad you're here, buddy. Glad you're here. Oh, wow, that's crazy. My own stream is recommended on my recommendations. That's weird. How did that happen? Oh man, I thought we were going to go to 900 there. Okay, guys, so we are on 109. 109. Casual Economist says, after 10 hours, I think YouTube stops monetizing your stream. But I have monetization turned off on this stream. So I hope they're not showing you guys ads. I know YouTube is terrible about that. But I decided to do no monetization on this stream. So it would suck if they are still showing you ads. Leo says, oh, Americans, I know. I don't know. Same thing to me. Okay, you're right. You're right. Some Americans can be biased, but to my credit, I did name different bands. Right? I did name Duran Duran. I did name Depeche Mode. So not totally a US centric viewpoint, but I hear you, Leo. I hear you. It looked like the subscriber count jumped quickly during the self-driving discussion. You're right. You're right about that. I don't know if that was because well, I think it's also just because we didn't look for a while, right? So this number is one of those what do you call it? The watch pot never boils, right? The more you watch it, the less it's gonna move, right? So we kind of had it off for a while. So maybe that was part of it. I don't know. Or, I mean, what you're really implying, RC Sim, is that they're listening to us. Exactly discussing. Yeah, those subscriptions all came from the FBI. Be careful. Joseph says Eastern Tennessee and it's 5 over there. Okay, cool. Thanks for joining us, Joseph. Always good having you back. We're having some good discussion, Joseph. So Joseph, we've talked about everything. We've talked about self-driving cars. We've talked about SpaceX. We've talked about Musk. We've talked about being the last person on Earth. We've talked about where the pyramids come from. Lots of things for you to chime in on. Casual Economist says, I got premium. I don't see ads. Oh, well, look at you, Mr. Fancy Pants. I didn't know Minneapolis even got YouTube Premium. I thought you guys, I'm surprised you have broadband. RC Sim says, I don't think I'm much of an expert on it. I competed in a university competition that involved modified remote controlled cars. I then made a simulator. But hey, experience is experience, right? So good for you. I'm just mentioning that in the sense that, I'm willing to accept that there's people in the chat that know more than me, right? But, all perspectives are welcome, right? That's a healthy part of the data science process. The simulator isn't very polished, but I'd be happy to talk with anyone using it to tackle any kinks. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think I asked you to send that to me. Like, I don't know if you're talking about a GitHub or something else, but yeah, just let me know. And then maybe we can publish it out to the greater Discord. RC Sim, it's nothing personal to you, but I do try to be protective when people want to advertise something on the Discord. Not that I'm against it. I just try to be cautious, because I know there's a lot of scams and things out there. People have approached me for marketing deals or things like that I just don't think are a good fit. And then we also have scams where people will direct message people and stuff like that. So, Leo says, I swear I read Joe Biden subscribed when you're talking about. Okay, so speaking of conspiracy theories, have you seen the conspiracy theory about Biden voting for Trump? I don't know. There seems to be a lot of truth to it, right? Like, who knows? Who knows if that happened, right? But yeah, maybe Joe Biden said, "Ooh, these are my kind of people." Oh, that's why we stopped growing. You know what? People will come and go, right? I'm just grateful for all of you guys and all the support and really this entire journey that I've been on, right? I keep on telling you guys, if at the beginning of January 2024, you had told me you are going to have 100,000 followers by the end of this year, I would have said, "Are you insane? I don't even know what I didn't even have an Instagram account. I had a YouTube account. Everybody has a YouTube account, but Instagram, like, I don't know what Instagram, like, I don't know what a reel is. I don't know what a short is." Insanity. It's crazy how life changes. IRC Sim says yes. Yeah, so just let me know, RC Sim, whenever you want to send that over. Casual Economist, I faked my address to Ames, Iowa, the New York City of the the New York City of the Midwest. Oh, that's hilarious. But no, I'm sorry, Casual Economist. I have to correct you there. Ames, Iowa is the New York City of Iowa. I don't think it can claim the whole Midwest. Let's pump the brakes there. The Midwest is still a big area. I don't know if you can claim it. You can claim Iowa, but not the Midwest. That's hilarious. Tej says, Dennis, I get that AI is improving at technical skills, but data scientist interviews still test technical expertise. To pass, you need strong technical skills. There's no way around it. What do you think? Don't go in there and answer their questions, right? That's the bigger play. Go in there, prepared to answer projects that you owned, right? So we talk about this, guys, and I realize that it's a different take. I realize that I'm giving you non-standard advice. I get it. All right. But play the metagame. The metagame is them not asking you technical questions. The metagame is this candidate in front of me ready to go on day one, or am I going to have to hold their hand? That's what they're asking you. That's the entire hiring process, right? That's what they're really asking you. So go in there and show them that you're ready to go on day one, right? That should be your entire goal. Your entire goal is not to answer their questions. That's level one. Your goal is to show that you're ready to go on day one. Let me put it to you another way, because I've given this advice before, but I thought about a different way to explain it. So I've told you guys in the past that I enjoy playing poker. Poker's a fun game. And there is this theory that says that poker is a game of mistakes, right? The mistakes you make and the mistakes that your opponent makes. And how do your mistakes compare to their mistakes, right? And what mistakes you can cause them to make, what mistakes they cause you to make. And the reason that the reason why that's a theory is because of card distribution, right? You're going to get aces, your opponent's going to get aces, right? There's no advantage in saying that, because the card distributions are the same. Okay? So if you think about that, I like to expand that to say that life is a game of mistakes, right? Life is a game of mistakes. What mistakes are other people making? What mistakes are you making? And how do you avoid those mistakes or lose less in those mistakes, right? So the reason I'm giving you this advice is because I want you to have the attitude of, when I walk out of that interview, I'm going to make sure it's a mistake for them to not hire me. I want to make sure that when they choose another candidate, it's a mistake. I'm the better candidate. I'm the one that's ready to go. Because that's how I'm defining better candidate, right? I'm not talking about ego. I'm talking about I'm showing that I'm the better candidate, right? Are you causing them to make a mistake if you walk in there and say, well, let me just see what tests they give me or what questions they ask? No. You're not causing a mistake. That's you just going along with everybody else, right? If you're answering the same questions that everybody else is answering, then you're not giving yourself a chance to stand out. And if you're not standing out, then they're not making a mistake by not hiring you, right? You're just another one of candidates, and they won't feel bad about not hiring you, right? Like, they probably won't even remember you if you just go in there and follow the same instructions. They probably gave it to 20 candidates. Because trust me, it is hard. I mean, I've gone through like 20, 30 interviews to find one good data scientist, right? So that should be your attitude. Your attitude should be, I'm going to cause them to make a mistake. And you don't cause mistakes by saying, okay, well, I'm just going to sit here and have you ask me questions. Go ahead. Right? You're going to go in there, you're going to walk in there and say, hi, my name is Tej. I've been a data scientist for 2 years. I want to submit these projects that I did. I want to submit them to you as my writing sample, and I'd like to talk you through it from beginning all the way to business impact. See, now as a hiring manager, you have my attention, right? Because now you've brought me proof that you're ready to go on day one. Your underlying message is, you don't have to hold my hand. I know what I'm doing. I'm ready to go to work for you, right? That's what you're telling me when you do that. That's what you, Tej, are telling me, hiring manager, when you do that. See, now you're playing the metagame, because now you're saying, hey, hiring manager, I know that you're busy. You don't want to hold my hand. You want somebody who's ready to go. So let me show you that I'm ready to go. You got to do that, Tej, right? You got to do that. Otherwise, you're not going to stand out, right? And if you don't stand out, then they forget you quickly, right? You're forgotten super quickly. So keep that in mind, Tej. I realize it's non-standard advice. I understand. I understand. But you got to do that, right? Because otherwise they won't feel bad about not hiring you. You want to walk out of there making them feel bad for not hiring you. Joseph says, it's like you say, you got to play the metagame. Yeah, absolutely, Joseph, right? Like, you got to think about that, right? What's the metagame, right? Yeah, right? Leo says, that's a great mindset. Yeah, thank you, Leo. Yeah, that's just one of the things I think about, Like, what is the metagame for what I'm about to do for, whatever the situation may be, right? You gotta think strategically in a lot of situations, right? Otherwise, if you're just swimming along with the fishes, then it's a lottery. You're playing a lottery. I don't want to play a lottery, right? So keep that in mind. Anise says, love the advice. Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate that, Anise. Yeah. I really appreciate that all of you guys get it because, I understand that it's non-standard, right? But you got to stand out. You got to show that you're special. You got to show that you're ready to go. Especially, if you're lucky enough to get to that stage, right? Because it's not easy to get interviews, right? So, yeah. Ahmad, I think this is your first time. So Ahmad, welcome. Glad to see you here. Ahmad says, hi, sir. I'm from Pakistan. Should I learn data analysis in the area of AI? Give me advice, sir. What do you mean by that, Ahmad? Are you saying that you would prefer to use AI for data analysis? Like, are you considering other careers, or are you just concerned about the tools? Give me a little bit more information on that. Because the AI era is definitely going to change the tools and the way you approach data analysis. But I'm not sure if that's what you mean or not. But let me know. Let me know, okay? Tej says, thank you. Yeah, Tej, I hope you find that useful. I mean, I know that you attended plenty of my streams before. You sound like a smart guy. You ask good questions. Just think about the metagame, right? Everything in life has a metagame, right? Everything in life has a metagame. You just have to find it. So, just try to stand out. Try to be prepared, right? Because what I'm also describing in that process is that you're a prepared candidate, right? Those 3 projects aren't going to write themselves. You have to put in that work, right? So I'd like, just think about that, okay? Always look for the metagame. Ahmad says, I'm pursuing my career. Okay. All right, Ahmad. So Ahmad, I think that you would be well served. As a career, should I choose data analysis? Well, okay. The question is not should you pursue data analysis. The question is what should you pursue for your career, right? And the answer is do what you like. Does data analysis excite you in some way, or like it attracts you in some way, right? I mean, that's really kind of the question here. Like, is there something inherently about it that you find interesting? If there isn't, then maybe you should consider something else. Or maybe there's certain aspects of it that you like more than others, right? Like maybe it's not data analysis that you like. Maybe it's more the visualization and dashboarding that you like. Maybe not, right? Kind of depends. So that's what I would ask you first, right? Like what is it about data analysis that interests you? From there, coming back to your question about the era of AI, yeah, I mean, data analysis is likely to be one of those career paths that's swallowed up by generative AI, right? That's not a bad guess for careers that are going to be highly impacted by it. But That doesn't mean you still can't be useful in it, because you can still pursue the usage of AI for data analysis, the prompting skills, right? The EDA skills, the visualization skills that these LLMs are capable of, right? We've done that in some of the Sunday classes where we ask it to do plots for us and things like that, right? So you could consider that. Yeah, but either way, you should be pursuing it with a very AI first attitude, right? What are the AI things that I can do to help myself learn or help myself carry out the tasks? That would be key. That would be key. Okay. So I hope I helped, Ahmad. If not, let me know. Feel free to post follow-ups in the chat. Okay. $9.15. What is that? 85 away? Wow. That's crazy, guys. Oh, so this is funny. I meant to say this earlier, but I got curious this morning. So I asked ChatGPT, and there are 300,000 channels on YouTube that have at least 100,000 followers. And then I asked, how long has YouTube been around? How many days has YouTube been around? And it told me that YouTube started February 14th, 2005, which means that it has been around for 7,400 something days. So if you take those two numbers and you divide them, it comes out to 42. That means that on average, 42 channels have reached 100,000 at least 100,000 followers on YouTube every day. So it's not an everyday occurrence, but I am one of 42 channels that's going to turn over today to 100,000. Isn't that crazy? So yeah, so on average it's going to be 42 channels, and you're watching one of them, right? It's not every day you get to see the numbers turn over, but apparently there are, if you were to average it out, I'm sure it's skewed data, obviously, but 42 channels a day that do this. Isn't that wild? Top 3K. No, Leo, it comes out to less than that. If you reach 100,000, you are in the top 0.7%. Excuse me, it comes out to less than 1% of people. So yeah, it's wild. But another thing that I would like to point out that I'm really enjoying is I know that I have a very global community. I have people from all over. But I'm fortunate that I also have my regulars here, right? Plenty of you are regulars who come just about every day. And I'd like to think that we learn a little bit about each other. And not just me to you, but also within the community, right? And some of you are also on Discord, right? So I'm really grateful that we're able to form a community. I think that sometimes many of us live in a society and cultures and really just a humanity where it's hard to form friendships, form bonds, form communities, maybe even more specifically among men. So I'm really grateful that all of us kind of get to come together on a consistent basis and share our common interests in data science, but also share with each other, right? We've had people who come here and talk about jobs they got or things like that, and we celebrate that. So just really grateful for that type of community building that we've been able to do. So, and again, that's all due to you guys. You guys keep on showing up, and so I appreciate that. And I hope that we keep on doing that, kind of building a community here around our mutual interest of data science. But, we're all humans at the end of the day, right? We all need each other at some point. So thank you so much for that, guys. AJ, remind me, AJ, you're from Berlin, I believe. Is it Berlin? AJ says, congratulations, Dennis. Thank you, AJ. I appreciate that. And we're close. We're what is that? 76? 76. Yeah. So AJ, glad you're here. AJ, we've had so many conversations. Yeah. Okay. I was right about Berlin. Yeah. Yeah. We've had so many conversations, AJ. We've talked about Elon Musk. We've talked about being the last person on the planet. We've talked about craft work. We've talked about a lot of things. So robotics. Leo is convinced that I am an AI. You know what? Early on, when I first started posting, for some reason, I got that question a lot. And this is when I wasn't even posting a lot on YouTube. I was just posting on Instagram. I got a lot of questions about, are you AI? Is this real? Are you a real person? And I think I finally made a posting like, yes, I'm a real person. And then I started doing more streaming, and obviously that helped. But I used to get that a lot. Crazy. Oh, so another thing is that tomorrow morning, I will be releasing my behind the scenes video that you guys are all welcome to watch. You're going to see a lot of the planning that went into all of this, the terrible audio, the terrible lighting I had, so I put together a little video for you guys to see. I included the first piece of content that I ever did that went viral. And yeah, you guys will get to see that tomorrow. I told myself I would release it after I actually cross the 100K. But that'll be fun. I think you guys will enjoy that. But yeah, I'll be releasing that soon. First thing tomorrow morning. Okay, so our new friend Ahmad says, "Sir, I'm learning mathematics for data science. Whenever I learn mathematics, one question comes to my mind. ChatGPT solves my mathematics questions. Why should I learn mathematics? Can you guide me?" You shouldn't. Ahmad, I know you're new to my content, but I am very much against the people, the influencers, whoever, that takes an overly math approach to data science. The time when you needed a math PhD to work in data science is over. It's been long over. So anybody who tells you that that's a requirement is just plain wrong. So I think it's healthy for you to have an understanding of how some of these things work. It's healthy for you to have an understanding of probabilities. But even then, I'm just talking like a half-day seminar. Like, don't make a big investment in it. So I think that your gut instinct is correct. Like, if your gut is telling you, wait a minute, why am I doing this? Like, you're right. It's way more emphasized than what you need in the real world. The influencer, the person, the professor, whatever that tells you, oh, you need all this math, they just don't know any better. They haven't worked in the real world. You mentioned AI earlier. I think that you are 10 times better off working on your prompting skills than you are working on your math skills. Okay? Leo busting out the German there. Guten Tag, AJ. I thought Guten Tag was one word. Am I just being ignorant there? I thought it was one word, not two. AJ says Keras versus PyTorch versus TensorFlow. Thoughts, please. As everybody on social media seems to say, are you trying to gaslight me? Oh my God, look at AJ. He's trying to gaslight me. Oh, how terrible. Guys, Leo, Joseph, Anis, help me out here. Somebody help AJ out. I'm not even gonna, you know what? Somebody help me out. AJ, just watch the chat over the next couple of minutes. Okay. Oh my gosh. You know, it's a special day for me, and you're trying to gaslight me. I'm so hurt. You know what? I'm just gonna shut down the stream, guys. I'm too hurt to continue. People are gaslighting me in the chat. We're celebrating the heat subjects today for sure, right? You know what? We've covered a lot of ground, Leo. We have covered a ton of ground. Joseph says there is no best tool, AJ. Yeah, Joseph, but if you notice though, AJ is also using words that are forbidden in this chat. He has spoken of which we do not speak anymore. Oh man, that's funny, guys. That is so funny. Yeah. Somebody help AJ out in the chat, guys. The parenting was awful for PyTorch. That's right, yeah. Yeah, AJ. AJ, were you not here earlier? AJ, I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure I mentioned that next week I'm going to go spend time with my father. Hello? AJ, hello? Would someone who is spending time with their father be using PyTorch? No. Because one of the requirements for PyTorch is that you grew up without a father in the home. So, hello, AJ, it's a self-answering question. I'm not mad, AJ. I'm just disappointed. Yassine says, hello again, sir. Hey, Yassine, good to see you. Hope you're well. I know it's late for you in Morocco, so thanks for being here. Did you guys set an alarm or something to watch my watchers? Like all of a sudden it seems like people are coming back as we're getting closer. That you must have written a script or something, like an alert. But yeah, we're 70 people away now, Yassine. Thanks for coming back. Leo says, okay, Dennis, let's talk about where that first came from. Leo, you know what? It's just bias. I am okay admitting that it's bias. As I've said before, I just think that Keras code is easier to work with. I'm the moderator on the Keras mailing list. So if you send something to the Keras mailing list, it goes through me and I approve it because we had some spam issues on there. I have contributed to the Keras code base. You know, I did have a pull accepted. That was kind of cool. You know, one of my programming highlights of my career. So it's just bias. It's just bias, you know. And bias is not a synonym for free hate. Okay, so what are you telling me, Leo? That you're the one organizing the hashtag PyTorch Strong tribute concert? Is that what you're doing? Yeah, let us know the lineup for PyTorch Strong charity drive. It's just a framework, guys. I just prefer Keras, you know. I mean, I'm sorry. I can't help it that my dad played catch with me as a kid, and he came to my soccer games. I'm sorry. It's not my fault that my father was involved in my life, so that just led me to Keras instead of PyTorch. I'm sorry, guys. That's just me, you know. That's just the way my life worked out. George, good to see you, George. George says, talk about the 6 levels of autonomous vehicles. Okay, trick question, George. You should know that I'm not for autonomous vehicles. There shouldn't, and I think there's 5 levels, not 6, right? Somebody can correct me in that, but I think it's 5, not 6. So George, I'm at level 0. I do not believe in them. So I am level 0. That's the only level I know. Keep that stuff out of my car. Just let people drive. Just let people drive. Who says we need to have autonomous vehicles? Guys, machine learning doesn't solve everything. Joseph says, lol, Dennis. Which one, Joseph? You gotta tell me. You gotta tell me. The jokes move fast. As I know Yassine, he might have built a model that predicts the exact time you're going to hit 100K. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. All the terms in the blacklist deserve to be there, but we have to do something with soccer. Yassine, I just like real sports. I'm sorry. Leo says he can talk about the 5 reasons he hates FSD. Yeah. See, that's more like it, Leo. That's more like it. Yeah, you want to talk about those 5 reasons? I'm your guy. But if you want to talk about 5 reasons why we should have it, wrong channel. But look, it's important to recognize your biases, right? I'm willing to accept that I am biased against FSD or RO or whatever. Now, see, my sister and her brother-in-law, and my sister and her husband is what I meant to say. They lived in Phoenix. So they have a lot of experience seeing Waymo cars on the street. So they might have a different level of comfort than I do or other people, right? But again, I think that's part of the problem. And I've been telling them this, right? That it is no mistake that they're seeing them in Phoenix. Phoenix has new infrastructure, a lot of sunshine, very few bad driving conditions, no toll roads. It's generally a flat city, right? I mean, Waymo's not dumb. They know how to game the numbers, right? RC Sim says, more FSD talk will get 100K quickly if I understand the trends properly. It did seem to go up there, RC Sim, but you would think that viewers would go up, not necessarily subscribers. But then again, who knows? Who knows? These algorithms are crazy, right? Listen, guys, if there's one thing I've learned throughout this whole process, and I've written a couple things about this. If there's one thing I've learned, is that these social media recommendation algorithms are not nearly as advanced as people give them credit for. I think that there is a ton more entropy to what you see and what you are shown than what you think there is. Because you tend to think, oh, well, YouTube, it's by Google. They have this advanced algorithm to show me what I have. It's not that advanced. Same thing for Meta, same thing for X. I really defy anyone to tell me that they know what's going to do well and what's not. There is 100% more of a entropy factor than what they will tell you. And the reason I know this is because I have written some of the world's dumbest stuff, and I write it while I'm waiting in line at Starbucks for my coffee. And it does really, really well. I'm talking stuff that's getting like tens of thousands of views and a lot of likes. And then there's stuff that I work on, that I craft, and I have a nice title, and I edit it, and it does nothing. So effort or what you think is going to do well has zero reflection on what actually does well. That's definitely been one of my top takeaways from this whole experience, right? So you just never know what's going to do well. Just get the content out there. And sometimes I've even repurposed content, like some of the streams that I rerun of the classes. And sometimes they do terribly, and other times they do great. Why? Because there were just different people that it was shown to, right? Same content, same length, same thumbnail, same everything. But there is a lot more entropy than people realize. So I really defy anybody to tell me, oh, that's going to do well. You don't know that. You literally don't. No. AJ says, every 24 seconds, a person dies from a road accident. Don't you think FSD will solve that problem? No. No, I don't. And you know what, AJ? I would tell you that I would ask you to go back to some of the early marketing materials for FSD and then look at the current FSD marketing materials. And what I think you'll notice is that there has been a shift in their own messaging. Their early messaging was, we're going to solve accidents. We're going to solve accidents. We're going to have these perfect cars and everybody will be happy. But in the past year or so, I've noticed a shift in them saying, well, we're not going to be perfect. We're just going to be better than humans. Right? There's been a shift if you look at that. So I think that even they know that they cannot solve that problem. So I'm inviting you to do that just as a personal exercise, because I've noticed it, because I've been following them since 2016, 2017, something like that, because I'm fascinated by this. And my opinion has not changed in that time, based on their progress or whatever, right? So I don't think it will. And then here's the next thing, kind of bringing it full circle. AJ, I think you might have missed the previous conversation we had on this. So what you're seeing is and the reason I see that shift, and you can find this in the Waymo safety report, is that they're now using it as the baseline. Here is what human drivers would do, and then here's how we did better than the human drivers. But it's still a lot of accidents. It's still a lot of accidents. And that's where I bring it back, where people say, oh, but they'll take responsibility for it. Tesla will pay for it. Waymo will take care of you. No, it's a lot of accidents. Because think about what you just said. Every 24 seconds, a person dies, right? Which I'm sure, you have numbers to back that up. I'm not disagreeing with that. That's still a lot of accidents, right? Like, do you know how many accidents happen in the US? Like in the US alone, like it's a lot of accidents, right? So I don't think they're going to help. I don't think that they're going to help. I don't think they're going to stand behind you, in terms of helping you repair your property with your hospital bills or things like that. I don't think they can. I don't think they will. And I think they know it, right? I think they know it. Like I said, I invite you to do your research on that. But there is a shift in their messaging. I don't think they would tell you that they're going to fully solve it anymore. 2016, 2017, you find articles from that, they'll tell you that. Now, I think you'd be very, very hard pressed to find that. But again, that's me sharing my own bias. You guys are just sitting here talking to a feeble old man, talking about, shaking my fist at FSD cars. But you guys can tell me. RC Sim says they subscribe to potentially chat in here too. Yeah, okay, you're right, RC Sim. That's a possibility. George says only 64 more to go. Yeah, George, I'm pretty close. Incredible. George, I think the last time I saw you, I didn't even have a channel, because I think I saw you at Thanksgiving last year. I didn't even have a YouTube channel last year. Craziness. AJ says, why do you think it can't be solved? Too many edge cases. Driving is not a static thing, right? Too many edge cases. I mean, even if you were to say, well, we're just going to standardize for the US, right? There's still too many edge cases in the signs and the roadways and the detours and the directions, all of that, right? And then you want to say, well, now it can work in any country with those signs and those directions and those detours. It's too many edge cases. You can't possibly assign for all of those edge cases. Can you do it over time? Maybe. But one, that's super long. Two, a lot of people are going to die along the way. When I say that, I'm proposing that it would be a multi-year process, not a couple of weeks, couple of months. And even then, you'd still have other unique edge cases, right? Just to give you an example, right? I live in an area of my city where there's still a lot of construction, and there's a lot of overpasses that are being built, right? And unfortunately, there was a terrible incident here about 2-3 years ago where there was a bridge being built, and they were using like the rebar, to help the cement and all that. And unfortunately, a pack of that rebar wasn't tied down, and it fell onto the roadway. It fell from the bridge, like, what is that, like 15 feet up, 16 feet up, like 5 meters up. It fell from the roadway, from the bridge onto the roadway. And it fell just as a police officer, of all people, was driving underneath it. The rebar came, crushed the car, and the police officer died. Terrible accident. How could you possibly account for that in an FSD vehicle? Not the rebar falling, but you being behind it. How could you possibly account for how a car would react if you're the one driving behind that car? Do you swerve? Do you brake? Do you whatever? There's those types of edge cases. Well, that's a terrible accident. Those type of edge cases happen a lot more than every 24 seconds. If you think about all the miles that are being driven at any given time, right? It just can't happen, right? It just can't happen. George says, I would build roads for self-driving vehicles only. Yeah, George, that's been brought up. That's been brought up. And we discussed this in one of my earlier streams. So the challenge with that, George, is that a lot of people don't realize how complex road construction is. I was fortunate to work for a consulting company that did a lot of road construction projects. And it is insane what goes into building a road. Like, there's federal funding for the highway part of it. But then for the exit part of it, that's city funding. But city funding usually comes from county. So you have to deal with all of this funding, all of these permits, just to build like an exit ramp, right? And then the city helps with once you're on local roads, right? But then they might get grant money to do the lighting if they want to do special lighting. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but lighting for a road is very expensive and very time consuming. Whenever you see a road project, the first thing they order is the light post, because those light posts are usually custom made, right? And then there's low mast lighting and there's high mast lighting, right? Low mast is usually less than 10 feet, high mast is above 10. Like, the money and the funding that it takes to do just a simple, intersection or highway exit, like, it'll make your mind spin, right? And now to do that for just FSD vehicles, it'll take you ages to do that, like literally decades to do that. So continuing that, RC Sim says a public road exclusive to self-driving cars would end up like Hyperloop. Yeah, but is anybody excited about the Hyperloop? Like, to me, the Hyperloop feels like one of those Elon Musk things, like overpromise and underdeliver. Like, are we not underwhelmed by the Hyperloop? It's a tunnel with a Tesla in it. Is anybody excited about that? And it's not very long, right? I mean, I don't know if there's other ones, but obviously there's one here in Las Vegas. It goes among the convention center area, right? Like that's the primary station, the convention center. But it's a tunnel with a couple of neon lights and a Tesla in it. Yeah, Joseph says, I definitely am too much hype. Yeah, right? I mean, to me, it's a classic Musk example of overpromise, underdeliver, right? At least I think that's what you meant, Joseph. Let me know if I misinterpreted. Okay, AJ says, there's serious talk about AI replacing pilots. Flights are 95% automated. Yeah, AJ, and we had a conversation about that because... Leo, I think you might have been the one that suggested that article or that image or whatever it was. I think Leo, you were the one that sent me to that. Yeah, AJ, we've had that discussion. And there was definitely a consensus that people felt 100% safer in an airplane situation than a car situation. We took polls. We had a really good discussion that day. But yeah, I agree with you, AJ. I am much more bullish or optimistic on self-driving airplanes than cars. 100%. Now, their pilot union is going to have their say. I don't know how it is in other countries, but in the US, the pilot union is very, very powerful. Very powerful organization. So I think you're going to have some trouble there. But yeah, but from a technology perspective, I agree with you. You know, and AJ, to your point, that's how I started that conversation, because I remember reading about how they say that if you're going to have an airplane accident, it's usually on the landing. Right? I mean, on takeoff, you know, things can go wrong, but it's low probability. And then once you're in the air, you know, it's physics, right? The plane isn't just going to fall out of the sky, right? You know, the, what is it? The hydrofoil wing, right? I mean, that's going to keep you up no matter what, right? But yeah, I hear you on that. Most of it is automated, right? And landing is really the only part you need to, you know, not crash. But yeah, we've had that conversation. Asia. Have a whole community city built where the only vehicles are self-driving. Yeah, George, that can happen, but that's a lot of money. A lot of money and a lot of organizations, right? RC Sim says Hyperloop has basically failed. It's an extremely high-speed train in a vacuum tube. I think you're confused. No, RC Sim. There's a Hyperloop here in in Las Vegas. And it's called a Hyperloop. So I know what you're talking about, right? The open source plans that Elon Musk released, you know, or is it pressurized or unpressurized tube? A pressurized tube, I get it. But the Hyperloop that they made for Las Vegas, made by Tesla, called the Hyperloop, is basically a tunnel with a Tesla in it. With a one-way Tesla in it, because you can't turn it around. So I'm positive it's here in Las Vegas. You can look it up. Look it up for the convention center. It goes to the convention center, I think one of the monorail stations or something like that. It's not very big, very underwhelming. Joseph says that's exactly right. Okay, so I captured your thoughts correctly. Okay, cool. Anise is talking about traffic collision. Anise, I'm sorry, what were you referring that to? Were you referring to the airplanes? Because you're right. I mean, an airplane is probably in more danger in crashing, you know, with the traffic control on the ground or whatever, right? I mean, recently in the last month, there's been a couple of close calls, right? That is 10 times more dangerous than, you know, falling out of the sky in an automated airplane, right? Yeah, Anise is talking about airplane crashes, yeah. Anise, I'm assuming you mean traffic collisions on the ground. Because I think that's the most dangerous. That's why systems like TCAS are saving our lives. Yeah? Yeah, you're right. I mean, my understanding is that the transatlantic and trans-Pacific routes are much more organized than people realize, right? I mean, people know exactly what airplanes are on there, what airplanes are coming, you know, vis-a-vis the jet streams and all that, right? You're right. It's very organized in that way. The highway in the sky, as I believe they call it, right? But yeah, I mean, like I said, if you go back to that live stream that I did, clearly there was a lot more comfort in the chat about self-driving airplanes or self-flying airplanes than there was about cars, right? And also, I mean, haven't you guys read the recent Tesla crashes? You know, whether it was FSD or not is irrelevant. But there's been a couple of crashes recently where they were talking about how in a crash, the doors fail to open, right? Because the doors are electronically driven. So there's been a couple of cases recently where people have been unable to get out of a crashed Tesla, and that's, they meet a terrible end that way, right? So even apart from all the FSD and stuff, I mean, Some Tesla crashes are very scary, right? So who knows where all of that ends up, guys? But you know, like I said, I'm willing to recognize that this is all just the bias of an old man. I'm an old man shaking my fist. I wear an onion on my belt. I get it. I get it. You guys can tell me okay, boomer, even though I'm not a boomer. Oh my gosh, guys, we are under 50. We are under 50. It says that I've been streaming here for 6 hours now. 6 hours. Are you guys insane? Why are you still here? Oh man. Oh man. I cannot believe this, guys. I really can't. Oh, Rex posted a Perplexity CEO on new AI-powered shopping assistant. Okay, yeah, because of the affiliate stuff we were talking about. Cool. Leo says we have no life. Well, you guys are dedicated to data science for sure. For sure, right? What an event, 50 away. That's crazy. Crazy. Yeah, this is almost literally like an I have no words scenario. How did I get here? I'm going to post this on the Discord, see if other people want to join us. Yeah, 47 people. That is crazy. That is crazy. So, just as a reminder, oh wow, did my Instagram go offline? Oh wow, my LinkedIn and my Instagram are both offline. That is curious. Oh, it's 4 hours. Okay, I hit the 4-hour mark on Instagram. That is crazy, guys. AJ says, will we get to see the play button at 100K? Yeah, of course, of course. Leo says we need some sound effects for 100K. I don't know about that. Like I said, I'm gonna release the behind the scenes video tomorrow morning, you know, in honor of 100K. It'd be nice if YouTube did that, right? With the confetti, just like your iPhone does, you know? I don't know, guys. Such a crazy time. Like, I'm just thinking about all the stuff I've had to learn since then, right? How to edit videos and how to put shorts together and reels together, and why did a story disappear after 24 hours? I didn't know any of these things. Come on, yeah, confetti. Some victory song. Yeah, I hear you, Leo. I hear you. But in some ways, you know, it's also like a personal victory. You know, Leo, I know you and I exchanged some thoughts earlier, but it's also kind of a personal victory at the same time, you know? But obviously you guys are a big part of that. But I am going to go ahead and have an unboxing when the play button comes. I've been debating doing that as a video or a live stream. I'll probably do it as a live stream. Yeah, so that'll be crazy. Casual Economist says, are we drinking the expensive liquor for this? No, we can't do that. We can't do that. I told people earlier that I researched the YouTube policies, and drinking alcohol on stream is highly discouraged. You know, it could affect your channel. Sorry about that. I might open it later in private though. I mean, it's a 20-year-old, so you save those for special occasions. AJ says victory dance. No, AJ, we already agreed. I don't have legs, right? According to Leo, I don't have legs. I'm an android and my teleoperator is standing right over here. They do a very good job of staying off camera. So no victory dance. Nope, no jumping jacks. No victory dance. Just shake your fists or dance like Kraftwerk robot. I don't know if I can move that slow. They were pretty slow. I don't know if that's in me. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I'm just in amazement of all this stuff. I mean, at the beginning of 2024, I was in New York, living in a tiny little apartment, paying way too much money in rent, commuting into Manhattan, which is all fine and good, but nothing that would make you think like, oh, I'm going to be on YouTube a few months from now. Craziness. But again, I do want to thank all of you for your support on this, because my first few live streams, I was sitting here talking to myself. So I appreciate all of you guys and, all the support. I'm just going to keep on going, My whole goal is to just keep on providing you guys with more information. Wait, are you telling the story of my life? Well, yeah, I suppose so, Leo, right? Because technically you're on YouTube too, right? Like, you've been along with me for a lot of this ride, so I appreciate that, Leo. You were one of my first moderators, you and Rex. And then I think I added Joseph later. But I mean, you and Rex have been there from the beginning. Yeah, craziness. I am going to add a story to YouTube, to Instagram, because my Instagram stopped at 4 hours, guys. That is crazy that it stopped. We timed out Instagram. Jeez. Give me just a second here, guys. I haven't eaten all day, guys. I can't wait to eat. Maybe I'll have a victory pizza, Leo. Leo says Joseph came before me. Oh, is that right? Okay, that's right. We miss Patrick. May he rest in peace. Leo, I reached out to Patrick a couple times and I haven't heard back from him. So I hope he's okay. But I don't know. AJ says, have you been recognized in person by subscribers? No, AJ, I haven't. I've had people reach out to me like virtually via, any number of means. And I've been lucky to pick up some consulting clients from this. But as far as like in person or like, take a selfie or whatever, no. But if it's going to happen, it would probably happen at like CES in January, right? Because that's going to bring a lot of technology professionals from all around the world. So maybe, But you know, and I've shared this before. Somebody told me that they're like, "You're the most famous person I know," and it's like, I don't feel famous. You know, I still want to show you guys my setup in my office at some point, because I know to you guys, you know, I'm creating all this content and all this good stuff, but I'm just a guy sitting at home in front of an iPhone, like you know, I live in a nice neighborhood. I have a big place, but like, I'm just like sitting at home, just talking into an iPhone and a microphone. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not like it doesn't feel like a big production to me, even though I do put a lot of time and energy into it, you know? So I don't know, but no, AJ, haven't been recognized. I'm a nobody. Leo says how he lives in Area 51. Oh, that's funny. I live close to Area 51. I also live like 20 minutes from Creech Air Force Base. If you guys want to know about some, you know, kind of weird things, you know, look them up. Creech. Look up the Creech Air Force Base. Yeah, look them up. We're not allowed there. A lot of people aren't allowed there, Leo. Joseph says, loved every moment of the ride so far. Thanks, Joseph. I appreciate that. I do miss Patrick too. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys hear from him or whatever. But I've reached out to him a couple times, and he's just completely disappeared. So I hope he's okay. You know, maybe you guys have heard from him. Have you guys heard from him? But I think I've sent him at least 2-3 messages. I hope he's okay. Joseph says, can't go wrong with pizza. You guys are bad. You guys are a bad influence. Come on, I'm trying to lose weight. I'm trying to get ready for 2025. But yeah, pizza does sound good, guys. That sounds fun. Joseph won't tell your keto friends you cheated today. But you know what? The keto community will know. They will know. Surprisingly, I have found keto pizzas. Some are really good. So Joseph, what's the biggest keto pizza thing? Like, I'm assuming it's like a cauliflower crust, right? I mean, it can't be a regular crust, right? Or maybe like a non-gluten crust. Here's the thing, guys. All right, you guys are probably gonna roast me after this, but like, I kind of like I like trashy pizza. Like, I'm sorry, I have to admit that I like trashy pizza. Like you know who ironically makes some pretty good pizza? Oh, you guys are gonna hate me for this. Have you guys ever had pizza from 7-Eleven? It's not terrible. It's actually pretty good. A cheese pizza from 7-Eleven with some hot sauce on it. Oof. So I like trashy pizza, you know? Like, David Portnoy would be very disappointed in me, right? Even though I think he's done 7-Eleven pizza, I think he gave it like a 7.5, you know? One bite, everybody knows the rules. Oh, geez, Leo. No. That's New York prices. You can get it for like $7 here. Oh, my friend, that's New York prices. That's New York prices. No, you get it for $7. Leo says, yeah, I actually do like. Yeah, right. Okay, cool. You guys aren't, but yeah, I mean, if you guys haven't had 7-Eleven pizza, it's not terrible. It's actually pretty good. And you know what? Another credit I'll give them is that I rarely like cheese-only pizza. I mean, I'm more like a sausage and pepperoni guy, but their cheese pizza is actually decent. Like, it's one of the few like cheese pizzas that I like. And like I said, you get it home, a little tapatio, a little cholula, or there's what is it? One of the scorpion sauces that I like. You do that on a cheese pizza. Don't ask me to do anything else the rest of the day, but you know, during that pizza time, good, it's good stuff. AJ says Neapolitan pizza is real pizza. Oh, okay, guys. We got one of those in the chat. Watch out. Neapolitan pizza guy is here. I'm just kidding you. I'm just kidding you, AJ. I used to live 1 minute away from a 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven definitely had many of those. Yeah, I hear you on that. I hear you on that, Joseph. They're super easy to get addicted to because they're also so cheap, right? Like they're totally affordable, right? Like I don't know what they are in your area, but out here they're like $6-7 or something like that. Or like I think it's a 12-inch or whatever it is, 16-inch. But yeah, I mean, for under $10, you can get a whole pizza. Oof. Yeah. And then also, like, for me, I don't know what it is for you guys, but Domino's out here also has some pretty good carryout specials. I think theirs, you can do them, they have like those 2 offer deals. It's like $6, but you have to order 2. So you can get like a pizza and like a pasta for like $12. I mean, that's not bad. So Leo says, no, never heard from him. Yeah, it's too bad, Leo, because he seemed like a good guy. He just kind of dropped away. The Keto Police, a chicken crust pizza. Oh, okay. Yeah. That could be good to try. Leo says, yeah, Europeans. AJ, have you made pizza from scratch? No, AJ, I haven't. I've considered it because you can make some pretty good keto recipes with like almond flour or things like that. Or, you can buy like a non-gluten crust. So no, I haven't, AJ, but I'm definitely tempted. Definitely tempted. Leo says 38 away. That's crazy, Leo. That's crazy. I like Papa John's. You know what, Leo? Yeah, Papa John's is definitely my second favorite. Unfortunately, the Papa John's in my area are terrible. They're not very good. But yeah, something about the crust at Papa John's, I think there's a little sugar in it or something, because it obviously tastes a little sweeter. And then, of course, the dipping sauce. Ooh. Yeah. RC Sim says, I made a failed pancake recipe into a pizza. It turned out pretty good. Nice. So I guess you'd have to add more flour, right? Because a pancake is very, very thin, right? So you probably just added more flour and turned it into a dough, maybe with like a Bisquick or something. But nice. I like the thinking on your feet there, right? Good for you. Yeah, I mean, making my own pizza actually would sound nice too, huh? That's another thing, guys. So as I told you guys, I'm trying to get away from processed foods, right? Like, there's probably no real cheese in any of these pizzas, right? So maybe I would do something like that where I could buy my own pizza crust and make my own pizza. So maybe I'd allow that. I don't know. That's funny. Leo says, Italians dying in 3, 2. That's hilarious. You're right, Leo, right? Yeah, RC Sim just killed somebody's Italian grandmother, right? Who just died at the type of that. Oh, God, it's hilarious. RC Sim says, I just added the toppings on the pseudo pancake. Oh, my God. I hope you, well, I guess you had to bake it after that, right? Almond crust is Joseph says almond crust is okay. Psyllium husk crust is not good. I think cauliflower crust is the best. Also, cauliflower has the lowest GI response for me when okay, cool, very, very good to know. That's probably what I would do also, right? Oh boy, Joseph, on how to screw up. No. Those are very reasonable keto substitutes, right? Yeah, I don't know if I'm on board with the psyllium husk, but yeah, I mean, Joseph presented some reasonable ketos. So Joseph, are you making your own cauliflower crust or are you buying it? Do you have a specific brand you like? Because maybe I'll try that. Maybe I'll try a cauliflower pizza. That could be cool. AJ says, what type of person doesn't like pizza? A weirdo. Womp womp. Okay, so you know what? We're all getting a little loopy right now. We're on 6.5 hours. The dad jokes have entered the chat. A weirdo. Womp womp. Casual economist says my phone is dying. Well, of course your phone is dying because you probably have like a Motorola flip phone from like the year 2000. You probably have like a Moto Razr phone. Come on, Minneapolis, get with the program. Bad time for your phone to be running out. We're only at what is that? 33 away, 34 away. Get with the program, Minneapolis. Leo says we don't keto pizza, cheese, bacon, chicken, ranch. But yeah, you can do all that on a keto pizza. You just can't do the crust, right? The crust is the killer. You know, all that white enriched flour, you can't do that. But yeah, I mean, if you can do a cauliflower base, you can do everything you mentioned there. Some people will say that cheese is not good because there is lactose, which is a sugar. But you know what, guys? I might make that tonight. You guys are a bad influence. You know, I'm shutting down the stream. I'll see you guys later. This is a bad influence. Leo says, "What's wrong with you guys? What's wrong is that we don't want to spike our blood sugar." Joseph is hiding from Italians now. I bet you are. Oh gosh, AJ, what did the pizza say to its toppings? You've got me covered. Is ChatGPT coming up with these, or do you just have these ready to go at any time? My BlackBerry isn't made for 6-hour streams. Oh, that's hilarious. I love that. You know what? It's a good business book, guys. It's called Losing the Signal, The Rise and Fall of BlackBerry. If you guys want to read up on BlackBerry and what happened to them, very, very good book. Really good read. I really enjoyed it. I read it about, like 7 years ago now, something like that. Really good book. Lots of good insights in that book. Highly recommended if you guys want to pick up a good business book to read. Joseph says, so I have tried to make it from scratch, but it has failed. I usually buy it and my favorite is Collie Powers, all about the base. Wait, is that a dad joke? Are you also making dad jokes? Okay, I'll have to look into that. But gosh, you guys are a bad influence. I might make a pizza tonight because that's probably a good balance. If I want a treat, right? Because obviously it's tempting to go out and get myself a 7-Eleven pizza as a treat. But if I want to kind of take the edge off those treats, I could do it like this, right? Make it myself, so I know what ingredients I'm using. And I can make a cauliflower crust, which, you know, forgives a little bit of the sins, right? Yeah, maybe I'll do that later. Who knows? I'm trying to be good. You know, I've made really good progress on my diet. There's some things I want to do in 2025. So hard to say, guys. I'm a New Yorker. I eat pizza 2 times a week. Yeah, but that's because you're surrounded by really good pizza, right? I mean, there's so much good pizza in New York, right? It's also, you know, kind of the most affordable food you can get, right? So 33 away. 32 away. Joe's Pizza. Sienna. Yep. Sienna's a good one. Lots of good pizza in New York. Just New York City tradition. Yeah, absolutely, Leo. Absolutely. You know, guys, I'm starting to sweat over here. And it's pretty cold in my apartment. I think I'm starting to sweat just from the anxiety of it all. I just can't believe we're going to see this to be 100,000. I just can't believe it. Joseph says, not a dad joke though. I do love a good dad joke. Yeah, apparently you and AJ both love the dad jokes. AJ's has given us 2 zingers already. Next time you're in NYC, you, me, and Rex are going to a food adventure. Okay, all right. Well, remember, I got my own places too, right? So okay, Leo, give me your top 2. Where are we going? Give me your top 2. Yeah, 32, 31 left. Dennis, do we see a tear in your eye? Maybe. Yeah, if you guys remember, I edited this out in the final version, but I did cry at the end of the Introduction to Statistical Learning book series. That was very emotional. And that's the one I keep on telling you guys was very emotional because I remember how intimidating that book was, how difficult I thought that book was. But it's been a few years, right? So to be able to come back and teach that book, that showed me a lot about my own progress. Obviously, I was proud to bring it to you guys. But yeah, I mean, that was, that was definitely a reason to get emotional, right? So yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of special stuff, with you guys, right? Like in this whole adventure. Like like I told you, I posted this in the Discord about how I was 3 months into it, preparing all this content, posting the content. I had all of 13 followers on Instagram, thinking, "What the hell am I doing? This is a massive mistake. I need to stop this nonsense." And then in one weekend, everything changed. So that was also like pretty special. Because that really gave me the encouragement to keep going, right? Because you don't know if you're doing the right things, right? Like I just mentioned how the algorithms are crazy, right? So you don't know if you're on the right track. Like there's no measurement stick, right? Like this stuff is hard sometimes, right? But you just got to keep going. You got to keep on believing that what you're putting out to the world is good, right? And like I said, there's also metagames, right? The metagames that I do, there's metagames behind all of this too, right? So you just got to keep on believing that you're doing the right things. And that's not always easy, guys. Leo says, "You're fancy. Come on, don't do that to me." No, man. I mean, if I end up in New York, we're definitely going out. But yeah. I mean, I got to go back to some of my favorite places too, right? So I'll take you to a couple places. I really enjoyed American Cut on Greenwich. And then there's a couple other places in the financial district that I really enjoyed. Obviously, New York City has some great Michelin star restaurants, so I also enjoyed some of those. Joseph says, "I'll meet you guys. I'm originally from New York City." Nice, Joseph. Actually, Joseph, I thought about you this morning because I was looking at some like content creator offers for some hotels in Tennessee. For some reason, there's like 3 hotels in Tennessee that are offering like content creator specials or whatever. If you agree to post a bunch of good stuff about them. And I thought, well, maybe I'll go see Joseph. Yeah, just so you guys know, I'm probably going to be wrapping up the stream shortly after we hit 100,000. I am exhausted, guys. Like I mentioned to you guys, when I do the Sunday streams, like I need my own like time to recover and just be like by myself, get that introvert energy back, right? So this has been hard, but I really enjoy spending the time with all of you guys. No, thanks for sticking it out with it. I know some of you guys have been here for just about the whole time. That sounds fun. A meetup in New York City next year would be cool. Why next year? Why not this year? But, you know, to Leo's point, the year is quickly wrapping up, right, guys? I mean, the year is... I mean, I feel like we're basically at New Year's, right? It's crazy. Oh, man. 25 away. My dog has been sitting next to me saying like, are you still working? Why aren't you done yet? Did I lose connection there? Oh, did I lose connection there? Sorry guys, I think my router might have had a hiccup. That was crazy. Yeah, sorry guys, I think my router had a little weird hiccup there. Either that, Dennis, or I'll drive to meet up. Yeah, so what part of Tennessee? I think you said you're in Eastern Tennessee? The offer I was looking at was for Nashville, I believe. Is my YouTube still up? I'm seeing a huge delay. You guys still with me? That's weird. That is super weird. I'm seeing a massive delay. Hey guys, let me know if you're still able to see the video and audio, please. For some reason, I think I might be lagging. Oh no. What is going on here? Oh no, you gotta be kidding. Okay. All right. It seems like you guys are back. That was weird. I think there's been a delay of some kind. But I think you guys are back to being able to hear me. 989. Okay. All right, for some reason the chats to me are coming really slow from you guys. But it seems like everything is back to good. I think. Give me just a second, guys. I want to check one more thing. Oh my gosh, we're so close at 18. Okay, there we go. Now I think I got things back to good. All right. All right, thanks for that feedback, Leo and Joseph. Oh my God, 17. Wow. You know, I think one of the challenges is that sometimes when you reach a milestone like 100K like this, it's really easy to kind of fall off and like lose motivation, right? So that's going to be one of my challenges, to keep on staying engaged and all that. Because there's nothing for 500,000, right? The next plaque is at 1 million. So who knows how that's going to go? I mean, to reach 1 million would be, you know, I don't think there's been any data science channel that has done that. But I'm going to do my best, you know, to stay engaged, keep going, right? I got a really good series coming up in December. I got great content coming up in January. After that, who knows? Who knows, right? But appreciate all of you guys that have stuck with me here for a good portion of this chat. My broadcasting software says I've been transmitting for 6 hours and 41 minutes. That's crazy. Okay, so Joseph says, Nashville is 4 hours away from me. I am near Johnson City. Okay. Good to know, Joseph. Thank you. Man, the video quality on my side for me seeing the YouTube has really degraded for some reason. That's crazy. I hope that's still coming across okay to you guys. Wow, I'm showing it in 144. That's crazy. There it goes. AJ says, can we see your dog? He's too amped up right now. He's dying to go out, right? Because I basically been indoors all day with him, right? But I'll pick him up soon. We'll have a dog stream at some point. We'll have a dog stream at some point. $16 away. 144p goes perfect with my BlackBerry. Nice. I see what you did there. That's hilarious. Well, Minneapolis, no one can say you don't have a sense of humor. That's funny. All right, let me get rid of some of these extra chat windows that's causing the extra messages on my end. All right, if you guys are seeing multiple messages, it's because I have multiple windows open, but I should have resolved that. I think at some point my broadband provider is like, why are you online for 6 hours? But we should be okay now. Wouldn't it suck if it completely crapped out right before the 100,000? Oh my gosh, I would feel so bad if that happened. You know, I don't know how the channels that have like 200,000, 500,000 subscribers do it. I get enough messages and stuff now. Like, how do they even manage to do it? It'd be too crazy. Too crazy. So Leo, we're coming up right on your dinner time, so maybe you're gonna have some pizza too. Actually, Joseph is in the same time zone, so oh, it's 3:30 in the afternoon for me. So if I am gonna do this pizza thing, I'm gonna have to go out and do some shopping because I don't have any of that stuff here. Or maybe I can order it via Walmart. Who knows? You know, grocery delivery is like the most convenient thing in the world. Like, how was that not a thing before the pandemic? I love grocery delivery. "16 away, don't stop now." So close. So close. All right, I gotta admit, guys, 6 hours is a bit much. I think I'm hitting my upper limit of what I can actually do. I think eventually we'll have a really long stream on a Sunday tutorial. So I'm gonna make sure I cap it at 4 hours because 4 hours seems to be where things get rough, right? But again, I want to thank all of you guys for hanging out with me. If you guys are, if we still have other people who haven't introduced themselves, feel free to do that. Just let us know where you're from. You're probably coming in just for the last little bit here, and that's perfectly okay. But yeah, it's going to be pretty soon here. 14 more people. According to my statistics, as I said before, I get 52 followers every hour. So 14 people is about 15 minutes, 20 minutes worth. That's a big number, guys. 99,986. Craziness. Craziness. Never thought I'd be here. Joseph says 200K. Dennis is next. Yeah, it'd be nice to do that. It'd be really nice to do that. But it's not always easy to know what the path is there, right? Like, what's funny is that there's a ton of like how to get started on YouTube tutorials and how to get your first 100 subscribers. But there's no like tutorial on how to get your next 100,000 subscribers, right? How to get to 1 million, right? Or how to get from 500,000 to 1 million. So you're kind of feeling your way along here, right? Now, having said that, it's very hard to get to 100,000 unless you have a professional mindset about it, right? 100,000 doesn't happen by mistake. But yeah. Like, if anything, I'm very protective about you guys, because I don't want to like endorse anything that's terrible or bad advertisers or for you guys to get scammed. But how do you take that and still grow with it, right? Hard to say, right? Hard to say. I'm just trying to do the best I can with the information I have, right? Casual Economist says, all jokes aside, I want to thank you, Dennis, for all your hard work. Congratulations on hitting 100K. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I know we joke around Minneapolis and all that. But yeah, it's great guys like you that keep me going. So thank you for that. We good? Hold on, Dennis. Hold on. Yeah, it's gonna be very soon here. Daniel, welcome to the chat. Daniel, I think it's your first time, Daniel. So welcome. Appreciate you participating. And you better quit the I'm losing motivation on 100K. Yeah, I mean, you're right. That's loser talk. But it happens, right? It happens where you see channels kind of fall off. But I'm really excited about January and the content there. The content that I want to bring you guys from CES, as I see it in my mind, I think could be pretty cool. So we'll see. Joseph says, yeah, I was curious about that too. Oh gosh, it's down to 9. Jesus. Leo says, I think advertising is a good thing. Do you mean like ads on the channel, Leo? Yeah, but how do you balance that out, right? Like, do you have ads on the live streams? Do you only have ads on the replays? Do you only have ads on the long forms? And also, I mean, I'm just getting started with ads. So far, it's not nearly as much money as you think it is, right? Leo says, yeah, you partner with some brand. Yeah, I'm open to that if it's the right opportunity, right? I know some of you guys follow me on Facebook, but I don't know if all my posts go out to followers. But I do have an offer sheet out there for like an AI company that wants to sponsor. I haven't received any takers on that, obviously. And it would still have to be, a good company, right? I don't know, guys. Maybe you guys can tell me that. But for me, when you watch some channel and it's like, oh, go to the beef jerky company and use code Dennis for 10% off. That's a little ticky tacky, isn't it? Right? It's ticky tacky to be doing that. That's not me. That's not dignified. But maybe I'm just being too hard to please, right? Maybe I'm just being weird about it, right? But you guys know me. I don't have a Patreon. I don't ask you guys for money, right? So I don't want to be like that affiliate code guy, right? So we'll see. You just advertised 7-Eleven pizza co. Well, that's because it's a product I believe in. Hey, have you guys seen that interview with T-Pain? T-Pain talked about this. I think it was on the Steve-O podcast or whatever. Have you guys seen this? So T-Pain has a Twitch channel, if you guys don't know this. And he games on Twitch, and he's super popular. I can't remember what he said his watch numbers were, but it's super popular. And he said he had a deal with Pizza Hut, and the deal was at minimum every 45 minutes he had to say, "Hey, while you're gaming, if you get hungry, go get yourself a Pizza Hut pizza." That was the whole deal. He got $250,000 every time he mentioned Pizza Hut pizza. That was the deal. Daniel says, did not expect. Yeah, he's huge. T-Pain is huge on Twitch. But that's how big he is. He gets $250,000 every time he said, every 45 minutes when he says, go get some Pizza Hut pizza. Like, that's crazy, right? That's like serious money just for saying, hey, let's all go to Pizza Hut. That's insane. Yeah, it is, isn't it, Daniel? Leo, thank you so much for the cheerleading. I sincerely appreciate the cheerleading there. Yeah, and Leo, I have considered shirts. I told you guys my saga with shirts. The shirts, like I asked for samples ahead of time, and they send me the world's cheapest samples. They're terrible. I'd never sell you guys that. That's not me. That's not me. Dang, that's some good money. Yeah, for sure, right? Yeah, and he talked about that. He said, look, my concerts, I do like $1 million per concert, I think is what he said. But I'm usually in some foreign country. It's hot. The security is kind of dicey. I have to fly there. I'm gone for a few days. And he's like, I can just stay at home and game, and I can make the same money, just because I'm playing some games and talking about Pizza Hut pizza. So he'll basically like never leave his house again, right? Like, would you leave your house if you could make $250,000 every 45 minutes? That's crazy, right? Daniel says, unfortunately for quality shirts, you got to print them yourself or really. Absolutely, Daniel. You are absolutely right about that, because the samples I've gotten are total trash, terrible customer service. And I don't want to do that to you guys, right? I don't want to sell you guys junk. It's like you're going to associate me with it, right? That's not very like gentlemanly of me to do that, right? So I don't want to do that to you guys. Funny thing, I went to a Halloween party 2 years ago dressed as a cheerleader and won the award for worst costume. That's hilarious, Leo. That's quite an admission. All right, Leo, pictures come next. Pictures come next. You can't make a statement like that and not put pictures up. That's hilarious. But yeah, guys, I'll have to think of different ideas. But when I think of ideas, I'm really just thinking about content, right? I want to bring you guys good content. That's all I really care about. I don't have them anymore. I had an X in them. Okay, cool, Leo. No pic, no proof. The new X made me delete them all. Oh, okay. One of those situations. Okay, Leo, I got you. One of those situations. Oh, man. Still don't know how I got here, guys. Daniel says, you're a trooper for this stream. Yeah, Leo has been a trooper. I appreciate that, Leo. You've been here, basically since the beginning. I appreciate that. Yeah, thanks so much, Really appreciate all of you that have stayed here for the whole time. But now I know what my upper max is. I heard you on that one. Yeah. We're all grown adults here. I think we all have, that X in our history, right? A tough world we live in, guys. Tough world we live in. That's right, casual economist. You have been here. I apologize. These 6 people need to hurry. I've been here all stream too. I know. I appreciate that. Thank you. When do we ever really believe where we have gotten? um. Daniel, you're getting all philosophical on me now, and yeah, I guess you're right about that. You know, Daniel, maybe it's not about where we believe we've gotten, but it's more about like the turns that life makes. Right? Maybe it's more about that. Like you think you're set in one direction, things are okay, or at least not bad, you know, you're happy in your life, right? And all of a sudden just things turn in another direction, right? So maybe it's more about that. Like you saw X, but you were really headed towards Y. You just didn't know it, right? That's just a personal sentiment. I've also been trying to get in grip. Oh, I hear you, Daniel. I appreciate that. I appreciate the introspection. Yeah, I think that's the right word. I appreciate that. Daniel says, I like that. Yeah, Daniel, right? Maybe it's more about you thought you were okay, but now you're gonna go do something else. Because I was okay in New York. You know, there were some things I didn't enjoy about New York. But, you know, things just change, right? Yeah. Go back to sleep, AJ. What's a data scientist's favorite martial art? K-means clustering. Ha ha. Womp womp. AJ, isn't it your bedtime? What time is it in Berlin? It's actually probably a pretty reasonable time in Berlin, I think. Oh my gosh. K-means clustering. Yeah, but Daniel, if there's something in your life that has you thinking about that, feel free to share, you know, whatever you're comfortable doing, right? But yeah, you know, where do we ever really believe where we have gotten? Yeah. Yeah, Daniel, along those lines, right? It's also one of those things of like, you know what they say, like, you know, the real problems in life hit you on a random Tuesday afternoon when you don't expect them, right? Like nobody expects to get cancer. Nobody expects to get like into a big car accident or something, right? So that's kind of like a little bit of a different take on your same view, right? Like the real serious stuff happens at different times too. Yeah, Leo, we're at 5. Jeez. We close, fam. Yeah. So say goodbye to the 5 digits, guys. It's all 6 digits from here on in. I didn't even know the difference between a story, a reel, and a post on Instagram. Like, what is that? Daniel says, that's so real. Just waiting on my unexpected turn, I guess. Hopefully not something bad. I've been making strides. Just got to keep working towards more. Okay. So what are some of those strides you're taking, Daniel? Feel free to share whatever you'd like, if anything, right? Looks like someone is going to party in Vegas this weekend. Rolex, Porsche, ladies. No, Leo. This weekend is terrible for Vegas. It's F1 weekend. Oh my God. I cannot wait for F1 to finish. Yeah, just in case you guys don't know, the locals of Las Vegas are not a fan of F1. F1 is awful for the city. They take up so much space. So yeah. No, this is stay-in weekend. Like I said, if I'm going to make pizza, if I'm going to do pizza, I'm going to stay in. I'm going to do it myself. No, and plus, I got a special week coming up. I'm gonna go spend time with my dad and my mom. This next week. I'm gonna go spend time with them. My parents are getting a little elderly, so gonna spend some good time with them. I'm just gonna keep it quiet. I gotta make some more content. I'm gonna keep going. I gotta make some content for you guys, right? But yeah, gonna chill. Gonna spend some time with my parents. Just enjoy the moment. Celebrate with it's more about celebrating birthday and Thanksgiving with them, right? It's my dad's birthday on Monday, and I'm gonna stay there for Thanksgiving. Yeah. But, keep it nice and quiet. Yeah. I can't think of the last time I played blackjack. Jeez. And ladies, I haven't had time for that. I've been working a lot for this channel, guys. Like doing the 100 days was not easy. George, thank you for the great advice. Keep going with your channel, but enjoy your time off. Yeah, thank you for that. Definitely trying to enjoy my time off. Gonna go to LA, get a change of scenery, spend time with my parents. It'll be fun to spend time out there. But then after that, I want to come back December and start prepping for all the January content and the December content I want to give for you guys. Okay, so Daniel is sharing, I've been so split with what to do in my life, majored in math and really wanted to work in academia. But as I was in college, I found a new passion, which is working with data, but I feel late. No, it's not late. No, you're fine, Daniel. You're fine. The only time when it's too late for data science is when you're not curious. You got to be curious in data science. As long as you don't lose that, you're never late. Forget that. Don't know if I want to pursue that career or my MS in math. I don't know. There's a lot I can do with math, but yeah, just so split on what route to take. Well, it depends if you're really set on academia, right? Because in academia, it would pay to go for the master's, right? But I don't see a master's as necessary to go into data science. You could probably do pretty well without it, at least for a long time. So it depends, Daniel. But I'm glad you joined. I'm glad you were willing to step out of the shadows. If you want to talk more about this, feel free to come to the daily streams. That's where we do more of these types of questions. But definitely do not feel like you're late. That's just not accurate and kind of a little bit self-defeating, right? You're doing just fine. Just be curious and have good reasons for why you want to go into data science. If you have that, you'll be just fine. Yeah, Leo, we're down to 3 here. And we crossed into 7 hours. We're on 7 hours, guys. Oh my gosh. George says 3 more to go. Yeah, it's crazy, right? True, but I guess I've always wanted a taste of both worlds. It's just that if I go for my MS, I slow my journey in working with data just to know if I want to start my data career or teaching career. Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate the reassurance. Yeah, sure. Daniel, you bring up a good point. And I've been giving this advice recently. Things with AI are going to change so quickly that I think that somebody who's about to start a data science program or something like a 4-year degree, like it's almost too late. Like in that scenario, you're almost too late in the sense that by the time you graduate, it's going to be like a whole other world. It's going to be a whole other world in 2 years, in a year, right? 18 months. So I think there is something to be said for that. Just to say, well, do I really want to put my professional side on hold for 2 years? Danger, right? Well, I don't know what an MS in math would be, but I'm guessing at least 2 years, right? I don't think it'd be a year program. But you guys can tell me more. But yeah, I mean, I think there is a concern to say, well, wait a minute, AI is moving so fast that I kind of want to get my life experience going, my professional experience going, right? So yeah, something to consider there, Daniel. Goodbye, 5 figures. Hello, 6 figures. Yeah, Daniel, you're spot on in your last message. Of course, that stuff I learned was relevant, but AI is moving real quick. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Daniel. I'm glad you're seeing that, right? Daniel, what part of the country are you from? I'm assuming you're in the US, or where are you? Did we get a location from you? I don't think we did. I want to get the last 3 screenshots of this. So close by Casual Economist. Yeah, so close. Well, again, guys, thanks for sticking this out. I have never seen one of these watch parties. I've always seen like the post, right? Like when they post it. But yeah, not every day you get to see this. George says final countdown. Yeah, absolutely, George. Should be just a couple more minutes here. I can't believe it's 4 p.m. Geez, where did the day go, guys? We've been streaming for 7 hours and 11 minutes now. Oh, 7-11. Oh my gosh, that's a sign. That's a sign. I need to get pizza. I literally looked at my thing and it was 7-11. That's hilarious. It's a sign from the gods. Oh, there it is. I can't believe it, guys. Oh, did I not? I want to clip that. Oh my gosh. I can't believe that, guys. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get all these screenshots. If you don't post it, it never happened, right? Oh my gosh. Wow. That's a big number, guys. That's a big number. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just going to go down to the chats here. I appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much for being here. That's just crazy. Yeah, Joseph, thank you so much. Leo, thank you. Casual Economist, Mr. Six Figures, thank you so much. I appreciate it. George, really appreciate your support. Thank you for being here. I know it's after your work day, so really appreciate you, George. Appreciate your support from you and my sister. Leo, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, Yassine, you're still here. Yassine, it's so late for you. It's like, it must be the middle of the night for you. Thanks so much for being here. Oh gosh, Yassine, yes, it's super late for you. Thank you so much. Wow, thanks so much, guys. Yeah, that's crazy. Joseph says, so incredible to see the growth in the single digits. Thank you all for what you did. Yeah, Joseph, thank you so much. Yeah, guys, I mean, I started this from 0, so that's wild. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Casual Economist says, I'll eat a Juicy Lucy in your honor. Cheers, Dennis. Thanks so much, Casual Economist. Anise, thank you so much. Congratulations, Dennis. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Tej, you're still here. Tej, thanks so much. Congratulations. Thank you, guys. I'm kind of at a loss for words here because I just didn't think that this was possible. Like I told you guys, I thought 400 would be a great number for my first year. If I can just get to 400 followers, maybe I can build a business. Yes, I don't know. I don't even know what to make of this. But thanks so much, guys. Yeah, my only hope is I can keep on producing content that benefits all of you. Because ultimately, like I tell you guys, I just want to put good stuff out into the world, good real world information. Yeah. Leo says you're the best. I appreciate that, Leo. You know, you've been a great supporter. Really appreciate you, my friend. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. George says congratulations, Dennis. Thank you, George. Really appreciate you and my sister and all your support. Thank you so much. Leo says thanks for inspiring us. You know, I hope I'm inspiring you guys. I mean, I'm just trying to put good stuff out into the world, guys. That's really all I'm trying to do, right? You know, and there's other reasonings, you know, and I'll share those at some other time. But you know, just trying to do my best, right? Joseph says your content is authentic and yeah, that's what I'm trying for, Joseph, right? That's what I'm trying for, you know? Just talking about what my experience has been, right? What my reality has been. Yeah, sorry guys if I'm just kind of speechless, but it's crazy. I just started this in May, guys. Like, I just started. Leo says you gotta interview George. Maybe. I'm guessing that he's under a social media policy, like, you know, most people tend to be. Maybe. Yeah. You said he's a math guy. Yeah, George is a very smart guy. But I'm guessing he has a social media policy that he has to be careful of. But maybe I'll talk about it with him, you know, next time I see him. But yeah, maybe. It's a good suggestion. But you know, you gotta keep up with the social media policies and all those things, right? I have no words. Yeah, I mean, wow. Well, like I said, thank you all for your support. Thank you for being here. I'm just gonna keep going. Just gonna keep on giving you guys the best content I can, right? And just see where all of this ends up, right? 100,000. So I shall refer to the chart again, guys. May 2024. May 1st was when I started. 28 people. And you know, that's just me going on LinkedIn telling all my my colleagues, hey, I started a YouTube, feel free to follow me, right? And like 28 of them did, you know, friends and family, colleagues. And now here, 100,000. That's crazy. Yeah. Denelson, what? I just joined in time. Denelson, you just missed it. 100,000. We just got there a few minutes ago. At 4 p.m. 4 p.m. we got there. That's crazy. Yeah, yeah, thanks for that, Carla. So Carla's my sister. So thanks for that, Carla. I feel speechless, Denelson. You know, I just don't know what to make of all this. It's crazy. Like, you guys are seeing my chart, right? Like, in May, I had like 28 people. Like, May 1st. And then I think it was, when was it? I think it was August was 1,000. Yeah, so August, end of July was 1,000. Right? And then end of August was some ridiculous number. Okay, end of August was still under 10,000. And then it just got crazy. So yeah, just really kind of speechless and all that. And also, if I'm being honest, I'm a little tired, right? I've been streaming here for 7 hours with you guys. My God. So I'm also a little tired, if I'm being honest, but speechless and tired. But I'm going to keep going, guys. Just going to keep on trying to bring you the most authentic content I can. But guys, I'm sorry. I got to wrap this up. I am exhausted. So I want to show my gratitude to all of you guys. Thank you guys. I know some of you were also here for 7 hours, so thank you so much. And thank you to George and Carla, you know, my sister, my family, for coming. 7 hours, get some rest. Yeah. Or pizza. It's still early enough for me to get pizza over here. We'll see. All right, guys. Thanks so much. As always, you know, please take care of yourselves and your families. I'm just humbled and grateful, guys. So thank you so much. Thank you, really. All right, guys. I'll see you. Take care.